Chapter 50:18. Although the long sword was not unsheathed, it gave people an invisible sense of oppression. Jiang Chen seemed to see thousands of sword essences shrouding him in an instant. And the source of the thousands of sword essences was the man in the gray robe. "Who are you?" Jiang Chen asked in a deep voice. "Jian Chen." The man in the gray robe said faintly. Jiang Chen was stunned. He did not expect that he could really speak. "If you break my sword essence, you can enter the Great Emperor's palace and obtain the inheritance of the Great Emperor." Jian Chen's voice was very hoarse, but Jiang Chen did not feel any pressure. The pressure did not seem to come from him, but from the endless sword essences that were crushing down from all directions. "After thousands of years, you are still alive. Who are you?" Jiang Chen was very curious. Jian Chen was the only living person he had seen in the tomb of the Emperor of the Cosmos. Therefore, Jiang Chen had a lot of things he wanted to ask and get to the bottom of. "I am not a human," Jian Chen said. Jiang Chen was stunned. "Are you kidding me? You are not a human. Then what are you?" "I am the sword essence left by the Great Emperor. I am named Jian Chen. I am just a sword essence, the sword essence of the Great Emperor." Jian Chen's voice was very calm. At this time, he slowly pulled out the scabbard and pointed the sword at Jiang Chen. A soaring momentum suffocated Jiang Chen. Not a human. Just a sword essence. But it was not an ordinary sword essence. It was the sword essence of the Emperor of the Cosmos. As long as he could break through this sword intent, he would be able to reach the great sovereign's palace. Jiang Chen still felt that the sword intent was not as simple as it seemed. It was a very shocking and distressing thing for Jiang Chen to be able to form a sword intent and survive for thousands of years. But he had no way out. He could only fight. The sword essence of a great emperor. Looks like I'll have to treat it well this time. Jiang Chen's eyes were burning with passion, his lips curled into a smile. Right now, his strength had reached the fifth sky of the star realm. He was worried that he didn't have anyone to fight. He wanted to test how strong he was. During the battle with Yang Guolao previously, Jiang Chen had not had enough. Unfortunately, Yang Guolao had been sent into the Fang Luanhai and died without a burial. This time, Jiang Chen was fortunate enough to experience the sword essence of Emperor of the Cosmos, so he was very shocked. He was pleasantly surprised, but he didn't know if he would still be lucky enough to enter if he lost. Even death would only be a matter of a thought. There was no doubt about the strength of the Emperor of the Cosmos. The sword essence that he left behind was definitely terrifying. Whether they could rise to the top and achieve the final success depended on the Sky Dragon sword in his hand. "It's up to you." Jiang Chen took out the Sky Dragon sword and slowly stroked the blade. The Sky Dragon sword also emitted waves of sword humming, as if it had a resonance with Jiang Chen. In this battle against Jian Chen, Jiang Chen's fighting spirit was high. The sword essence of Emperor of the Cosmos was definitely unparalleled. He might be able to comprehend the Tao from it. If it was someone else, they would definitely think of their own life and death. But for Jiang Chen, he was also a person who loved the sword as much as his life. Perhaps the same was true for the Emperor of the Cosmos. Killed, Jiang Chen raised his sword. His sword moved like a dragon and the wind and clouds surged. His limitless sword had never met an opponent. When he first entered the tomb of the Great Emperor, he saw the sword essence on the stone wall. For Jiang Chen, it was a great improvement. This time, whether the limitless sword could make a breakthrough or not depended on this move. When Jian Chen saw Jiang Chen move, he also moved. His figure was like a sword, sharp as a sword. When he drew his sword, the light flashed. It was so bright that Jiang Chen couldn't open his eyes. What a strong sword! Jiang Chen took a deep breath in his heart. His face was extremely dignified. In the battle between experts, every move carried the momentum of a king. This was the sword essence of the Emperor of the Cosmos. That sword was the one that made the Sky Dragon sword excited. It was the first sword that Jian Chen had seen in his life. It was not inferior to the Sky Dragon sword. Jian Chen was surging and slashing. It leaped between the heavens and the earth. Wherever the sword essence passed, it seemed to be very light, but in fact, it was very powerful. This kind of sword essence gave Jiang Chen a great shock. He knew that he could never reach such a level. Even if it was the limitless sword, unparalleled in the world, Jiang Chen's sword still had endless changes. This was the biggest characteristic of the limitless sword. However, Jian Chen was different. Every step he took was calm and every strike of his sword was natural. Jiang Chen knew that he couldn't do the same leisurely strolling in the courtyard. The sword essence was the sword essence, and Jian Chen was the sword essence itself. So when the sword fell, it was integrated and there was no stagnation at all. Jiang Chen was very clear how powerful Jian Chen's power was. Both of them had completely different styles. Jian Chen pursued a simple and unpretentious aura, calmly cutting through the universe. On the other hand, Jiang Chen pursued a myriad of things. There was nothing that couldn't be broken. He acted according to his nature and his blade was born. However, Jiang Chen knew that the limitless sword had no limits. He knew this better than anyone else in the sword Tao he cultivated. Even when he entered the tomb of the great sovereign and obtained the sword scar inheritance, Jiang Chen did not completely integrate the sword scar. Instead, he blended the sword scar and comprehended the true essence of the 30 sword. The peak of the limitless sword was the transformation of the 30 swords. 28 swords. 29 swords. 30 swords. The 3 swords overlapped, and the heavy sword essence sealed the void. Jian Chen ignored everything. The Overlord sword was in the sky, sweeping the universe. One sword out, thousands of swords moved. The intent moved 3,000 feet, the wind swept the heaven and earth, the sword rose and shocked the clouds, and the arrogance between the eyebrows. The power of the 30th sword wasn't weak, but Jian Chen was able to break it easily. At this moment, Jiang Chen's mind was in turmoil. Wasn't this too terrifying? He actually broke the 30 swords, which made Jiang Chen's confidence plummet. The 30 swords was the end of the limitless sword, at least for now. This made Jiang Chen feel a little disappointed. The 30 swords that he was proud of was broken just like that. This was not scientific. This was impossible. Although his heart was full of shock, Jiang Chen was still very rational. This battle was far from ending so quickly. Jian Chen's sword momentum also took the opportunity to change again, or in other words, from the beginning to the end, he did not stop. Although there was not much difference, that kind of smooth and delicate skill did not seem to be the power of the sword essence at all. Jiang Chen was full of shock and dumbfounded. The 30 swords was broken in such a casual way. This made Jiang Chen speechless. His own efforts were not worth mentioning. Everything that Jiang Chen had, the fusion of the heavenly dragon sword and the limitless sword, was it really so vulnerable? What sword technique is this? Jiang Chen could not help but blurt out. The sword of no beginning, the method of no beginning. Chapter 50:19. Jiang Chen's eyes were blazing because Jian Chen's swordsmanship had brought him to another world. It was a strange and dazzling world. The swordsmanship traversed the void and crisscrossed. In Jiang Chen's eyes, there was only the no-beginning swordsmanship that had defeated him. Jiang Chen had never imagined that the sword essence of the no-beginning swordsmanship was completely different from his own. In his opinion, all the swordsmanship in the world had the same goal. His limitless sword had opened up an unprecedented path. However, the no-beginning swordsmanship shocked him greatly. The no-beginning swordsmanship was also the same path as the limitless sword. It was self-contained, but it was not really the same. The two swordsmanship were not in the same boat as the secular world and had their own domineering sword chi. Jiang Qin could feel the power of the limitless sword technique. The sword intent of the limitless sword technique was left behind by the great emperor of Star River. There was no doubt that it was powerful. The integration of the sword technique was far from as simple as he had imagined. Jian Chen was the peak sword of the emperor of the cosmos. However, the current Jiang Qin was far from the peak of the limitless sword. The gap between the two was obvious. Jiang Chen was deeply moved by the no-beginning swordsmanship. He had also comprehended a lot of sword essence from it. The reason why the no-beginning swordsmanship could be so powerful was that it had abandoned many useless moves. No move was better than having a move. The beginning and the end of the no-beginning were completed in an instant. Therefore, this sword essence had been passed down for thousands of years. Jiang Chen was extremely excited and his heart was filled with the desire to fight. He had comprehended the profound meaning of the no-beginning swordsmanship. If he integrated it with his limitless sword, he would definitely be able to reach a higher level and shine brightly. The sword essence of the no-beginning swordsmanship was the peak, which was above all other swordsmanship. There was no beginning and no end. This was the essence of the no-beginning swordsmanship. The sword of no beginning emphasized on having no beginning, no end, no rest, and no end. The sword of no boundary was different, but it also emphasized on having no end. When the two were added together, it was no longer as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. However, this sword intent carried too much tyranny. Jiang Qin couldn't swallow it at all. Comprehension was one thing, but the terror of this sword intent was self-evident. If he wanted to devour this sword intent, Jiang Chen's strength was far from enough. From Jiang Chen's point of view, this sword intent was the most perfect sword intent in his mind. It was the pinnacle sword left behind by the Emperor of the Cosmos. It was a real treasure, at least for him. If it were someone else, they might not be able to understand how terrifying the real sword intent was. However, Jian Chen's attack didn't stop. He continued to charge forward, destroying everything in his path without stopping. Jiang Chen and Jian Chen's attacks were unable to take him down for a long time. Fortunately, his limitless sword was getting stronger and stronger. It had integrated a little of the endless sword essence. Finally, the limitless sword had another breakthrough. The 31st blade. Jiang Chen's eyes were shining brightly. The strength of the limitless sword and Jian Chen's limitless sword technique overlapped each other continuously. Jiang Chen finally understood how powerful Great Sovereign Starry River was. Jiang Chen's limitless sword technique was extremely terrifying. The 31st blade was indeed powerful. However, no matter how hard Jiang Chen tried, he couldn't do anything to Jian Chen. This was because this was a sword intent. It was invisible and intangible. It couldn't be erased or killed. This was the most fatal thing. The battle between the 31st blade and Jian Chen was dazzling. However, in the end, they couldn't do anything to each other. Suddenly, Jiang Chen's mind raced. Since he couldn't destroy it, he would have to see if he could suppress it. If he could suppress this sword intent and integrate it bit by bit, then it would benefit Jiang Chen a lot. His limitless sword would also improve by leaps and bounds. Buddha Prison Palace, it's all up to you now. Jiang Chen was extremely solemn. He took out the Buddha Prison Palace and flew across the sky. Suppress it for me. Jiang Chen's roar was like thunder. The Buddha Prison Palace flew into the sky and landed on Jian Chen's head. Jian Chen kept struggling, but he couldn't escape. It's done. Jiang Chen was ecstatic. It seemed that the Buddha Prison Palace was really a big treasure. It could even suppress the Emperor of the Cosmos' sword intent. It was really shocking. With Jiang Chen's continuous suppression, Jian Chen finally lost his ability to resist and was suppressed in the Buddha Prison Palace. At this time, he completely became a sword intent without a sword edge. Perfect. Jiang Qin said in a low voice. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile as if he was relieved of a burden. The sword Qin returned to its tranquil state, floating in Buddha prison palace. Jiang Qin was in high spirits. Once he had completely digested the 31st sword, he would fuse with it. At that time, the limitless sword would improve rapidly. Emperor of the Cosmos, now I should be qualified enough to receive your inheritance. Jiang Qin said faintly. He walked past the screen and came to the last hall. The white jade mansion was very elegant. The last hall didn't have any gorgeous decorations. There was only one person in a green robe with white hair and a golden body. He stood with his hands clasped. The figure was ordinary, but it was broad and vigorous like the rivers and seas. The majestic posture made Jiang Qin fascinated. Emperor of the Cosmos. Jiang Qin frowned. The figure in green and gold slowly turned around and looked at Jiang Qin. It was domineering and cold, but it was irresistible. You're finally here. Emperor of the Cosmos said slowly and looked at Jiang Qin. You knew I was coming. Jiang Qin was shocked. More or less. More than 7,000 years ago, I sensed your existence and predicted the changes in the world. I knew you would definitely come. The eyes of the Emperor of Cosmos weren't radiating with light, nor were they filled with arrogance. Instead, they were extremely calm and gentle, like a benevolent elder chatting with a junior, unruffled and in high spirits. 7,000 years ago, he predicted that I would definitely come. Jiang Qin sucked in a breath of cold air. The great Emperor of Cosmos was indeed the great Emperor of Cosmos, a figure that stood at the peak of the eternal world. 7,000 years ago, I shouldn't have entered the eternal world, right? At that time, how did Emperor of the Cosmos predict it? However, none of that mattered anymore, because the Cosmos Emperor was able to discover his existence and deduce the process of his appearance. To him, this was an unimaginable feat. The eternal world never lacked powerhouses. Even Luo Yunyang had encountered countless powerhouses along the way. A fifth-level star state could at most dominate the heaven awakening star system. Once he left this place, who knew how many stronger powerhouses were waiting for him to catch up to? If you have any doubts, feel free to ask. I'll answer them for you. Emperor of the Cosmos smiled. Jiang Qin raised his brows in delight. Chapter 50-20. In Jiang Qin's heart, there was only a longing for his son. Although the great emperor's inheritance was full of temptations, Jiang Qin still put his son first. If Feng hadn't left the divine world, then Jiang Qin wouldn't have left the divine world with his big brother and second brother and rushed into the eternal world. This was the real world of high martial arts, even above the divine world. However, all of this was not as important as his son. Therefore, when the Emperor of the Cosmos asked about Jiang Qin, the first thing that came to his mind was Feng, not the great Emperor's inheritance. You are indeed a man of affection and righteousness, and you are also a good father. Jiang Feng has indeed been here, but he has already left. My place of inheritance is my destiny. Even I can't change it. Everything in the world goes through reincarnation. Even as the great Emperor of the 9 realms, I can't see everything in the world. Therefore, even if I divined that you would appear in my place of inheritance and obtain my inheritance, Jiang Feng is indeed a special existence. His comprehension is extremely high, something that I have never seen in my life. Even you can't catch up to him. However, because of this, he has jumped out of my deduction layout. Even I can't see his future. The words of the Emperor of the Cosmos made Jiang Qin very excited. It seemed that Feng was still alive and had come here. No wonder he had received a warning from Feng The news that Feng was still alive was really exciting for Jiang Qin. May I ask, Great Emperor, where is my son, Feng now? Jiang Chen looked at the Emperor of the Cosmos and asked in a deep voice. The Emperor of the Cosmos shook his head. I imparted 30% of my legacy to him out of my love for talent. It's hard to describe with words. He shouldn't have appeared here, but he did. That's why I gave him some good fortune. Even if he enters the eternal world, he should be able to protect himself. Jiang Chen was a little disappointed. However, 30% of the Emperor of the Cosmos's inheritance was unimaginable for anyone. This showed how much the Emperor of the Cosmos loved his son. His love for talent was indescribable. This was the greatest praise for Jiang Feng. This was also what made Jiang Chen most gratified. Thank you, great Emperor. Jiang Chen cupped his hands and bowed, his eyes filled with devotion and reverence. Although the Emperor of the Cosmos only had 30% of the inheritance, it was probably enough for many people to enjoy for a lifetime. I'm fated with you, but I'm also fated with your son. It can be considered a stroke of luck, ha ha ha. Since it has come to this, you are my successor. Everything I have in my life will be passed on to you. Jiang Chen has learned a lot. I will not bring shame to the name of the great emperor. Jiang Chen said in a low voice. He had learned from the Emperor of the Cosmos that as long as Feng was fine, everything would be fine. He would also have one less worry. I deduced you for 3,000 years. I believe you will not bring shame to me. The Emperor of the Cosmos nodded slightly. You have already obtained the endless sword essence. As for how far you can refine it, it will depend on your own fortune. You have also obtained the star core. I really didn't expect someone to be able to refine such an existence. It should be that guy, Long Futu. The Emperor of the Cosmos smiled. Jiang Chen nodded slightly. Your fortune is truly not small. Although Long Futu hasn't reached my level, his astral tyrannical body is famous throughout the eternal world. He can be said to be invincible. His existence is also an anomaly. What a pity, sigh, countless experts have already fallen. My inheritance is that Cinnamomum Kasha. Cinnamomum Kasha contains my life's worth of wisdom. Its mental energy is incomparably powerful. Your innate astral soul has just broken out of the ground and can only be considered a child. As for Cinnamomum Kasha, it can allow your mental energy to unceasingly improve, allowing you to transcend your limits. This Cinnamomum Kasha is something I found at the beginning of the primal chaos. It's a true origin tree that has existed for tens of thousands of years, undying and indestructible. It has its own mental energy, but it doesn't have its own consciousness. It's an extremely important existence in your cultivation of your innate astral soul. Innate astral souls are divided into a total of 9 stars. Only when you have a 9-star astral soul can you become an existence like me. Your inheritance, your improvement, it's still a long way to go. This is the divine will art. It's the work of my life. With a thought, I can go to heaven, with a thought, I can go to hell, with a thought, I can go to reincarnation, with a thought, I can go to eternal life. With a thought, I can go to the beginning and end. The Emperor of the Cosmos waved his hand, and the divine will art appeared in Jiang Chen's mind. It was as vast as the sea, broad and profound. With a thought, I can go to the beginning and end. Although the soul-seizing divine art was also very powerful, it couldn't be compared to the divine will art. This was the true treasure. With a thought, the mountains and rivers would shatter. With a thought, I can go to the beginning and end. What an overbearing divine will art. What powerful mental energy. Jiang Chen's heart was filled with boundless shock. Just the divine will art alone was enough to give him endless benefits. Moreover, the mystical power of Cinnamomum Kasha made Jiang Chen's heart tremble. It was unimaginable that it was a primal chaos treasure. Do you know why I'm called the Emperor of the Cosmos? It's because of my peerless technique, the star-picking hand. the Emperor of the Cosmos said confidently. Star-picking hand. Jiang Chen looked at the Emperor of the Cosmos in puzzlement. The star-picking hand is something I comprehended after comprehending the Tao for 9,000 years in the galaxy. The origin of Genesis Chi is transformed into the star-picking hand, which leads to the peak of the galaxy. With the power of the stars, a divine seal descends from the sky. With one hand, one can grasp the blue sky and pluck the stars. The biggest characteristic of the star-picking hand is that it fuses the power of the stars with source power. The palm of source power holds the light of the stars, stirring the myriad changes of the galaxy, and becomes the star-picking hand. After the Emperor of the Cosmos finished speaking, he transmitted his star-picking hand into Jiang Chen's mind. At that moment, the Emperor of the Cosmos grabbed at the blue sky, and the azure palm continued to grow larger and larger. Eventually, it shrank from the galaxy and returned to the front of the Emperor of the Cosmos. The majestic star-picking hand could crush everything, making Jiang Chen click his tongue in admiration. The terrifying star-seizing palm was even more frightening than divine weapons. That was because the power of the star-seizing palm was tempered within the resplendent Milky Way. The might of the star-seizing palm was boundless and unfathomable. Jiang Chen was fascinated by the Emperor of the Cosmos's star-picking hand. It was no wonder that he was called the Emperor of the Cosmos. The star-picking hand was the most terrifying power Jiang Chen had ever seen, and it could overcome all difficulties and dangers. This is the star-picking hand. If you practice it well, you will master it in 3 to 5 months. The power of the star-picking hand is too great, and I'm afraid it will be difficult for you to master it, so you must be careful. Don't use it carelessly. A gentleman's wealth is his own ruin. Many almighty experts know about my star-picking hand. In order to prevent others from coveting you, you must hide it well. The Emperor of the Cosmos said earnestly. However, at that moment, Jiang Chen grasped at the blue sky, and the same star-picking hand appeared in front of the Emperor of the Cosmos. The Emperor of the Cosmos was completely dumbfounded. Is that so? Those who were too greedy would not be pitied even if they died. Jiang Chen was able to reach the last step. For him, it was also because of the courage that Feng gave him. Otherwise, Jiang Chen really didn't know whether he would have fallen halfway. Feng wait for your father. It won't take long for me to find you. I definitely will. Jiang Chen's eyes were solemn. He turned around and raised his hand. Cinnamomum cassia fell into his hand and became the size of a palm. This scene was witnessed by Luo Ying and Qi Yeyu on the other side of the river. Such a big cinnamomum cassia was in Jiang Chen's pocket. It seemed that he had now obtained the inheritance of the Emperor of the Cosmos. Jiang Chen stood in front of the white jade mansion. His eyes were sharp. He flew up and stepped on the sky ascending ladder, flying towards Luo Ying and Qi Yeyu. Chapter 50-22. Big Brother Jiang. Luo Ying was elated when she saw Jiang Chen. She had been silently waiting for his triumphant return for a long time because she firmly believed that Jiang Chen would definitely return. How was it, Brother Jiang? Qi Yeyu also looked at Jiang Chen expectantly. Although he hadn't obtained the inheritance of the great emperor, he couldn't deny that Jiang Chen was much more outstanding than him. Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. Jiang Chen's faint smile represented everything. Qi Yeyu couldn't help but give Jiang Chen a thumbs up. Good. Good, good, good. Sure enough, heroes come from the young. The new generation will replace the old. Ha 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 ha. Qi Yeyu was relieved. He was happy for Jiang Chen. After all, the inheritance of the great emperor hadn't fallen into the hands of evil people. Otherwise, there would have been a reign of terror in the Heaven Awakening Star region. As the ruler of the Heaven Awakening Star region, Chi Yeyu's greatest gratification was that the Heaven Awakening Star region was safe and sound. This was the happiest thing for him. After he had been defeated by Xiao Yuan, the entire Heaven Awakening Star region had fallen into a state of unrest. Now was the time to go back and take a look. Then let's hurry up and go. Luoying looked at Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin nodded slightly and the three of them quickly left the tomb of the great emperor. After the three of them left, a frightening whirlpool appeared in the middle of the water curtain mountain and a large amount of water poured into the tomb of the great emperor. The three of them looked at each other and nodded. Then, they quickly left the water curtain mountain and headed straight for the Heaven Awakening Galaxy City. Heaven Awakening Galaxy City Lord's mansion. Now that the City Lord hasn't returned for a long time, the country can't be without a ruler. Young Master, please temporarily take over the position of City Lord. Yunling Fei will definitely protect you. No one will come to cause trouble. Yunling Fei's eyes were solemn as he spoke solemnly. Although he was the strongest in the Heaven Awakening Galaxy City, he didn't want to take advantage of this opportunity to rebel. He knew that he was a talented general, not a talented commander. Moreover, he didn't want to deal with so many affairs every day. Being the commander of the Horsemen of the Apocalypse was his biggest goal. What was bad about that? Yunling Fei viewed the Horsemen of the Apocalypse as his own, and he was filled with affection for the Heaven Awakened Star Field. He didn't want the Heaven Awakened Star Field to become worse and worse without a leader. Many people were eyeing the position of the Heaven Awakened Star Field's overlord. Now was the best time for Chi Mohan to take over. Chi Mohan shook his head with a gloomy expression. My father hasn't returned yet, so I can't become the City Lord. As long as my father is here, I will be here. I will live and die with my father and the apocalyptic galaxy city. Chi Mo Han said solemnly. In the past few days, the Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City had become more and more restless. Many people were ready to take action. The experts from the other stars had also gathered here. It was very likely that they would rebel at this time. If Chi Mohan ascended to the throne at this time, it would undoubtedly mean that the City Lord of the Heaven Awakening Milky Way City wouldn't be able to return. Regardless of whether it was true or not, there would be people taking advantage of the situation. At that time, they would no longer be able to control the situation. Even if they had Yunling Fei, the commander of the Heavenly Awakening Knights, he might not be able to stop those thieves. After all, many experts were gathered in the Heavenly Awakening Milky Way City. Who knew how many people were eyeing the #1 position in the Heavenly Awakening Star Field? But the situation right now is getting more and more chaotic. Someone has to come out and uphold justice. Yunling Fei frowned. If I become the City Lord at this time, what will the others think? I'm far from my father's prestige. At this time, many people will definitely think that I'm not fit to be the City Lord. At that time, it will give them an opportunity to take advantage of me. As long as my father hasn't returned, they will always be afraid of taking action. So we can only bide our time. If we make a move, we will lose. Chi Mohan's face was solemn. Yunling Fei pondered for a moment. Like father, like son. Although the City Lord's eldest son wasn't as strong as him, his mind was much clearer than Yunling Fei's. This was something that Yunling Fei couldn't compare to. The current situation was indeed very chaotic. There could be a riot at any time. If it wasn't controlled well, it would cause the entire Heavenly Awakening Star Field to fall into chaos. At that time, even the Heavenly Awakening Knights would be left in the dust. If that was the case, their idea might be good, but it might very well backfire. Yunling Fei indeed didn't realize this point. Then what should we do now? There are many stellar-level experts outside of the Heavenly Awakening Star Field. They are already thinking of rebelling. The Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City is more difficult to control than we thought. There could be a riot at any time. It has already been more than 2 months since the City Lord left. AI. Yun Lingfei frowned. There was no doubt that he was worried. Chi Mohan was also very clear that if it wasn't for the deterrence of the Heavenly Awakening Knights and Yun Lingfei's presence, the Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City would have been in complete chaos. Biding their time now was the best opportunity. Once this balance was broken, they might never be able to get back what they had lost. Yun Lingfei could only choose to remain silent. At this time, Chi Mohan's words were clearly more reasonable. Although he was now the ruler of the entire Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City, he was still indebted to the old city lord. Yun Lingfei definitely wouldn't choose to rebel. I wonder how father is now, Chi Mohan muttered. So much time had passed. His sister had also vanished into thin air. His father still hadn't returned. Could it be that this trip to the great emperor's tomb had ended just like that? His father's voice was still ringing in his ears. Chi Mohan couldn't believe it. Father actually died. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He had to wait for his father to return. He had already lost a sister. He definitely couldn't lose his father as well. His mother was heartbroken every day. He was even more anxious. The turbulent Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City was the biggest worry in his heart right now. The old city lord will definitely be fine. His strength is outstanding. Others can't compare to him. Yun Lingfei said in a deep voice. Although that was the case, he was just hoping that the old city lord would return soon. Only under his leadership, the Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City would become better and more prosperous. I hope so. Chi Mohan's heart was filled with grief. His eyes were burning with passion as he looked at the sky. Father! You must come back. Not good. Not good. The soldiers of the Heavenly Awakening Knights knelt on one knee and said with a gloomy expression. Hurry up and report. Yun Lingfei said. There's a large-scale riot in the city. The various overlords from the Heavenly Awakening Starfield have started to cause trouble. They're all star-level powerhouses. No one can stop them. Even the Heavenly Awakening Knights are nothing in their eyes. Chapter 50-23. Yun Lingfei and Chi Mohan glanced at each other. They had been worried about this matter. Yun Lingfei wouldn't rebel, but that didn't mean that the others wouldn't. They had long been waiting for any changes in the Heaven Awakening Starfield. They would attack together and take over the Heaven Awakening Starfield. A soldier who didn't want to be a general wasn't a good soldier. Many powerhouses were overlords on their own stars, but they were restricted by the Heaven Awakening Starfield. Therefore, they wanted to soar into the sky and break free from their shackles. This was also the opportunity that many people had been waiting for. Today, they finally couldn't hold it in any longer. These guys finally couldn't hold it in. Yun Lingfei gritted his teeth. Commander Yun, I'm counting on you. I'll fight with you. Chi Yayu said in a deep voice. All right. The two of them left the city lord's mansion together. This battle was imperative, so they had no choice but to suppress it. However, Yun Lingfei wasn't confident. After all, there were too many powerhouses gathered in the Heaven Awakening Starfield. He couldn't guarantee that he could sweep everything. There were 108 realms in the Heaven Awakening Starfield, and there was no lack of 4th and 5th firmament star-level powerhouses. There were also many 2nd and 3rd firmament star-level powerhouses. Therefore, the Horsemen of the Apocalypse would have to face the entire Heaven Awakening Starfield this time. It was impossible to suppress everyone. Yun Lingfei and Chi Mohan were already prepared for this chaos. However, when it really came, they still felt a lot of pressure. Yun Lingfei rushed out of the city lord's mansion and shouted loudly, shocking half of the Heavenly Awakening Milky Way City. However, this battle wasn't something that he could stop alone. It was inevitable that there would be a bloodbath. Where are the Horsemen of the Apocalypse? Fight with me. Yun Lingfei took the lead and rushed into the chaos. Several fourth firmament star-level powerhouses lined up on both sides. Countless people were panicking as they watched this scene. Nothing like this had ever happened in the heaven-awakening Milky Way city in the past million years. A family can't go a day without a master, and a country can't go a day without a ruler. It seems that we're going to encounter a war this time. Yes, I hope these powerhouses don't implicate the innocent. Let's stay away. Isn't that right? It's better to watch a poop than to watch a fight. A fire at the city gate will bring disaster to the fish in the moat, and we will suffer. Why isn't the old city lord back yet? These people from the other astral realms are all fighting at our doorstep. I don't think even Commander Yun Lingfei can stop them. Yeah, they're all star level 4 or 5. This battle will definitely be earth-shattering. Countless people were watching. They were all very worried about this battle. In times of peace, when had they ever seen such a huge battle? However, if they didn't do this, the heaven enlightening starfield would become even more chaotic. Everyone would have their own way of doing things, and once the order of the heaven enlightening starfield was thrown into chaos, it would be an unimaginable disaster. It was hard to say how many years later, it would always be in the midst of the flames of war, the people unable to make a living. War had never been something the people liked. They only wanted to live and work in peace. Didn't the people of the heaven enlightening Milky Way city all fight to enter the Milky Way city just for this peace? However, not even in their wildest dreams could they imagine that the heaven enlightening starfield would change so much that no one would be able to stay out of it. The heaven enlightening Milky Way city, which used to be the safest place, would actually become a battlefield. This was the most terrifying thing. Yun Lingfei, don't fail to appreciate our kindness. Now that the city lord's mansion is empty, we've risen up to choose a true city lord. Don't think too highly of yourself. With your strength, it's impossible for you to stop all of us. Ha ha ha. I have to say that the top warrior of the heaven enlightening starfield, Yun Lingfei, is indeed unparalleled. However, our strength can't be underestimated. You're alone, and you can't fight 4 hands with 2 fists. How are you going to fight us? Yun Lingfei, as long as you choose to be neutral, we definitely won't make things difficult for you. You'll still be the leader of the heaven enlightening knights, and you'll still be above everyone else. That's right. This time, we're only choosing a true powerhouse to lead us. A country can't be without a ruler. Right now, the heaven enlightening starfield is in urgent need of a ruler. We're also duty-bound. That's right, Yun Lingfei. Don't be so shameless. Get out of the way. We'll kill our way into the city lord's mansion and kill that useless young master. Then, we'll decide who gets to sit in this deal. A dozen figures stood in the void, all of them at the 4th or 5th firmament of the star realm. They were all staring at Yun Lingfei, and the atmosphere was tense. Chi Mo-hun clenched his fists tightly. Chi Mo-hun tightly clenched his fist. His complexion was ashen. He hated himself for not being strong enough to reverse the situation. Although he had broken through continuously, he was only at the 3rd sky of the star realm. He wasn't strong enough to lead this group of heroes. He couldn't even defeat one of them. This was a great humiliation to him. The others had already come knocking on his door, yet he still didn't dare show his face. Now, he could only let Yun Lingfei face all of them alone. For the first time, Chi Mo-hun felt how important it was for a person to be strong. In this world, no one would pity you. Only by being strong enough could you gain the respect of more people. Otherwise, you would just be a clown. Chi Mo-hun took a step forward, but he was stopped by Yun Lingfei. At this time, he definitely couldn't let the young master take the risk. They were still waiting for the return of the old city lord. Right now, Yun Lingfei had to fight 10 people alone and face the siege of these powerhouses. However, Yunling Fei didn't have any regrets. He had to use his reputation to protect this peaceful city. The last dignity of the heavenly awakening starfield couldn't be thrown away. Young master, step back. Leave the rest to me. As the guardian of the heavenly awakening starfield, Yunling Fei is duty-bound. Yunling Fei said solemnly, even though he knew that this was a path of no return. With so many strong warriors, no matter how strong he was, he had no confidence that he could win. These weren't early-stage star-level warriors. The difference in strength between them wasn't that big. Chapter 50-24. I gave you face, but you don't want it. Today, let us experience just how powerful the top warrior of the Horsemen of the Apocalypse, Yunling Fei, is. Ha ha ha. Let's fight then. I think this battle will be a hearty one. Fight! Fight, fight, fight! A deafening roar rang out between the two sides. A life and death battle was imminent. Yunling Fei led the Horsemen of the Apocalypse and began to fight with their lives on the line. This was their mission and the meaning of their existence. They would protect the Apocalypse Galaxy City and never retreat. The cruelty of war was something no one was willing to mention, but it was unavoidable. Yunling Fei had been waiting for a long time because he had already predicted that this day would come. As long as the old city lord didn't return, they would inevitably have to fight. No one was willing to be under someone else for a long time. This was their chance. For the people of the 108 realms of the Apocalypse star field, there was no right or wrong. They wanted to rise up, and that wasn't wrong. Who didn't want to be the overlord of the Apocalypse star field? This was their only chance. If they missed it, they would lose it for the rest of their lives. Therefore, even though many people knew that their chances of survival were slim, they still wanted to fight. They might not be the strongest, but they would definitely be able to take advantage of the chaos to win. When that time came, no one knew who would become the overlord of the Apocalypse star field. Everyone had a chance. With so many experts gathered in the center, the chaos on the battlefield in Heaven Awakening Galaxy City had long been brewing. When Xiao Yuan had taken over the city and obtained the city lord's throne, they had been tempted. Now that the city lord hadn't returned for a long time, many people thought that the city lord was dead. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Whoever could stand at the top of the Apocalypse star field would be the overlord. Who wouldn't want to have this status and this honor? The battle was extremely bitter. Countless experts of the Apocalypse cavalry had fallen, and even Yunling Fei had fallen into an extremely difficult situation. Fighting 1 against 10, 5 4th-level star realm experts and 5 5th-level star realm experts. Although Yunling Fei had never been defeated in 100 battles, facing so many world overlords, he was helpless as well. He could only try his best to deal with them. In fact, he had always been in a very passive situation. After all, the other party's strength was there for all to see, and there were so many of them. When these people joined hands, even if the old city lord wanted to suppress them, he would need some time, let alone himself. Although Yunling Fei was very arrogant and domineering, he wasn't stupid. Such a strong force was indeed enough to make countless people's souls leave their bodies. Morale was very important. Now that Yunling Fei had fallen into a passive position, the Horsemen of the Apocalypse were having a harder and harder time. One by one, the Horsemen of the Apocalypse fell. This was a kind of pressure on Yunling Fei, and his heart was bleeding. Each member of the Horsemen of the Apocalypse was a 1-in-a-million genius. Each person that fell meant that the protectors of the Apocalypse star system were continuously decreasing. Qi Mohan also joined the battle. However, as soon as he made a move, he was surrounded by a group of 3rd-level star realm experts. Qi Mohan wasn't Yunling Fei. Moreover, the current situation was very disadvantageous to them. At this time, they could only take one step at a time. Qi Mohan was the target of the Knights of the Apocalypse's protection, and he was the son of the old city lord. Naturally, he attracted everyone's attention. They only had one goal. If Chi Mohan became a fool, the city lord's mansion would no longer be legitimate. At that time, they would be able to reap the benefits. This was also what many world overlords had already expected. They only had one goal when they attacked the city lord's mansion, and that was to kill Chi Mohan. Be careful. Eldest young master. Yunling Fei cried out in alarm. His facial expression changed drastically. More than 10 third heavenly layer star realm experts had completely suppressed Chi Mohan. They had forced Chi Mohan into a hopeless situation. This kind of desperate situation made Yunling Fei's heart tremble. Chi Mohan had already suffered heavy injuries. There were more than 10 cuts on his body. However, as the son of the city lord of the apocalypse Milky Way City, Chi Mohan had no regrets. He had to stand at the forefront with the soldiers who were fighting with their lives on the line. This was his dignity, and even more so, his glory. He would die 9 times without regrets. Chi Mohan's mouth was brimming with a smile. Although he knew that he would definitely die today, he still had no regrets. Because at this time, he was the brightest light in the apocalypse starfield. Father, I didn't let you down. Chi Mohan muttered as he looked at the sky, blood spurting out of the corner of his mouth. Chi Mohan seemed to have already seen his sister's figure. He seemed to have sensed her existence. Luoying, big brother is useless. I couldn't protect the last territory of the city lord's mansion. I don't have the face to see you. Chi Mohan's heart was conflicted. He was heartbroken, but he had no more strength to fight. More than 10 third-level star realm experts had surrounded him. His injuries were getting more and more serious. Chi Mohan's blood flowed all the way, and his essence, energy, and spirit were getting weaker and weaker. Yunling Fei's battle intent soared to the sky, but he couldn't break out of the encirclement of these 10 people. These 10 people had firmly locked onto him, making it difficult for him to move. If this went on, he would be exhausted to death. Yunling Fei wasn't afraid of death, but he was afraid of death. He would let down the entire apocalypse Milky Way City. He was the protector of the apocalypse starfield. It was his duty to protect the apocalypse starfield. The apocalypse starfield couldn't fall into chaos. Yunling Fei clenched his teeth and persevered. However, the eldest young master couldn't hold on any longer. Chi Mohan's face was extremely pale. He was forced back again and again, and his injuries were getting more and more serious. It was as if the Grim Reaper was already in front of him, waiting to reap his soul. Sister, I'm here. I see you. Chi Mohan murmured, a smile on his face. However, in the next second, a cold light flashed, and more than 10 third-level star realm experts all fell to the ground, dead. A single slash across their throats. Chi Mohan couldn't believe his sister's figure was standing in front of him. This. Luoying, is that really you? Am I already dead? Chi Mohan couldn't believe it. Sorry, brother, I came back late. Chi Mohan looked at his brother, who was covered in wounds and had a weak aura. His heart was conflicted and filled with sorrow. I'm not dead. Father is not dead either. All of them have to die. Luoying put her brother down and looked at the people behind her, who were ready to make a move, but were also afraid. She was so scared that her soul almost left her body. More than 10 third-level star realm experts had been killed with a single slash. How strong was that? Chapter 50-25. Get out of my way. Yunling Fei shouted angrily. However, he was still unable to withstand the attacks of these people. More than 10 people attacked one after another. Their thunderous momentum overwhelmed him. As he retreated, his injuries became more and more serious. However, the first miss had returned at this time. Would the city lord come as well? While Yun Lingfei was pleasantly surprised, he was heavily injured by more than 10 people. His expression was extremely ugly. If he continued to fight, he would be finished. These people killed people like flies. They would not give him any chance. As long as he was killed, they would achieve their goal. Die! Yun Lingfei! Kill, kill, kill! Many realm lords flew up. They were determined to kill Yun Lingfei. However, at this time, a cold light flashed and saved Yun Lingfei. Yun Lingfei was slightly surprised. What a powerful technique! Jiang Chen slowly landed in the middle of Yun Lingfei and the many realm lords. He looked at everyone with cold disdain. Jiang Chen. It's you. Yun Lingfei was a little surprised. He did not expect Jiang Chen to return. Do you think you can stop us with just you? In your dreams. That's right. Your strength is indeed not bad. However, you are a little too naive to fight 1 against 10. He. Why are you still wasting time with him? Kill him first. Don't delay. Everyone looked at each other and rushed towards Jiang Chen. Without any hesitation, they attacked. Since Jiang Chen was blocking in front of Yun Lingfei, it would not be too late to kill Yun Lingfei after killing him. Be careful. Get out of the way. You are no match for them. Yun Lingfei shouted. He was afraid that Jiang Chen would die under their blades. After all, Jiang Chen's strength was similar to his. Yun Lingfei thought that Jiang Chen was definitely not as good as him. This was very frightening for Jiang Chen. Without strong combat experience, he would definitely die if he was surrounded by 10 experts. However, before Yun Lingfei's voice fell, Jiang Chen had already rushed over and fought against the 10 experts. A terrifying aura exploded. Yun Lingfei could not help but sigh. Jiang Chen was still too young. He would definitely lose this battle. How could he reverse the situation with his strength? Sigh. Impulsiveness is the devil. Yun Lingfei wanted to help, but it was too late. A sudden clap of thunder exploded in the horizon. Above the void, everyone's expression became solemn, because they could already see Jiang Chen's face filled with despair. He was destined to become a corpse. Only Luoying calmly looked at the scene. In the next second, Yun Lingfei was dumbfounded. He stood there in a daze. The 10 figures were all thrown away. A sword had cut their throats. They had no power to resist at all. Wow! A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. Everyone was stunned. They looked at this scene in disbelief. Wasn't Jiang Chen's method too ruthless? 1 sword. He only used 1 sword. There were no fancy tricks or hesitation. With 1 sword, he beheaded the 10 experts. The dignified realm lord did not have any power to resist. This was the real domineering. Domineering chi, domineering sword. Luoying already knew the fate of the 10 people. With Jiang Chen's attack, they had no chance of survival. However, Yun Lingfei sucked in a breath of cold air. How much power did he need to do this? Suppressing the 10 experts and cutting their throats with 1 sword. This was the most terrifying thing. Even he felt a sense of oppression in front of Jiang Chen. He shuddered. Yun Lingfei smiled bitterly in his heart. He was like a fool. He felt sorry for Jiang Chen. He did not expect that this guy would be finished just like that. 10 people. They were all extremely powerful existences. Moreover, they could become the realm lord. How could their strength be underestimated? Yun Lingfei thought that he was strong enough to fight against the top 10 experts for such a long time. It was already a miracle that he wasn't killed in the end. However, Jiang Chen's strength was almost the same as his. How did he end up like this? This was not scientific. This was not realistic. Hiding his strength. It was absolutely impossible. Before this, when they met, Jiang Chen's strength was not even at the star level. In such a short time, he actually rushed to the fifth sky of the star level. This was a miracle. Yes, it was a miracle. Even a miracle was not enough to describe him. Thinking of this, Yunling Fei's heart calmed down. If it was someone else, he definitely would not believe it. If he did not see it with his own eyes, who would believe it? Isn't this guy too crazy? He killed 10 people with one sword. 10 realm lords. Their strength was at the 4th or 5th sky of the star level. Oh my god. It's really unbelievable. This guy seems to have reached the strength of our city lord. I don't think so. Even leader Yunling Fei was left in the dust. This person's strength is not inferior to the city lords. This time, our Heaven Awakening Galaxy City is finally saved. Everyone was talking about it enthusiastically. Only those who wanted to start a rebellion were filled with panic. Now, they could feel the threat of death. At this time, Jiang Chen was like a huge rock that was pressing down on them, making it hard for them to breathe. It's over. It's over. It's too late. Boss and the others are all dead. What are we going to do? Yeah, isn't this Jiang Chen too terrifying? He's a complete demon. I don't want to die. I really don't want to die. How about we surrender? The top 10 experts were all killed by Jiang Chen. They never thought that it would end like this. Wasn't this a joke? Their most powerful domain lords had all been killed. What else could they do? Even if they managed to turn the situation around, they would be the fishermen who reaped the benefits, while they could only drink a mouthful of fish soup. This was not worth it. It was not worth it to pay with their lives. In other words, they were used as cannon fodder. They originally thought that they could quickly end the battle. They had been living under Yi Shiwen for a long time. If they could benefit from it, it would be the same no matter who was the boss. However, now that these traitors were all killed, they also felt a trace of unease. Death seemed to be approaching them step by step. Jiang Chen. I really didn't misjudge you. Yunling Fei was deeply moved. Even he was not Jiang Chen's opponent now. Such a peerless genius was destined not to stay in a corner. Even the Tianqi galaxy might not be able to trap him. Qi Mohan's face was also solemn. Jiang Chen's strength and Luo Ying's strength had shocked him. It seemed that the Tianqi galaxy could really be saved. Jiang Chen was calm. He looked at Yunling Fei and nodded slightly. The cold arrogance in his eyes made Yunling Fei sigh. In front of Jiang Chen, he was no longer a threat. Chapter 50-26. It's the City Lord. Where? Is it true? Is it City Lord Qi or Xiao Yuan? Of course it's City Lord Qi in the Heaven Awakening Star region. I only recognize City Lord Qi. Who does Xiao Yuan think he is? He's just a rebel. It's really the City Lord. Sob sob sob. You're finally back. With the City Lord's return, these lowly people will have to bow down to you. Countless people felt emotional. Qi Yeyu had always been their most beloved City Lord. Many people only had one City Lord in their hearts, and that was Qi Yeyu. Qi Yeyu hadn't returned yet, which was why so many people had the opportunity to take advantage of him. Now that City Lord Qi had returned, what was there to be afraid of? City Lord Qi's domineering return would definitely end the battle here. Moreover, there were still two powerful experts in the form of Jiang Chen and Luo Ying. Jiang Chen and Luo Ying had shocked everyone, setting off a storm in the horsemen of the apocalypse. Isn't that Jiang Chen? Commander Jiang's strength was actually stronger than Commander Yun's. Oh my god. That's right. It looks like our Commander Zhang's strength is really unfathomable. 10-star level 4 and 5 experts all had their throats slit with one slash of his sword. Even Commander Yun could only deal with it and couldn't retaliate at all. I can only say that Commander Jiang Qin is really amazing. This is what you call a genius. Ha ha ha. Commander Jiang, we will always support you. That's right, Commander Jiang is invincible. Many horsemen of the apocalypse cheered excitedly when they saw Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin had brought them life and endless hope. In the entire apocalypse Milky Way City, besides Commander Yun and City Lord Qi, who else could have such combat power? Furthermore, Commander Jiang had returned with City Lord Qi this time. To them, the situation had already been completely reversed. Right now, the domain lords that had rebelled were all trembling in fear, not daring to make the slightest move. If this were to continue, then they would be hopeless. No one would be able to escape from City Governor Qi's palm. Now, they had no other choice but to kneel down and wait for City Governor Qi's punishment. Jiang Qin. Was it really Jiang Qin? What about De Huang? Where did De Huang go? Tong Yao's face was full of surprise and worry. De Huang and Jiang Qin were inseparable brothers, but now she only saw Jiang Qin and not De Huang. Tong Yao became very nervous and excited. Yeah, where is De Huang? He couldn't be. Tong Ling said with a confused expression. Tong Ling said with a perplexed face. Big Yellow had never been separated from Jiang Qin. Their brotherhood would never allow any gap between them. Now that Jiang Qin had returned, Tong Ling and Tong Yao would always miss Big Yellow's whereabouts and feel uneasy. Big Yellow, Big Yellow. Don't worry, De Huang is fine. He just ate too much and is cultivating silently. Don't worry. Jiang Qin saw Tong Yao and Tong Ling in the crowd at a glance. Their anxious eyes explained everything. It seemed that De Huang had not misjudged them. Tong Ling and Tong Yao had not broken through and were not qualified to enter the tomb of the great emperor, so they could only wait outside for De Huang to return. Now that they had received Jiang Qin's message, they could finally put down their worries and looked at Jiang Qin gratefully. You all are actually so thick-headed. Do you still want to occupy the nest of the magpie and replace it? Qi Yeyu sneered and swept his cold eyes across. Everyone felt as if there was a sword on their backs. Qi Yeyu's eyes were too scary. Those domain lords did not even dare to look at Qi Yeyu's eyes. When Xiao Yuan rebelled, you guys were already restless. Now that I haven't returned for a long time, you guys actually did such a rebellious thing. Looks like I really need to think about how to deal with you guys. Yunling Fei, traitor, how should we deal with you guys? Qi Yeyu looked at Yunling Fei. Behead. Yunling Fei said in a deep voice. Spare us, City Lord, spare us. City Lord, we know we were wrong, please give us a chance. Sir City Lord's great kindness, we will never forget it. Sir City Lord, please spare us, we were all forced to do so. If we don't rebel, those powerful world overlords would surely target us. Sir City Lord, please be clear about this. Many domain lords knelt down at this time, kowtowing to Qi Yeyu. To them, this was definitely not a successful rebellion. They had suffered a double loss and were stuck in the middle, unable to advance or retreat. If they didn't rebel, they would be suppressed by the joint forces of these experts. Hence, they could only choose to follow her. The city lord had not returned yet, so they had the guts to do this. If Qi Yeyu had been here, they would not have dared to have the slightest thought of rebelling. Qi Yeyu's eyes were cold. At this time, he actually did not intend to attack everyone. Jiang Chen had killed the chicken to warn the monkey, which made them feel that they were in danger. Hence, if Qi Yeyu really killed them now, there was nothing wrong with it. However, it would inevitably cause unrest in the entire Heaven Awakened star region. Killing was not the best way. Subduing the enemy without a fight, making these guys lower their heads and pledge their loyalty again was Chi Yeyu's way of doing things. These people were all trembling. Not to mention City Lord Qi, even Luo Ying and Jiang Qin had filled their hearts with fear. Now that Chi Yeyu had joined in, how could they dare to resist? Jiang Qin had killed these people. The best way to deter them was to kill the bird that poked its head out. Hence, Chi Yeyu did not want to kill them now. A true ruler would not slaughter people at will. Even if they were suppressing a rebellion, they would not kill them all. Father, since these people know that they were wrong, why don't we let them make amends? The Heaven Awakened Star region is currently in need of people. If we kill them, it will definitely make many star realms angry. At that time, it will not be easy to find them and find a suitable leader. Our Heaven Awakened Milky Way city cannot manage all the 108 star realms in the Heaven Awakened Star region. Chi Mohan said in a low voice as he appeared beside Chi Yeyu. My son, you really make me feel more and more gratified. Ha ha ha, this time, we will do as you say. Chi Yeyu nodded slightly. He very much agreed with Chi Mohan's idea. This was also his idea. As a leader, one must have a compassionate heart. Benevolence was invincible. Chapter 50-27. This, Chi Mohan couldn't believe that his father had actually passed the position of city lord to him. Wasn't this too confusing? Chi Mohan looked at his father with excitement and doubt, but his father's eyes were filled with anticipation and encouragement. He had forgotten how many years it had been since he had seen that kind of gaze. Back then, he had misunderstood the relationship between him and his mother, allowing Xiao Yue and sister to take advantage of it. In the end, the entire Heaven Awakening star field had almost fallen into eternal damnation. Fortunately, Jiang Qin had stepped in and helped them. Otherwise, the Heaven Awakening Milky Way city would have fallen into the hands of evil people. After so many years, this was the first time that the father and son had looked at each other with such sincerity and yearning. Chi Mohan knew that his father had returned. However, there was a trace of exhaustion in his eyes, as if he was no longer willing to manage the Heaven Awakening Milky Way city. You already have the potential to be a city lord. I have seen your hard work over the years. Go. From now on, you will be the city lord of the Heaven Awakening Milky Way city. I will silently support you from behind. Chi Yeyu's eyes were filled with anticipation and comfort. He owed his father too much over the years, so he had already decided that he would no longer manage the Heaven Awakening Milky Way city. Instead, he would go and live a peaceful life with his wife. This was what he truly wanted. Mohan won't disappoint father. I will definitely become a true official of the Heaven Awakening star field and bring prosperity to everyone. Chi Mohan's voice was extremely solemn. This was what his father had entrusted to him, as well as the hope of the entire Heaven Awakening star field. Chi Mohan definitely wouldn't disappoint his father. Good, good, good. Father is very happy that my son is like this. Chi Yeyu nodded with a smile. Greetings, new city lord. Yunling Fei bowed and his voice shook the heavens as he greeted Chi Mohan. Countless commoners knelt down and the realm lords also knelt down in fear. They were afraid that the father and son would go back on their word. That would be too unlucky. Today, father has passed the position of city lord to me. Mohan will not disappoint the expectations of the people. From now on, the Heaven Awakening Milky Way city will become even more prosperous. From today onwards, the world will be pardoned. All of you, get up. If you offend us again, I will exterminate your entire family. There will be no mercy. Chi Mohan waved his hand and looked at everyone with a domineering gaze. Thank you, City Lord. The City Lord is mighty. Chi Mohan slightly nodded. His heart was filled with excitement. He hadn't expected that his father would hand over the position of city lord to him so early. This was a huge challenge for him. Luoying, let's go see your mother. Qi Yeyu looked at his daughter. Previously, he had been feeling guilty, and his wife had thought that his daughter was dead. Now was the time to go and see her. Big brother Jiang, you should come with me too. Luoying looked at Jiang Chen, lowered her head, and said with a red face. All right. Jiang Chen followed Qi Yeyu and Luoying to the lake where Yuanwen used to live. At this moment, Yuanwen was meditating and cultivating. It was not difficult to see that during this period of time, her complexion had become extremely ugly. Furthermore, she seemed to have aged quite a bit. The pain of a white-haired person sending off a black-haired person was something that no one could truly understand without experiencing it. Mother! Luoying called out softly. Yuanwen's body trembled, and she suddenly opened her eyes. She thought that she was dreaming. Wasn't her daughter already dead? But who was the person standing in front of her? Are you really Luoying? Yuanwen couldn't believe it. She stood up and gently stroked Luoying's face. I am, Mother. I didn't die. It was Father who saved me. He risked everything and almost died in the tomb of the great emperor. Luoying looked back at her father. She knew that her mother had always been holding a grudge against her father and had a deep hatred for him. At this time, the best thing to do was to become the spice between the two of them. My child, my child. Yuanwen hugged Luoying, and the mother and daughter cried together. At this moment, Jiang Chen and Qi Yeyu walked out at the same time and stood outside the window. In the future, my daughter will be in your hands. Jiang Chen, don't disappoint me. If you let her suffer any grievances, I won't let you off even if you have to go to the ends of the earth. Qi Yeyu said lightly. Luoying is a good girl. I won't let her down. Jiang Chen said. Although he now had a heavy responsibility and finding his son was the most important thing, Luoying had gone through life and death with him countless times, which showed Jiang Chen her determination and love. If he kept her at arm's length, he would really be an ice-cold, beast-like person. I know that you definitely won't stay here. The heavenly awakening star region is just a place for you to stay. I can see your ambition, your dreams, and your pursuits very clearly. However, no matter what, if you are in trouble, this will always be your home. Qi Yeyu looked deeply at Jiang Chen. It was true that his daughter was with Jiang Chen, but he was also his savior. If it hadn't been for Jiang Chen, he would have died a long time ago. If it hadn't been for his stupidity, the heavenly awakening star region wouldn't have ended up in such a mess. Jiang Chen, the game breaker, had given him hope, as well as the entire heavenly awakening star region. If he was willing to stay here, Qi Yeyu would have given the position of city lord to Jiang Chen. Unfortunately, an eagle belonged to the sky. He was destined not to be a loner. Even the position of the city lord of the heavenly awakening star region wouldn't be attractive to him. Thank you for your appreciation, senior. Jiang Chen nodded slightly. Father, Mother said that she wants to see you. At this moment, Luoying walked out and looked at her father. All right, I'll go over now. Qi Yeyu was delighted and hurried into the house. After so many years of failure, it was time for him to settle things with his wife. Luoying glanced at Jiang Chen and then at her father's departing figure. Did my father say anything to you? No. Jiang Chen shook his head. Then what were the two of you talking about? Luoying looked at Jiang Chen with a faint smile. It won't be long before you leave this place, right? Luoying asked in a low voice, a complicated look in her eyes. Yes, I used my life star soul to search the entire heavenly awakening star region, but I didn't find any traces of foam, Perhaps it's time to leave. Chapter 50-28 Jiang Qin knew that Feng wouldn't let him down. This was his confidence in his son. After obtaining 30% of the Emperor of the Cosmos inheritance, Feng would definitely benefit immensely. However, he still had to find Feng. This was what he had told his mother. Ning Zhu would definitely be extremely worried. However, now that he had a better understanding of Feng and the Eternal World Sword, he could be so calm. Feng wait for me. Father will definitely find you. Jiang Qin murmured to himself. If you want, you can come with me. I'll bring you to the ends of the earth. Jiang Qin looked at Luoying. Luoying was startled. She immediately blushed. She had been waiting for this sentence from Jiang Qin. With this sentence, she felt extremely happy, as it meant that Jiang Qin had accepted her. All right. I'll follow you wherever you go in the future. Luoying lowered her head and bit her lip. Big Yellow is still cultivating right now. However, he will definitely not be able to bring Tong Ling and Tong Yao along. I hope Big Yellow won't blame me. The two of them are too weak. Even if they leave this place with us, it will be very difficult to ensure their safety. Jiang Qin muttered. The Eternal World was too dangerous. He couldn't treat Tong Ling and Tong Yao's lives lightly. Furthermore, if he left the Heaven Awakening Star Field, he definitely wouldn't be as calm as he was now. That's true. Luoying nodded. Hopefully, Tong Ling and Tong Yao wouldn't blame Jiang Qin. Then let's go and say goodbye to them. Jiang Qin and Luoying went to say goodbye to Tong Ling and Tong Yao. Although they knew that they couldn't leave with Jiang Qin, they still felt very uncomfortable. After all, De Huang was still in a deep sleep. It definitely wouldn't do to leave De Huang here. Jiang Qin wouldn't be at ease either. In the end, Tong Ling and Tong Yao had no choice but to remind Jiang Qin again and again that De Huang must come back to them. Jiang Qin was also quite emotional. Tong Ling and Tong Yao were deeply in love with De Huang, but they had no choice but to separate at this time. However, Jiang Qin didn't have the time to continue waiting. He had to leave the Heaven Awakening Starfield as soon as possible. He couldn't stop searching for Feng. Since the Emperor of the Cosmos had told him that Feng had been here before, he had to be outside the Heaven Awakening Star sector. Jiang Qin spent 3 days and 3 nights, but he still couldn't find any traces of Feng. He would have to slowly search outside the Heaven Awakening Starfield. However, just as Jiang Qin and Luoying were about to leave, the Heaven Awakening Starfield experienced a huge change. Not good, someone is coming from the transmission array. It's someone from Milan Planet. He said that Milan Planet has also suffered great damage. Yunling Fei had originally come to send Jiang Qin off, but he hadn't expected that something like this would happen. Qi Yayu and Qi Mohan's expressions changed. As the city lord, Qi Mohan had to be even more careful. He didn't dare make any mistakes. If he made a mistake, he wouldn't be able to explain himself to the rest of the world. What's going on? Qi Yayu said solemnly. I don't know, but I've brought him here. Yunling Fei glanced at the deputy beside him and hurriedly brought the person over. Jiang Qin and Luoying exchanged a glance. They had to see what was going on first. What's going on? Hurry up and report it. Qi Mohan said. City Lord Sir, Milan Star may have already fallen. It seems that I was sent out by the elders of Milan Star. Cough, cough. I can't hold on much longer. The person who had come was already covered in injuries. His aura was weak, and his blood was flowing all over the ground. He was like a lamp that had run out of oil. I seemed to smell a familiar aura from him. Jiang Qin frowned and said. What do you mean? Qi Yayu was slightly stunned. I'm not sure either. Jiang Qin shook his head. We were attacked by the interstellar wanderers and the feather race. They said that there were treasures in Milan planet. They wantonly plundered and burned our planet. Nearly half of our people died. Now, Milan planet is a sea of fire, a purgatory. City Lord, please be merciful and save us. The people of Milan planet knelt on the ground and kowtowed with great difficulty. Feather race. Sure enough, it's them. No wonder I felt a sense of familiarity. Jiang Chen murmured. These people were really everywhere. Feather race. Qi Yeyu's expression was solemn. He couldn't help but fall into deep thought. The feather race wasn't someone to be trifled with. In the entire eternal world, everyone knew that the feather race was very powerful. Moreover, they could be found in every corner of the eternal world. How could they be together with the interstellar wanderers? Father, let's hurry up and send our troops. The feather race is really too much. Milan planet is under the jurisdiction of our Heaven Awakening starfield. Although it's not a large planet, our Heaven Awakening starfield cannot retreat at this time. Chi Mohan said solemnly. He had already decided to send reinforcements to Milan planet. At this time, he was naturally duty-bound. How strong are their people? Chi Yeyu asked. Many of them are at the 5th or 6th level of the star realm. We can't withstand their attacks at all. The strongest person in Milan planet is our Star Lord, but he is only at the 2nd level of the star realm. In front of them, we are like ants. We can only wait to be slaughtered. City Lord, please be merciful and save us. The people of Milan planet knelt one after another. Everyone was moved by compassion. Milan planet was a star of the Heaven Awakening starfield. Unless something happened, they would definitely not ignore it. However, they had to at least understand the situation first. Father. Saving people is like putting out a fire. Chi Mohan said anxiously. Alright, Yunling Fei, I'll send you to lead 5,000 horsemen to Milan planet as reinforcements. Chi Yeyu said. Let me go. Now that the Heaven Awakening Milky Way city has just regained its peace, it's hard to avoid people coveting it. The situation in the Heaven Awakening starfield is not stable yet. Once the horsemen leave, it will create a huge hole in the defense of the Heaven Awakening Milky Way city. Luo Ying and I are about to leave. Let's go to Milan planet first. Jiang Chen looked at Luo Ying and said. Big brother Jiang is right. Father, let us go. Commander Yun has left the Heaven Awakening Galaxy City with the Horsemen of the Apocalypse, which will definitely have a great impact on the Heaven Awakening Galaxy City. If someone covets our Heaven Awakening star field, it will be very troublesome. Big brother Jiang and I are about to leave the Heaven Awakening star, so let us go to the Milan star field. Luo Ying also nodded slightly. Chapter 50-29. I know you have your own matters to attend to, so I didn't want to trouble you. Chi Yeyu said. It doesn't matter. I've benefited a lot from the Heaven Awakened star. It's only right for me to make some contributions to the Heaven Awakened star region. Jiang Chen glanced at Luo Ying and smiled. The two of them nodded slightly. They had the same intention. There's no time to lose. Let's hurry up and leave. The situation on the Milan star doesn't allow us to stay any longer. Luo Ying said. Jiang Chen nodded. The only thing they could do now was to go to the Milan star to take a look. According to the people from the Milan star, they had already lost nearly half of their people. It was an extremely tragic situation. Brother Jiang Chen, I'll leave it to you. Yunling Fei also looked at Jiang Chen, full of gratitude. The reason the Heaven Awakened star region could become so stable was inseparable from Jiang Chen. I'll activate the teleportation array now and send you over. Chi Yeyu said in a deep voice as he personally activated the teleportation array. Be careful. Chi Yeyu exhorted. However, Jiang Chen and his daughter Luo Ying weren't any weaker than Yunling Fei. This time, it was indeed the best choice for the two of them to go to the Milan Star. Jiang Chen held Luo Ying's hand tightly. Luo Ying's lips curled into a blissful smile. The two of them shuttled through the teleportation array and quickly arrived at the Milan Star. At this moment, when Jiang Chen and Luo Ying landed on the Milan Star, they saw an extremely tragic scene. The sky was filled with smoke and dust. Clouds and mist lingered in the air. Smoke and corpses were strewn all over the place. The smell of blood mixed with the smell of soil was incomparably thick in the mountains. It was extremely pungent and made people feel very uncomfortable. The mountains and plains should have been filled with flowers. However, every few dozen meters or even a dozen meters, one could see corpses that had died tragically on the spot. Some were shocked, some were terrified, and some were in despair. The sunset glow was brilliant, but the sky and earth had become heavy, making people feel heavy. Too many people have died here. Too many. Luo Ying's beautiful brows knit together tightly, and a trace of pity couldn't help but arise in her heart. So many people had died miserably here. Their families had been destroyed, and such a tragic scene caused others to be unable to bear the sight of it. Everything here had become quiet and desolate, and it was like purgatory on earth. Jiang Chen slightly nodded. His heart was also very uncomfortable. This was too miserable. He and Luo Ying had already walked through a radius of 1,000 miles. Not even a blade of grass grew. There was no sign of life. The number of casualties was countless. It was hard to predict. These people are simply devils from hell. They are simply too hateful. Luo Ying gritted her teeth and said, "Brother Jiang, have you found any traces of the winged race?" "Yes, that is indeed what the harpies are doing, but why would they do such a thing? They must want to occupy Milan. The people of Milan rose up to resist, and that's why they burned and killed. However, they didn't even spare the chickens and dogs, nor the beasts. It's really too heartless. So many lives have died." Jiang Chen's facial expression turned uglier. At this moment, he couldn't bear to watch any longer. These people were simply devoid of humanity. He had to find those bastards from the Yu family as soon as possible. Otherwise, Milan Star would only be scarier than what they had imagined. "Let me see where they are first." Jiang Chen sat cross-legged with a serious expression. He began to use his natal star soul to detect the location of the winged race. An hour passed. Jiang Chen's face was slightly ugly, but he finally found the location of the winged race. "Brother Jiang, have you found them?" Luo Ying asked eagerly. Now, she just wanted to quickly find the winged race bastards and kill them all. Such indiscriminate killing of innocent people made her hair stand on end. If it was a war between two countries, it would be excusable. However, the people of Milan did not have any power to resist at all. Wasn't this a desperate massacre? The dead bodies that Luo Ying and Brother Jiang saw were enough to pile up into a mountain. At least hundreds of thousands of people had been reduced to a pile of bones. The originally bustling city, noisy streets, and fragrant villages had all turned into a land of death, without any fatality. The winged race was not worthy of being called human. They were absolute executioners. "I found it. It's just 3,000 miles away. It's a big city, estimated to have millions of people, but it's already a sea of fire." Jiang Chen was extremely angry. These guys did not treat people as human beings. "Winged race, these bastards, I will definitely kill all of them." Jiang Chen was enraged. Both of them couldn't wait to rush towards that direction. 1,000 miles away, for Jiang Chen and Luo Ying, it did not take long. Both of their strength was already very terrifying. They rushed over in almost the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn. However, for them, every second was torture. No one knew how many people died every second. These winged race people slaughtered living creatures for fun. They were the devils. From afar, Jiang Chen and Luo Ying could see the blazing fire that was more than 10 li away. A city was burning fiercely. The blazing fire was more than 100 zhang high. It resounded through the clouds, causing smoke and dust to rise everywhere, making one's scalp numb. We're finally here. I want to see who is wreaking havoc here. Jiang Chen clenched his fists. This place must be full of dead souls, full of resentful souls. Just like Red Cloud Planet, if they also encountered such a massacre, then the consequences would be unimaginable. Help, I don't want to die, I don't want to die. You bunch of devils, you will all die a horrible death. You will definitely go to the 18 levels of hell, you bunch of devils. Mom, I'm scared. Are we going to die? Don't be afraid. As long as Mom is here, I will definitely protect you. Countless people were roaring in the ancient city. They were hysterical, and it was a tragic sight to behold. Human lives were worthless at this moment. The people of the feather race watched silently. They didn't have any pity in their hearts. The deaths of these people were insignificant to them. No matter who it was, they wouldn't be able to escape from their clutches. These guys deserve to die. Ha ha ha. Even if they die, it won't be long before someone else appears. Even if we kill them, it will just be the end of a civilization. Millions of years, tens of millions of years, perhaps it will be another reincarnation. You're right. They are just a bunch of ants. If they die, then they die. Why are they screaming? Let me add more fire to the fire. Ha ha ha. The Yu clan member sneered. He activated his Genesis Chi and turned the entire city into a sea of fire. Countless people fled in all directions, but no one could escape the earth-shattering fire. Flames soared into the sky, and countless people were burned to ashes. Countless people were still wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves. Chapter 50-30. Is this a blessing from the heavens? We're saved. We're saved. Someone said excitedly. The sky was getting darker and darker. However, as the gale came, the dark clouds retreated and the fire was extinguished by the gale. It was too shocking. It's true. We won't be burned to death, sob sob sob. This is simply a miracle. We don't have to die, we really don't have to die. Is God taking pity on us? These people are too hateful. God has opened his eyes and must punish them. Yes, let them all die without a burial place. My son, you died so miserably. As the strong wind blew, the fire was extinguished. Instead, rain fell from the sky. The heavy rain poured down and the strong wind blew. The whole sky became turbulent. However, this strong wind and heavy rain managed to extinguish the fire. For the people of Milan, this was a blessing from God. Many people were burned to death in this fire and turned into ashes. Some people were burned into dried corpses. However, even more people were filled with despair because they were worried that those people would make a comeback. Those devils had come to kill them without any hesitation or pity. It was as if they were killing them for fun. To the people of Heavenly Wind City, this was a disaster of epic proportions. According to some people, the entire Milan star seemed to be suffering from this unexpected disaster. What's going on? Why is there such a strong wind? Yeah, I've never encountered such pressure before. How could this be? It seems like it's man-made. Even if it's a natural phenomenon, it wouldn't be so terrifying. Look, there seems to be a figure in the wind. It's true. Countless people looked up. Some were happy and some were worried. The people who were happy were naturally the people of Tianfeng City. Because to them, this person was like a savior. Could he really bring light and hope to them? No one knew, because these feathers were too terrifying. They didn't know how long they could last, and they didn't know if they could continue. Even if someone came to save them, they might not be a match for the feathers. Unless, that person was a deity who had descended from the heavens. Damn it. There's actually someone who dares to disturb us. They must be tired of living. A middle-aged man in a white robe stood with his hands clasped behind his back, staring at the figure in the storm. If there was no accident, it must have been caused by this person. If not for him, these ants would have already turned into ashes. Who was he? Why did he appear here? As an elite of the feather race, he was naturally fearless. Wuming Togen's eyes were burning with rage. Anyone who dared to stop him would be killed without mercy. The harpies would not allow anyone to stand in their way. Who are you waiting for? Quickly come and die. How can you interfere in the affairs of the feather race? Wuming Togen roared angrily. His voice shook the sky. Countless people were shocked and terrified. The people in the city were shivering in fear. Fear had already shrouded their hearts. They could die at any time. Under the iron hooves of the feather race, no one could resist them. The people behind Wuming Togen also roared and growled. Their faces were gloomy. For them, this was a provocation. The feather race was an invincible existence. They had already scanned the Milan planet. There was no one above the second layer of the star realm, not even beasts. However, Wuming Togen was a fifth-layer star realm expert. This time, they had mobilized a lot of experts in one fell swoop. They were determined to capture Wuming Togen. Boss, I'm afraid this person is here to cause trouble. That's right. I think he's a coward. Ha ha ha, he doesn't dare to come out. He's afraid of you, boss. How can ordinary people like you compare to the might of the feather race? Boss, let me go and kill this bastard. I'll drink with you. Someone stood out, and his gaze shot straight towards the peak of the sky as he shouted in a low voice. Okay. Kill him and slaughter the Milan star. We still have a long way to go. Wuming Togen said in a low voice. The people of the Milan star had not surrendered at all. Therefore, they had to slaughter the entire planet to let the people of the Milan star know the power of the feather race. After all, they were few in number. There were less than 100 people here. Although the feather army was large, they were all on the Milan star. They had no time to waste. They had to finish the task given to them by their captain as soon as possible. Killing people was not only for fun, but also for the task assigned to them by their captain. The man holding the giant axe had a murderous look in his eyes. He soared into the sky and waved the giant axe. Little bastard, I'll kill you. An angry roar shook people's hearts. The giant axe was shockingly powerful. Everyone in the Tianfeng city was shocked. They could not imagine such a strength. Even the strongest person in the Tianfeng city was only in the 8th sky of the Star Emperor realm. Such an expert could kill 80 of them. In the sky, the wind was raging and the rain was pouring. However, at this moment, no one knew who was in the storm. Wuming Togen's face was a bit gloomy. He felt something was wrong, but he could not tell what it was. Who is it? He dares to swear so confidently after hearing the name of the feather race. He must be tired of living. Right. Let's see how Adolf kills this guy. Playing tricks. Ha, ha, ha. If we don't teach him a lesson, he will think that the feather race is easy to bully. People sneered. However, to Wuming Togen's surprise, a bolt of lightning flashed in the sky. It pierced through the storm and hit Adolf's giant axe. Oh no, Wumingtogen's heart sank. He had already felt the terrifying murderous intent in the lightning. However, he was still one step too late. Before his voice died away, the lightning swallowed Adolf in an instant. Even Adolf did not expect this lightning to be so domineering and appalling. The lightning turned into a beam of light and spread across the sky. It was so dazzling that no one could open their eyes. However, at this moment, Adolf's eyes were wide open. Then, they were replaced by horror and despair. Crack, after the lightning flashed, the light and shadow filled the sky. When they heard the thunder, Adolf had already turned into ashes in the lightning. Even the giant axe in his hand did not leave a trace. In an instant, it all disappeared. He was struck by lightning and killed. Was it really the wrath of the gods? Chapter 50-31. The heavens have opened their eyes, the heavens have opened their eyes. Sob, 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 lightning struck them to death. That's great, that's great. This is the wrath of the gods. Even the gods can't stand it anymore. This is inhumane slaughter. Let's hurry up and kneel down to thank the gods. Thank the gods, thank the heavens. The people of Wind City kept kneeling on the ground and kowtowing towards the sky. They were all in tears. They finally saw hope. In the past, no one believed in the existence of gods. However, at this moment, they knew that gods must exist. Otherwise, how could that damned winged person be struck to death by lightning? Cheers resounded through the clouds, accompanied by bursts of thunder. At this time, the people of the feather race became more and more anxious. They were filled with fear. Boss, don't tell me there's really a god. Could it be that Milan planet is protected by the gods? Don't talk nonsense here. How is that possible? Where are you talking about gods? We are gods. How could Adolf be struck to death by lightning? Boss, what the hell is going on? The people of the feather race looked at Wumingtogen. Their hearts were full of excitement and even a trace of fear. Adolf was struck to death by lightning right in front of their eyes. Moreover, the sky was raining down a storm. This was what they were most afraid of. What are you panicking for? What a bunch of cowards. How can there be any gods? In the eternal world, the strong are the ones in control. It's not difficult for a powerful peak star level to destroy a small planet. How can there be the protection of gods? Don't try to mislead us with your lies. Wumingtogen kicked his subordinate next to him and roared. Wumingtogen naturally didn't believe in the existence of gods. However, when they came to Milan planet, the captain had already scanned the area. There were no experts above the second sky of star level here. That was why they were so unscrupulous, crushing Milan planet to find what they wanted. However, at this time, Wumingtogen still couldn't accept it. Who was the person in the storm? Hong Sihai, go and see what's going on. You must capture the person in the void and bring him back for me. Wumingtogen glanced at Hong Sihai, a bald feather race expert who entrusted the heavy responsibility to him. Hong Sihai was a star level 4 expert. Among these people, Hong Sihai's strength was second only to him. All right. I'll go right now and capture that scoundrel for boss. Even if he's a deity in the heavens, I'll make him kneel and bow down to me. Hong Sihai held a pair of hammers in his hands, which were as heavy as 1,000 caddies, and fiercely collided with each other. The sound shook the 9 heavens, and the power was monstrous. Brother Sihai, it's up to you now. That's right, big brother Sihai. I'll be counting on you to capture that rascal. Brother Sihai, we believe in you. Everyone began to cheer for Hong Sihai. Hong Sihai roared in a low voice. His face was grim. This is not a joke. Just now Adolf was killed by the thunder. He also saw it, but in the face of danger, he will not retreat, as the vanguard of the feather race, he should not be afraid of hardships and dangers, charging forward. Ignorant child, eat my hammer. Hong Si-hai soared up, his domineering aura shocking. Compared to the previous Adolf, he is definitely stronger by more than a level. The gap between the third and fourth heavens of the star level is still very big. With Hong Si-hai's help, Wuming Togen was already very calm, hiding in the void filled with thunderclouds and torrential rain. This person is definitely not an expert, he's just trying to be mysterious here. God. How can there be a God under this heaven and earth? Wuming Togen sneered, but Hong Si-hai's figure was like a comet, breaking through the sky, soaring straight up. Let alone being scolded, even if they were beaten, they wouldn't mind dying. Wuming Togen roared. It seems that this time, he can only take action. This group of good-for-nothings, in the face of a strong enemy, they turned into cowards so quickly. You all have to die. A deep and heavy voice shrouded everyone's heart. A trace of sweat appeared on Wuming Togen's face. Regardless of whether the person in the clouds is a god or not, he has already begun to reject it from the bottom of his heart. What kind of existence is he going to face? Wuming Togen's throat was a little dry. What kind of existence is this guy? 2 thunderbolts have caused such a big blow to the feather people. At this time, it's not just a battle, it's a psychological battle. His sword cut through everything, and everyone was killed by Jiang Qin. No one was left alive. The harpy experts were like garbage in front of Jiang Qin. Chapter 50-33. Spare me, senior, spare me. Wuming Togen was suppressed by Jiang Qin's sword. Blood spurted out of his mouth, and his face was pale. He was shivering, and the halberd in his hand had already been broken into 2 pieces. Spare me. You still know how to spare me. Why didn't you spare the lives of others when you were slaughtering the Milan Star Blade? Now you know how to be afraid. Everyone from the Feather Clan should die. Jiang Qin shouted. Wuming Togen knelt on the ground, his face full of fear. He didn't dare to say anything. Senior, spare me. Senior, spare me. I'm willing to take the lead and die for Senior. Wuming Togen didn't expect Jiang Qin's strength to be so terrifying. So many people from the Feather Clan had fallen in a pool of blood. Only he had survived. Long live God. God is invincible. Thank God, thank heaven. A rain fell from the sky. All the people in Tianfeng City knelt before Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin was their savior. They didn't hesitate at this time. Without Jiang Qin, they would have died a long time ago. This fire would have burned down the entire Tianfeng City. It's not impossible if you want to live. Tell me, why did your Feather Clan slaughter people on Milan Star? Milan Star is a peaceful and prosperous existence in the heaven-awakened star field. Why did it become a thorn in your side? Jiang Qin said in a deep voice. He frowned and looked at Wuming Togen coldly. This, Wuming Togen said hesitantly, his eyes full of fear. It's fine if you don't want to say it. I'll find the next person who is willing to say it, and then you can die. Jiang Qin said. No, no, no. I'll say it all. Senior, spare me. Wuming Togen knelt on the ground and said with a trembling voice. I don't want to say it again. Jiang Qin said coldly. The Feather Race discovered a large amount of industrial adamantine and source stone veins on Milan Star. Therefore, they want us to land on Milan Star, kill everyone on Milan Star, occupy the entire planet, and then dig out all the industrial adamantine and source stone veins. This way, the people of Milan Star won't fight with us over it. Moreover, this matter is top secret. No one is allowed to know about it. How did Senior know that Milan Star is in trouble? Montagan whispered. Are you asking me, or should I ask you? Jiang Chen said. Togan's expression darkened. He didn't dare to look at Jiang Chen's eyes. This man was too scary. He was a 5th Heavenly Star Realm expert. Even a 6th Heavenly Star Realm expert might not be a match for him. This time, they had met a true expert. Industrial adamantine. Were they used to refine combat weapons? For your feather race to send a large number of people to kill the people of Milan Star, it seems that the treasure this time is not small. Jiang Chen said. Yes, it is used to refine combat weapons and armors. It is said that it is a grade 7 source stone vein, or even grade 8 source stone vein. However, we have not completely occupied Milan Star yet, so we haven't started developing it yet. Montagan said. Grade 7 source stone. Jiang Chen nodded slightly. It might even be grade 8 source stone. It seems that there are a lot of treasures on Milan Star. Moreover, with so many feather race invading, Jiang Chen became more cautious. These guys were definitely not easy to deal with. He had already seen the ambition of the feather race. Being able to start a massacre on Milan Star was also within Jiang Chen's expectations. The eternal world was boundless, and resources were also very scarce. Moreover, there were so many star fields and astral planes, and countless people needed to cultivate. No matter where one was, source stones were the absolute hard currency. Being able to devour source stones for cultivation was something that no one could forget. Although Big Yellow and the others had picked up a lot of source stone crystals in the Great Emperor's tomb, not everyone had such good luck. Even the worst grade was a 7th grade origin stone mine. It was hard to imagine how attractive it was to anyone. Even stellar-level powerhouses would flock to it like a flock of ducks. It was no wonder that Milan Star would be invaded by the feather race at this time. Their goal was to plunder. This time, Jiang Chen knew that he must enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. Moreover, he was also entrusted by Qi Yeyu to solve the crisis on Milan Star. How many of you are here? Jiang Chen said. You don't want to say. Do you need me to use my natal astral soul to search your soul? At that time, whether your soul can hold on, I don't know. About 3,000 people, all star-level powerhouses. Togan said quickly, his expression changing drastically. He was afraid that Jiang Chen would use the soul-searching technique. If that happened, his soul would definitely be destroyed. 3,000 people. All star-level powerhouses. Jiang Chen frowned. They are probably more terrifying than the horsemen of the apocalypse. Even if Qi Yeyu sent Yunling Fei, it would probably be useless. So many people, all star-level powerhouses, landed on Milan Star. Jiang Chen was quite puzzled. It seems that the feather race's ambition is not small. More than 3,000 people, all star-level powerhouses, just for industrial adamantine and source stone veins. Jiang Chen always felt that it was not very reliable. Even if the horsemen of the apocalypse from the apocalypse star field came, their wings would probably be broken. With so many powerhouses, they really want to destroy Milan Star. Sure enough, they are coming aggressively. Then, where are the industrial adamantine and source stone veins? Jiang Chen looked at Togan with a smile. Togan shook his head repeatedly. I don't know. My mission is to wipe out all the people of Milan Star within 5,000 miles. I really don't know anything else. Senior, please spare my life. Togan repeatedly kowtowed to Jiang Chen. If you don't tell the truth, it seems that I can only use the soul-searching technique to see if you are lying. Jiang Chen said. I really don't know. Senior, please let me go. I really don't know where the source stone veins are. Wuming face was pale and trembling. The fear and despair in his eyes were overflowing. Jiangchen saw that Wuming did not seem to be lying. He might really not know where the source stone veins are. His mission was to wipe out all the people of Milan Star within 5,000 miles. As for where the source stone veins were, he might not have the right to know. That's good. Then come with me. Help me find your people, and I will spare your life. Otherwise, I'm afraid you will have to die now. Jiangchen shrugged and said. Damn. Damn. Senior, don't worry. I will never let you down. Chapter 50-34. Now that the bandits have been eliminated, you can return to your homes. Milan Star will not fall because I am here. I will give all of you an explanation. I was sent by City Lord Qi Yeyu of the Heaven Awakening Starfield to help you get through this difficult time. You can go home and rebuild your homes. Jiang Chen's words reverberated throughout the entire Heavenly Wind City. Countless people knelt down and worshipped him like a god. It didn't matter if Jiang Chen was a god or a messenger from Heavenly Awakening Star Domain, he was their savior. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen, they would have died without a burial place. Heavenly Wind City would have turned into a sea of fire, burying all of them. Jiang Chen took Wuming to the next city. There were many people from the feather race. More than 3,000 stellar-level experts were wreaking havoc on Milan Star. Jiang Chen knew that there was still a long way to go. At this moment, Luoying had already gone elsewhere to help. It wouldn't be difficult for Jiang Chen to find her on Milan Star. Hence, the two of them had already separated. Senior, if I take you to the next city, will you let me go? Wuming said nervously. Jiang Chen had forced him into a desperate situation. There was no other way. If he didn't do as Jiang Chen said, he might have been beheaded. That depends on your performance. Jiang Chen said coldly. Wuming brought Jiang Chen to a city thousands of miles away. This city was much bigger than Heavenly Wind City, and it seemed to be very large. Deet City is in front. Senior, a good friend of mine from the feather race is here. Oh. Really? A good friend from the feather race. You even brought me here. You are indeed a true brother. Ha ha ha. Jiang Chen said with a faint smile. Wuming looked helpless. If you don't look out for yourself, heaven and earth will destroy you. I had no choice. Senior, you should let me off this time, right? Let's go and take a look first. Jiang Chen looked at Wuming coldly. Wuming walked in front and led Jiang Chen into Dita City. Dut City had already been taken over by the Harpies. Their people had wreaked havoc in the city, leaving the city in shambles. Greetings, Lord Wu Mang. Lord Wu Mang. Quite a few Harpy experts greeted Wuming along the way. Yes, where are Elder Gasolier and Elder Chandler? Wuming looked at the feather race people on the side of the street and asked in a low voice. In the City Lord's palace, we have completely taken over Dut City. We are currently searching for origin stone mines. All right. Take me there. Wuming said to the Harpies. Jiang Chen and Wuming arrived at the City Lord's palace of Diet City. At this moment, the inside and outside were filled with people from the feather race. More than half of the people in Diet City had been slaughtered, but there were still many who were enslaved by the feather race. Yes, Lord Wu Mang. The two Harpy guards led Wuming straight to the City Lord's palace. Jiang Chen's goal was obvious. He wanted to destroy all the Harpies in Diet City. To capture the bandits, one had to capture the leader first. He had to deal with the elder that Wuming had mentioned first. When the two of them arrived at the city lord's palace, two middle-aged men were surveying the terrain of Diet City for tens of thousands of miles, searching for the legendary origin stone mines. Seeing Wu Mingtogen's arrival, the two of them were delighted. "Brother Wu Mang, you came at the right time. How is Tianfeng City? Are there any movements or discoveries?" Gasolier said. "No, but I found something new." Wu Mingtogen's expression changed. When he looked at the two of them, his fighting spirit surged. When he turned around, he attacked Jiang Qin. Wu Mingtogen retreated in order to advance. His expression was extremely serious. "Brother Wu Mang, who is he?" Chandler's expression was gloomy. Jiang Qin sneered in his heart. He had already predicted that Wu Mingtogen wouldn't let this matter go. This bastard had a sinister and cunning look. He was going to use him to help him find these people of the Yu family, so that he could get rid of them all at once. "He killed all my subordinates. This guy is a great enemy of the Harpies. He is not simple," Wu Mingtogen said in a low voice. "What? He killed all your subordinates? Doesn't that mean there are hundreds of stellar-level experts? How is that possible?" Gasolier was shocked. "It's true. It was this B****. I almost fell into his hands." Wu Mingtogen was on the main road. "Thief, don't be so arrogant. Now that you're here, just wait for your death." Chandler's smiling eyes were full of femininity. However, all three of them knew that this Jiang Qin was not easy to deal with. "It seems that you don't realize your situation. Do you still want to resist? Isn't that a dead end?" Jiang Qin smiled. "Now that I'm surrounded by my brothers, what can you do to me?" "Ha ha ha." Wu Mingtogen laughed wildly. He did not take Jiang Qin seriously at all. "You should know better than me who is the turtle in the jar now." Wu Mingtogen looked at Jiang Qin coldly. The battle was about to begin. Chandler and Gasolier were also 120% prepared. When they saw Wu Mingtogen's eyes, they already knew what was going on. "It seems that you are still stubborn. The Harpy's hands are really long. Milan Star has gradually become your colony. I don't think this resource plundering is as simple as you think." Jiang Qin smiled. "There are some things that you can't understand. How dare you, boy? Today, we will crush your bones and scatter your ashes to avenge our dead Harpies." Gasolier Leng said. "You are the stubborn one. Thief, don't be so arrogant. You are now in our control. Killing you is as easy as pie." Chandler smiled sinisterly and waved his hand. Suddenly, two figures flashed out. Their strength was no weaker than Gasolier and the others. "Even the brothers of the divine shadow guards are here. Ha ha ha, he will die for sure. If we don't kill this bastard today, how can we live up to the trust of the Harpies?" Wu Mingtogen also became spirited. The appearance of the two divine shadow guards boosted his confidence. The divine shadow guards were the super guards of the Harpies. Every divine shadow guard was one of the best. The weakest was a star level 3 genius to be qualified to join the divine shadow guards. The divine shadow guards were the absolute guardians of Skyfeather Star. These two divine shadow guards were comparable in strength to them. They were star level 5 experts. In this battle, Jiang Qin would definitely die. "Now, what qualifications do you have to fight me? Ha ha ha. You want to ruin the plans of the Harpies? Why don't you look at yourself first? You really overestimate yourself." Chapter 50-35. The authority of the feather race is inviolable. Kill without mercy. The divine shadow guard bellowed. Two divine shadow guards wielded long blades and pointed them at Jiang Qin. The battle was imminent, and everyone's expression was grim. Be careful, this person's strength isn't ordinary. He killed more than 100 star states under me. He's not to be trifled with, Womontigan said in a low voice, afraid that they would be at a disadvantage against Jiang Qin. After all, he knew very well how powerful Jiang Qin was. A mere star state level 5, what can he do? With the 5 of us working together, it'll be a piece of cake. Gasolier said with disdain. Jiang Chen was already a turtle in a jar. To them, there was no pressure at all. Seems like you guys are very confident. However, this time, I don't want to fight you. Jiang Chen shrugged and said calmly. Don't want to fight? He, that's not up to you. Even if the Emperor of Heaven comes today, you won't be able to escape death. Womontigan. That's not for sure, Black King. I'll leave these pieces of trash to you. Jiang Chen's expression was cold as he sat on a chair. At this time, a black figure flashed out. The Black King's expression was cold, his killing intent surging. What a powerful aura. Gasolier and the rest held their breaths. The Black King's appearance made them feel immense pressure. Peak star level 5. He was much stronger than Jiang Qin. He was even halfway into the star level 6. Against such a powerhouse, the 5 of them had to go all out and be careful. The Black King's strength had recovered to the peak star level 5 after completely fusing with the black gold battle armor and devouring large amounts of source stones. He broke through in one go and soared to the sky. Now, Black King wasn't afraid even if he faced 5 star states at the same time. The talented were bold. The Black King's strength had clearly improved. His cultivation during this period of time had made his strength even more stable. The help that Jiang Qin had given him was unimaginable to the Black King. Without the help of his master, he would not have been able to improve so quickly. Now, his strength was almost on par with the 6-spine-coiled dragon. However, the 6-spine-coiled dragon was still cultivating. Like the Huang, they had not woken up yet. Once the 2 of them woke up, their strength would definitely increase greatly and they would shine brightly. Master. The Black King looked at Jiang Qin and bowed slightly. The fighting spirit in his eyes was incomparably strong. The Black King could follow Long Futu to roam the eternal world for so many years. This was enough to prove his strength and potential. As long as there was enough opportunity, he would return to the peak. He would not be inferior to anyone. Jiang Qin nodded slightly. The Black King's achievements even surprised him. If he had not devoured the star core, he would not have been able to soar to the sky and increase his strength so much. Even so, he still could not surpass the Black King. One could imagine that the Black King must have regained much of his former glory. Kill all these people. There's no point in keeping them alive. Jiang Qin said. Yes, Master. The Black King raised his head and looked at Wuming, Togan, and the others. The battle was about to begin. How dare you? Kill. The 2 divine shadow guards rushed at the front, followed by Gasolier and Chandler, while Wuming Togan hid at the back. He knew how powerful Jiang Qin was. Hence, the peak star level 5 expert beside Jiang Qin must not be underestimated. It was better to leave a way out for himself first. The 2 divine shadow guards could not care so much. They wanted to protect the feather race. Anyone who went against the will of the feather race deserved to die. These 2 killed so many experts of the feather race. They must die. The Black King was even more courageous. He fought 1 against 5. With the Black Demon Divine Spear in his hand, his aura was mighty. The Black King did not hold back. His spear was like a dragon. His fighting spirit soared to the sky. Facing 5-star level 5 experts, this battle was quite serious for him. It made his blood boil. He only had one thought in his mind. That was to kill these 5 people and complete his master's orders. The Black King wore the black gold battle armor. With the black demon spear in his hand, he was like a hot knife through butter. The 5 were very cautious when facing the Black King. When the Black King attacked, they felt a huge pressure. This was a battle between the strong. After all, he was half a step into the star level 6. Such an expert could not be easily subdued. They were even worried about their own safety. The Black King's momentum was too strong. These people were not prepared at all. Like a mad bull, the 5 could not stop the Black King's tyranny. As expected of someone who followed long-footed, Jiang Qin nodded slightly. The strength that the Black King displayed was not the least bit inferior to his. This guy could completely hold his own. No one could control him. After attacking for a long time without success, Wuming, Togan, and the others were getting more and more anxious. They couldn't even take down one person in their territory. They had lost all face. Moreover, Jiang Chen had not made a move yet. If Jiang Chen made a move, they would quickly fall into a passive position. All of you must die. The Black King glared at everyone. The black demon spear flickered with black light. His eyes were blazing, and his killing intent soared to the sky. Bang, bang, bang. The black demon spear flickered. Wuming, Togan, and the others were forced to retreat. 1 against 5, but they were defeated by the Black King. They were forced to retreat again and again. This was a great humiliation for them. The Divine Shadow Guards had never encountered such an expert, and they were completely stunned. Although the Black King's strength wasn't as different from what they had imagined, he was still able to completely crush them. They had never heard of such an expert and had never seen or heard of such an expert. Jiang Chen was very satisfied. Black King's combat strength was much more terrifying than he had imagined. The 5 of them had already been defeated by him. They didn't even have the strength to fight back. Even the Divine Shadow Guards were at their wits' end. The Black King's attack was a spurt of energy. They all deeply understood that if this continued, they would die without a doubt. Even if the 5 experts joined forces to besiege him, the outcome would be the same. They had no chance of winning at all. Gather everyone here. We can only fight with our backs to the wall. Gasolier roared angrily. His roar attracted everyone's attention. Come to the city lord's mansion. Today's battle is a battle of life and death. Fight, fight, fight. Gasolier's furious voice resounded through the clouds. At this time, everyone who had heard the news rushed over. There were more than 200 people, all of whom were stellar-level experts. They were even more than the people who had followed behind Wuming and Togan. Chapter 50-36. A Human Wave Tactic. You're not worthy. Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold. Wu Meng, Tuogan and the others knew that they no longer had the strength to fight. At this moment, they could only fight with their lives on the line. They summoned all the experts of the feather race to join forces against Jiang Chen and the others. The Black King's eyes flashed as he looked around. Countless experts of the feather race were rushing towards him. His eyes were blazing with passion. Don't worry. Leave those people to me. Capture these 5 alive. It's time for you to show your strength. Jiang Chen patted Black King's shoulder and smiled. Yes, master. The corners of the Black King's mouth curled up slightly. With his master's words, he could fight without fear. Jiang Chen gripped the heavenly dragon sword. Sword Qi roared as he faced the scattered sword Qi. No one could fight him in close combat. Jiang Chen took advantage of the situation and soared into the air. The entire mansion had been razed to the ground. The surrounding experts fell one by one. Miserable cries rang out incessantly. No one could block Jiang Chen's sword. 200 people were like chickens in front of Jiang Chen. Is it the descent of a god? Has the heavens sent people to save us? It must be a god. They can't bear to see us die. They've come to save us. Thank the gods. Thank the gods for saving us. Countless people in Dite City were kneeling on the ground because more and more feather race people were rushing to the city lord's mansion. They were saved. At this time, the city lord's mansion had turned into a sea of flames. The feather race people were dying one after another. Their corpses were flying in the sky. This scene made the people of Dite City even more excited because their families, their flesh and blood, and their friends had all died at the hands of the feather race. Among them, only a small portion of people survived. They were all those with strong bodies and extraordinary cultivations. They were all enslaved by these people. At this time, they finally made a comeback. More and more people fell from the distant city lord manor, all of them feather race scum. They continuously cheered and clenched their teeth. Jiang Chen soared up and fought against the 200 stellar-level experts. None of them could stop him. It was like the god of death had descended, giving them a suffocating feeling. Chandler and Gasolier glanced at each other and saw the fear in each other's eyes. At this moment, Jiang Chen was even more terrifying than the Black King. Their 200 star-grade experts were completely defenseless. One by one, they fell into a pool of blood and were annihilated under the ground of the city lord manor. There was a stark contrast between the cheers and the screams of agony. However, the feather race cultivators couldn't do anything. Orders came first. In order to kill Jiang Chen, they had done everything they could. But the result was still hopeless. No one could block the sharpness of Jiang Chen's sword. His sword seemed to be the strongest and most unyielding thing in the world, capable of annihilating all living things. Wherever the sword light pointed, its chi would shake the universe. Pooh pooh pooh, the feather race cultivators fell one after another. At this moment, Wu Meng, Tugin, and the others who couldn't do anything else but were extremely agitated were suppressed by the Black King. Their current situation wasn't any better than the feather race cultivators. The pressure from the Black King made them unable to retreat. The Black King's black demon spear swept through thousands of troops, sweeping everything in its path. They couldn't withstand such pressure at all. At this moment, the Black King's strength was constantly rising, and there was even a faint feeling of a breakthrough. It can't be. He's actually going to break through. Too terrifying. This guy is simply inhuman. Impossible, breaking through in the middle of a battle. How is this possible? Wu Meng, Tugin, and the others didn't expect the Black King to be so terrifying. Moreover, he had already reached the 6th firmament of the star grade. Once he broke through, they would definitely die. Even now, they couldn't escape from the Black King's grasp. The Black King had seen his master break through in the middle of a battle countless times, and he had long understood. This time, he also wanted to try breaking through in the middle of a battle. As the pressure increased, his potential also increased. As expected of my little brother. Jiang Chen laughed. The Black King had indeed obtained his essence. This battle was also very difficult for the Black King. At this moment, he had to go all out. He wanted to silently break through to the 6th firmament of the star grade. This was the biggest surprise. Jiang Chen naturally wouldn't let anyone become an obstacle to the Black King, but he definitely wouldn't make a move unless it was a critical moment. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Chen's sword chi had already killed hundreds of star-grade experts. More and more people began to feel fear, hesitation. However, Jiang Chen wouldn't be polite with them. He drew his sword and left no one alive. The last 200 Stargrade experts all died under his heavenly dragon sword. Countless people cheered. In the void above the City Lord Mansion, the battle was already continuing, but only the Black King and the others were left. The Black King's strength finally rose under the constant pressure, smoothly breaking through to the 6th firmament of the Stargrade. At this moment, his strength had also increased greatly. Compared to the 5th firmament of the Stargrade, it was completely different. Kill! The Black King wielded the Black Demon Spear. The spear was like a dragon, unstoppable. Wu Meng, Tuo Gan, and the other 4 experts were completely unable to withstand a single blow from him. As they were forced to retreat, blood spurted out. They wanted to leave, but there was no chance at all. Pang, 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 layers of spear shadows continuously smashed onto the bodies of Wu Meng, Tuo Gan, and the others. It was extremely painful, and the 5 of them were heavily injured. Scram! The Black King swept his spear, flipping the 5 over. They were all beaten to the ground by him, and only panic and fear were left in their eyes. Don't kill me, don't. Wu Meng Tuo Gan's face was pale as he knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. The others were also pale as they knelt on the ground, twitching all over. Clearly, they were on their last breaths. Wu Meng Tuo Gan, as a member of the feather race, how can you kneel and beg for mercy? You bastard! Qian Deli roared. As a member of the feather race, they were very proud in their hearts. In the entire eternal world, they were very confident. Now, they were actually beaten to the point of kneeling and begging for mercy. The anger in their hearts made them even more anxious and uneasy. You're the bastard. Living is the right thing to do. Death is the end of everything. I don't want to die, Wu Meng Tuo Gan said with a terrifying expression. Wu Meng Tugan said, his expression terrifyingly dark. Now, he had already become a chess piece in the hands of the other party, and could be killed at will. If he did not quickly kneel and beg for mercy, he would definitely die a rather miserable death. 200 stellar-level experts had died at the hands of Jiang Qin. This made Wu Meng Tuo Gan's fear of Jiang Qin deepen by a lot. Looks like you're really a wretch. Since you've already decided to surrender, you still changed sides at the last minute. Tell me, do you really think I would dare to use a person like you? Chapter 50-37. Spare me, Senior, spare me. I will never betray you this time. Wu Ming Togan repeatedly kowtowed to Jiang Qin, but at this time, Jiang Chen's gaze fell on Qian Deli and Gasolier. The 2 of them were Jiang Chen's targets. Wu Ming Togan did not know where the source stone vein was, but these 2 might know. I can spare the life of anyone who can tell me where the source stone vein or industrial adamantine is. Jiang Qin said coldly. Don't even think about it. We will never betray the feather race. Qian Deli said while gritting his teeth. Although he was seriously injured and his life was hanging by a thread, he still gritted his teeth and did not relax. Is that so? What about you, the 3 of you, are you willing to tell me? Jiang Qin smiled. In your dreams. Gasolier said in a deep voice. His face was ferocious, and he did not hesitate at all. As a member of the feather race, he must keep his mouth shut and would rather die than surrender. Look, you are all so stubborn. I can't do anything about it. All right, since you are not afraid of death, I will let you taste what it means to beg for death. Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold. He activated the natal star soul. At this moment, it began to overwhelm them. The crushing of the natal star soul was a disaster for them. They could not die even if they wanted to, and it was even more difficult to live. Jiang Chen's destruction of their souls was difficult for anyone to resist. At this time, there was no chance to resist at all. Ah! Screams lingered in their ears. Including Wuming Togan, all 5 of them had a miserable look on their faces. Jiang Chen's method was completely out of their expectation. They thought that death would be the end of all their troubles, but now, it seemed like death was not as simple as they had imagined. "Ah, spare me, Senior, ah. I surrender. I am willing to work hard for you and let you demolish me. Ah, please let me go." Wuming Togan screamed. Even breathing became difficult. The pain in his soul caused him to faint, but he was awakened by the pain again. That feeling made one feel despair, but there was nothing they could do. From this, one could very well imagine how powerful the innate astral souls were. Even for cultivators below the star level, there was almost no one who could break through to the next level. Hence, Jiang Chen's innate astral soul was an invincible existence. Facing the soul suppression of these people, it was simply a piece of cake. You gave in, but they didn't. I couldn't do anything about it. Jiang Chen shrugged and said indifferently. "Ah, you be *stards, hurry up and tell me. Gasolier, you may want to die, but I don't." Wuming Togan held his head and roared. His voice was hoarse, and his clothes were soaked in sweat. The others were not much better than him. They were even more suffocating. The pain of the soul was far more painful than the pain of the body. No matter how strong their willpower was, they could not withstand the pain of the soul. Jiang Chen had completely crushed their souls. No one could retreat. For them, death was also a very extravagant act. There was no possibility at all. In the end, Gasolier and Chandler finally bowed their heads. They would rather die, but Jiang Chen did not give them such a chance. They wanted to die, but the result was that their souls were heavily injured again and again. It was impossible for them to even lose consciousness. The torture of their souls made them want to die immediately. But every second and minute was an incomparably horrifying torture. Jiang Chen's methods were far beyond their imagination. I'll tell you now. Please, I'll tell you." Gasolier's voice was extremely weak. At this time, his eyes were filled with despair. He just wanted to die quickly, but without Jiang Chen's consent, he could not die at all. "If you knew this would happen, why did you do it in the first place? Isn't it better to suffer less? The people of the feather race really know how to court death." Jiang Chen laughed. "I can't tell you. Gasolier, you can't betray the feather race. You be *starred. Chandler roared, but he was also on the verge of death. "Black King, throw him into the Buddha prison pagoda and torture his soul for 1,000 years. Jiang Chen glanced at Chandler. Chandler's eyes glowed green, and a chill ran down his spine. He was a little regretful, but there was no medicine for regret in this world. Gasolier, Wuming, Togan, and the others all heaved a sigh of relief. They looked at Chandler with mourning eyes. "Kill me. Kill me if you have the guts." However, Jiang Chen did not care about him at all. Instead, his gaze fell on Gasolier. In the dragon-subduing mountain range 100,000 miles away. "We are planning to set off in the next few days to lead these slaves to the dragon-subduing mountain range to mine," Gasolier said hurriedly. He was afraid that Jiang Chen would go back on his word at this time and throw him to Qian Deli's side. If that happened, he would be the one who begged for death. Dragon-subduing mountain range. Jiang Chen frowned, his eyes blazing. It seemed that these people had found the source stone mine. The people of the feather race were too hateful. They had killed so many people just to be their slaves. They wanted to enslave the entire Milan star. Does anyone know where the dragon-subduing mountain range is? Jiang Chen stood in the void of the city lord's mansion and asked in a low voice. The gods are in the mountains. The dragon-subduing mountain range is 100,000 miles away from our Dut city. It's a beautiful mountain range that stretches for thousands of miles. It's one of the most beautiful landscapes on Milan star. Someone said to Jiang Qin, kneeling on the ground. It seemed that Gasolier did not lie to him. All right, then take me there. Jiang Chen looked at Gasolier. What about me? Senior, what about me? Yuming Togan asked hurriedly. You. Follow Chandler and accept the soul interrogation. What I hate the most in my life is traitors, and you just had to betray me. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for thinking too highly of yourself. Do you really think you're a match for me? I can kill the people of the feather race if I want to. I will also kill all of you on Milan star. Jiang Chen said sternly. No, Wuming Togan's desperate voice made Gasolier shiver. He finally understood how terrifying Jiang Chen was. Even a sixth heavenly star realm guard was willing to bow down to him. This person's strength must be even greater. Moreover, his methods were truly terrifying. Let's go. What are you waiting for? Jiang Chen smiled. At this time, Gasolier did not dare to delay at all. He quickly got up and prepared to go to the dragon-subduing mountain range. The other two divine shadow guards were also killed by Jiang Chen. Gasolier knew that it would be more and more difficult for the feather race to enter Milan star this time. Chapter 5038. 100,000 miles wasn't far for Jiang Chen. By the time they arrived at Hidden Dragon City, the sky had already darkened. You can run, but when I catch you again, you'll end up like Mentigdigan. If you want to end up like him, I'll grant you your wish. Jiang Chen smiled. Gasolier's expression was unusually ugly. He nodded with a dazed expression. He was afraid that he would end up like Chandler and Mentigdigan, unable to die even if he wanted to. Hidden Dragon City is our stronghold among the feather race. This is also the place we first explored. The ancestors of the feather race demarcated the 8,000-mile Hidden Dragon Mountain range. At this moment, Gasolier had already told Jiang Chen everything he knew, fearing that he would anger Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen had his lifeline in his hands. Once his soul was suppressed, it would be too terrifying. Your position among the feather race isn't low, right? Jiang Chen said with a smile. We brought quite a few divine shadow guards this time. They're all around the 4th or 5th level of the star state. There are about 300 of them. The rest are the 6 feathered kings of the feather race. There are about 50 of them. I'm a 5-feathered angel. There are also 305 feathered angels. The rest are all star states. Gasolier said. In other words, the strongest of the people who came to Milan planet this time are the 6 feathered kings. Jiang Chen pondered. It seems like the feather race is taking this matter very seriously. Is this source stone mine really worth so many people coming? Jiang Chen looked at Gasolier. Gasolier was also confused. Is there anything else? Gasolier frowned. I should be the one asking you that. Jiang Chen smiled coldly. 56th level star states were all as strong as Qi Yeyu. This force was enough to wipe out the entire Heaven Awakening star region. There were also more than 500 5th level star states. If Yun Lingfei brought the horsemen of the apocalypse, they would only be annihilated. Jiang Chen knew that even he wouldn't dare to act rashly. Previously in Tianfeng City and Diite City, the opponents weren't that strong. Even if there were 2 5th heavenly layer star realm experts, they wouldn't be able to threaten him. However, if there were so many star level 5 experts, or even a star level 6 feathered heavenly king, even if he and Luo Ying teamed up, they would only be able to avoid them. The feather race's goal was definitely not as simple as a source stone mine. If it was just for the source stone mine, then given the feather race's strength, it would not be difficult for them to take Milan star. However, at this time, they were moving stealthily. They did not want to alarm anyone, not even the Heaven Awakening Star domain. If it wasn't for someone running away from Milan Star, no one would have known about this matter. Even if it was known, it would have been hundreds of years, or even tens of thousands of years later. Someone would have set foot on Milan Star, only then would this matter be exposed. This force, let alone in the Heaven Awakening Star region, would be a suffocating existence even in the stronger star regions. Where are you from? Jiang Chen's face darkened. These people were definitely not from the Heaven Awakening Star region. The Heaven Awakening Star region would not have such a powerful existence. Otherwise, Qi Yeyu would have been overthrown long ago. Their appearance in the Heaven Awakening Star region was definitely a huge conspiracy. I don't like to repeat myself, Jiang Chen said in a low voice. Sky Tyrant Star region, Eternal Wing Star region. The Sky Tyrant Star region has a total of 87 star regions, with the Sky Tyrant Star region as the leader. The Sky Tyrant Star region is second only to the Ether Star region. The Eternal Wing Star region is one of the main camps of the Feather race. There are many experts there, including the nine-feathered Sky God. The Sky Tyrant Star region is 140,000 light-years from east to west. The Heaven Awakening Star region is in the east. We used the super teleportation formation to get here, Jia Tholier said in a low voice. He had no choice but to reveal everything. Jiang Chen must have a use for him. Otherwise, Jiang Chen would have used the natal star soul to kill him. Sky Tyrant Star region, Eternal Wing Star region. Interesting, Jiang Chen murmured. Of course, Jiang Chen knew how far 140,000 light-years was. Even if he used the Azure Billow Divine Boat, it would still take him a long time to get there. Jiang Chen knew that the situation was urgent. There must be a big problem in the Heaven Awakening Star region. However, the Feather race must not want to blow things up, which was why they were so secretive. It seemed like he had to be careful this time. Otherwise, with such a strong force, it would be impossible for him to overturn the Feather race. He did not know where Luoying was now. However, she should be able to find this place soon. Jiang Chen believed in Luo Ying's strength. It seemed like he had to sneak into their team as soon as possible. He still had not figured out the Feather race's goal. Whether it was Jia Tholier or Wu Meng Togan, they did not seem to have the right to know the core information. Only by finding the six-feathered king could he find out the Feather race's goal of coming to the Milan Star. Although the Heaven Awakening Star region and the Sky Tyrant Star region were next to each other, the Eternal Wing Star region was quite far away. They had used all kinds of methods and used the super teleportation formation. It could not be just for a source stone mine. At this time, Jiang Chen changed his appearance and aura. He turned into Jia Tholier. Jia Tholier was stunned and his face darkened. He already knew what Jiang Chen wanted to do. Go to the Buddha prison palace and stay for a while. I won't pressure your soul. If I meet someone I know, I might be able to find you, Jiang Chen said with a smile, the corner of his mouth curved into a bright smile. Now, the Milan Star was not just a star region full of danger. It was the beginning of a conspiracy. Jiang Chen was getting more and more curious about the Feather race's goal of coming here. Only by entering the hidden dragon city and exploring it would he be able to gain something. Jiang Chen entered the hidden dragon city alone and saw a large number of slaves. All of them were star emperors. There were more than 100,000 of them. These were the natives of the Milan Star. They were imprisoned by the Feather race to be their slaves. Their goal was to excavate the source stone mine. Chapter 5039. Jiang Chen could not bear to look at such a tragic scene. Corpses were strewn everywhere. Other than the slaves who were locked up, there were also corpses all over the city, piled up on both sides of the streets. Dragon-subduing city was a large city, and there were at least 1 million people there. But now, almost all of them had perished. The gloomy and oppressive atmosphere was the most horrifying. Corpses were strewn everywhere, blood was spilled everywhere, and broken walls were everywhere. Accompanied by the bloody sunset, under the cover of the night, the dragon-subduing city was as horrifying as a ghost city. Some people were crying, some people's eyes were empty and lifeless, like the Walking Dead, and some people's eyes were filled with rage and despair. You Feather Clan people, you will be punished by the heavens. You will die a horrible death. Just wait to be punished by the heavens. I will not let you off even if I become a ghost. My child, my wife, my mother, are all dead. What's the point of me living? Feather Clan, I swear that I will make you fall into the cycle of reincarnation forever. Arg! You bunch of executioners, you all deserve to die. The slaves kept howling, but the people of the Feather Clan who passed by did not care about them, treating them like wild beasts. The respected seniors of the past had all become prisoners of the Feather Clan. In the entire Milan planet, probably no one was spared. Their homes had been devoured, their loved ones had been killed, and they had to become slaves of the Feather Clan, to expand their territory and excavate mines for them. It was extremely cruel and inhumane. To the Feather Clan, these people were like ants. They had killed tens of thousands of people and no longer cared about the amount of blood on their hands. They only had their own mission and their own goal. The powerless rage of these people was nothing more than an itch in their ears. It was supposed to be a beautiful planet, colorful and modeled. But when Jiang Chen walked into it, he found that the current Milan planet was in a state of devastation. Under the trampling of the U race, it had turned into a living hell. Jiang Chen's expression was extremely unsightly. The people of the Feather race were simply too cruel. Such a race could actually cover more than half of the eternal world. From this, it could be seen how terrifying their ruling power was. Jiang Chen's enmity with the Feather race was absolutely irreconcilable. He had almost been killed by them in the past. The Feather race's cruelty and inhumanity was something that Jiang Chen hated the most. One day, if he had the ability, he would definitely wipe the Feather race from the face of the everlasting realm. Greetings, Lord Garso. When the 2 level 3-star states saw Gasolier, they immediately bowed and greeted him. Are all the slaves here? Jiang Chen said lightly. Not yet, but soon. In 3 days at most, we can march into the dragon-subduing mountain range. A white-robed harpy said in a low voice. Why is Lord Garso alone? Where's Lord Qian? The man in white looked at Jiang Chen. My people are waiting for that bastard Wmingtigdigan. I sent Chandler to meet up with Wmingtigdigan. I'll go ahead and take a look at the situation here. Jiang Chen said with a stern expression. I see. This way please, Lord Garso. The man in white said with a look of relief. Ha ha ha. Gasolier, you're really fast. You actually ran ahead of me. Damn it. A burly man with a curly beard held a blood-red iron chain in his hand. Behind him were rows of slaves. All of them were pierced through their shoulder blades. They were dripping with blood. It was a tragic sight. At a glance, one could not even see the end of them. It was simply too cruel. These people were all pale and dazed. They had been pierced through by divine weapons and had nowhere to hide. Who is he? Jiang Chen asked telepathically. Lu Junfei is one of my sworn enemies. But for the sake of the Feather race, we've put aside our grudges. Gasolier said. So what? We haven't set off for the dragon-subduing mountain range yet. Jiang Chen said Leng Leng. Didn't you say to put aside our grudges for the sake of the Feather race? I can't believe you're still so petty. Ha ha ha. Lu Junfei laughed loudly. Oh right, where are your people? Why are you here alone? You don't need to worry about my matters. Jiang Qin turned around and left after saying that. He was afraid that something might happen if this person saw through his identity. He would be in big trouble. This was the base camp of the U race. There were many experts here. Jiang Qin didn't dare to say that he could advance or retreat easily. This bastard. He's pissing me off. Lu Junfei's expression darkened. Lord Lu, please calm down. Lord Gasolier is waiting for Lord Wu Mang. He told Lord Qian to meet up with him. That's why he came to the dragon-subduing city alone. The man in white explained. No wonder. But this Garso is really infuriating. Damn it, after this big business is over, I will definitely play with you. Lu Junfei looked at Jiang Chen's departing figure with a complicated expression. Often, the person who understood him the most was his opponent. That was why Jiang Qin was afraid that he would give himself away if he spoke too much to Lu Junfei. Wait for me, Gasolier. Let's go see Lord Yan Fei together. Lu Junfei handed the metal lock in his hand to the man in white and caught up to Jiang Qin. Jiang Chen's expression darkened. This guy was really persistent. I've already locked up 5,000 imperial stars. I can report back. He, Gasolier, let's go. Lord Yan Fei probably can't wait any longer. Lu Junfei followed beside Jiang Qin and said with a laugh. Who is Yan Fei? Six-feathered heavenly king. Jiang Qin asked Gasolier. Yes, Yan Fei is one of the people in charge this time. He's in charge of the slaves. Gasolier said. Let's go. It's not like I didn't capture any slaves. It's just that Chandler and Yumengto are at the back. I'm going ahead to check out the itinerary of the hidden dragon city. Jiang Qin said coldly. Since this Yan Fei was the person in charge of the feather race's mission, he had to meet him. Ha ha ha, I think you're worried that I'll leave you behind. That's why you're going alone. You haven't worked hard enough, right? I let you team up with Chandler, but you're still so weak. You really disappoint me. Lu Junfei said, beaming with joy. Jiang Qin couldn't be bothered with him. Under the guidance of his subordinates, he went straight to the city lord's residence. That's strange. In the past, Gasolier definitely wouldn't let me go. Why did he leave today? He must be hiding something. Yes, that must be it. He definitely didn't get enough Imperial Star slaves. This guy is too shameless. Lu Junfei touched his nose and muttered. Today is the day of the feather race's grand plan. Today, everyone, follow me into the dragon-subduing mountains. For the feather race, for the great cause, all of us must face death with equanimity. Yan Fei held the long divine halberd in his hand with a solemn expression. Countless people of the feather race were shouting at his feet and beside him. Everyone's eyes were very solemn. What they were going to face this time was probably unprecedented. Hence, the feather race here had risked their lives to come here. They knew that for the great cause of the feather race, they might even have to give up their lives. However, no one bowed their heads, no one regretted. Instead, they pressed forward with an indomitable spirit. For the feather race. For the great cause. For a better tomorrow. Fight, fight, fight. At this time, the experts of the feather race all followed Yan Fei's footsteps and rushed into the dragon-subduing mountains. The great army was pressing down. More than 2,000 stellar-level experts, at this time, with a soaring spirit, rose up. The entire land seemed to be trembling continuously. No one knew what they were going to face, but everything was for the sake of meeting obstacles. To them, it was worth it. Jiang Chen followed the large army all the way into the dragon-subduing mountains. Facing the scorching sun, the dragon-subduing mountains at this time seemed even more abrupt and barren. It stretched for thousands of miles, and it was difficult to see the end at a glance. This was the hope in everyone's hearts, the hope of the feather race's future. Until now, Jiang Chen still did not know what kind of existence was behind this source stone mine. He could only take it one step at a time. Moreover, that Lu Junfei was still chattering beside him, as if he was determined to have him. He, looks like your people did not catch up. Garso, this time you are really too disappointing. I think Commander Yen is also very disappointed in you. Lu Junfei laughed coldly. No one knew when he had appeared next to Jiang Chen again. I don't need you to worry. Jiang Chen said Lang. You don't need me to worry, but when we need you later, you will know how helpless you are. Ha ha ha. Lu Junfei said disdainfully. The hatred between him and Gasolier seemed to be quite deep. Finally, after advancing hundreds of miles in the dragon-subduing mountains, the entire army finally stopped. Yan Fei walked at the front, and everyone looked at him. They should be arriving soon. Everyone, set up camp here. Bring 30,000 slaves and prepare to start mining. Yan Fei said in a low voice. Everyone's spirit was lifted. Countless Star Emperor experts were thrown into the valley. They followed the Feather People's orders and started to dig quickly. To them, it was a dark day. But no one dared to resist, because they didn't have the strength to do so. If they resisted, the only outcome would be death. I finally found you. It had long since rusted, corroded by the passage of time. They can't dig anymore. You do it. After Yan Fei said this, Lu Junfei was taken aback. Then, his face turned bitter. Damn it, I'm so unlucky. They actually made me a miner. However, even though Lu Junfei was resentful, he absolutely did not dare to vent his anger at Yan Fei. Although the difference in strength between the two of them was only one layer, Yan Fei's strength and status amongst them was something that Lu Junfei would never be able to match. Although Lu Junfei was unwilling, he still began to frantically dig. Palm after palm slammed down, causing the ground to tremble and the metal to peel off one after another. Yan Fei's gaze grew more and more excited. Jiang Chen took all of this in. Yan Fei had likely found what he was looking for. Several hours later, Lu Junfei was so tired that his forehead was beaded with sweat. His physical exhaustion was self-evident. However, it was at this moment that he finally smashed through the metal substance that was several dozen feet thick. Move aside. Yan Fei pushed Lu Junfei aside and stared at the dark yellow crystal in front of him. The terrifying Genesis chi contained within was self-evident. It was even denser than a grade 7 origin stone vein. This can't be a grade 8 origin stone vein, right? Grade 8. How is this possible? Then we've struck it big this time. Perhaps it's not just that, the Genesis chi is too dense. I'm afraid that I won't be able to hold on for much longer. Damn it, we've struck it big, ha ha ha. The Yu clan members cheered in unison, but only Yan Fei remained incomparably calm. Yan Fei gently stroked the yellow crystal. Within the crystal, there seemed to be some blurry images that he couldn't fathom. Jiang Chen's brows were tightly knitted together. He carefully observed it for a long time, but was unable to find any clues. However, he was certain that the yellow crystal was definitely not simple. Could it be a higher grade origin stone vein? It did seem to be even more tempting than the origin stone vein from before. Yan Fei's eyes grew increasingly fervent, even somewhat crazed. He had waited far too long for this day. After waiting for tens of thousands of years, he had finally obtained the final reward. What the hell is this thing? Jiang Qin was somewhat puzzled. However, there were several objects within the yellow crystal that Jiang Qin could not understand. They seemed to be humans, but also seemed to be demonic beasts. It was more like a portrait that he could not understand no matter how much he thought about it. Found you, I've finally found you, ha ha ha. The rise and fall of the Yu clan depends on this. Wahahaha. Yan Fei laughed maniacally. He could not help but beat his chest and stamp his feet. At this moment, everyone present was even more dumbfounded. Could this origin stone vein really allow the Yu clan to rapidly rise? The Harpies were one of the most powerful races in the world. It seemed that Commander Yen was planning on giving them a bigger stage this time. Commander Yen, what the hell is this? Lu Junfei's face was ashen as he asked with lingering fear. He was somewhat timid, afraid that Yan Fei would blame him for this. However, this time, Yan Fei did not glare angrily. Instead, his gaze became gentle. His eyes were burning, and the shock and excitement in his heart were obvious. Everyone listened with relish. Even the slaves of the Milan Star had sunk into a state of infatuation. One could imagine that if Yan Fei did not personally tell them about this secret, no one would know about it. Jiang Qin was even more shocked. No wonder the people of the Yu clan were trying their best to find this origin ancient site. In other words, there's a high possibility that there's a relic from the previous era or the treasure of a powerful expert in the origin ancient site. If that's the case, this secret would be a huge event in the entire eternal world. No wonder Yan Fei was so serious, and the feather race paid so much attention to it. Moreover, they were so careful. It was all to deceive others. From the looks of it, the feather race must be overjoyed. With this origin ancient site, the feather race might really be able to reach the top of the everlasting world, sweep across the universe, and unify the world. If it were any other race, Jiang Qin would not be so excited. However, he had seen the cruelty of the feather race more than once. If the feather race really conquered the everlasting world, what would happen? The entire world would become a purgatory. Origin ancient site. Such a treasure could not be allowed to fall into the hands of the feather race, nor could Yan Fei take advantage of it. Jiang Qin would definitely not let him go. Even if his body was torn to shreds, Jiang Qin had to stop the feather race. For the entire everlasting world, and for himself. If he could obtain the origin ancient site, perhaps his strength would soar. What an origin ancient site! Ha ha ha! The feather race will eventually rule the entire everlasting world. This time, I, Yan Fei, will let the world know how powerful I am. Ha ha ha. Yan Fei's craziness had far exceeded Jiang Qin's imagination. It was no wonder. No matter who it was, no one would be able to predict what would happen if they obtained divine power that could make everyone in the world tremble one day. Long live the feather race! Long live the feather race! Long live the feather race! The cheers were deafening. Yan Fei's eyes were blazing with excitement. This origin ancient site was the symbol of the feather race's rise. At this time, Lu Junfei was also very excited. Even if he was reprimanded by Yan Fei, it was worth it. The origin ancient site that they had found could change the fate of the feather race. This was a true treasure. An origin stone vein could not be compared to an origin ancient site. Such a thing was truly a peerless treasure that could make one's head swim. Start digging. With Yan Fei's shout, all the feather race members charged forward as though they had been injected with chicken blood. Their fighting spirit was high. They could finally hold their heads high. This time, everyone who had come to Milan Star would become the meritorious people of the feather race and be recorded in the annals of history. Chapter 50-43. Who are these fellows? Did they come with Luoying? Although Jiang Chen knew of the existence of those people, he did not dare to act rashly. He could not completely expose his own source star soul. Otherwise, if he was caught by the feather race, he would definitely die. Now, Jiang Chen could only endure. However, he felt that there seemed to be several figures behind Luoying. Who they were and where they came from would probably give Jiang Chen a headache. However, the purpose of these people was most likely to be the feather race's treasure. Yan Fei was already fully prepared. However, the appearance of these people would definitely disrupt his plans. At that time, he might even be able to reap the benefits from the conflict. Who knows? Without absolute certainty, Jiang Chen would definitely not make a move. Yan Fei would be able to hold him back. At that time, it would be a battle of life and death. He did not know if there would be any treasures left. If he died here, it would not be worth it. They were here to eliminate the scourge of Milan Planet, not to sightsee. Although the crisis on Milan Planet was now known, it was not possible to completely change the situation overnight. Jiang Chen had already made a plan in his heart. At least, he would wait until Yan Fei dug out the treasure first. If he could steal it while they were not paying attention, he could shift the battlefield away from the Heaven Awakening Star region. He had originally planned to leave this place. He had many friends here, and he did not want to use this place as a battlefield. Otherwise, he would definitely hurt the innocent. Once the horsemen of the apocalypse and Qi Yeyu joined the battle, the significance would be different. Jiang Chen's plan was to divert the disaster to someone else. It would be best if it didn't involve Milan Star. The current Milan Star was already in a miserable state. Apart from the stronger ones who were enslaved, all the elderly, children, and those who weren't strong enough had been killed. The death toll was definitely more than half. The people on Milan Star could no longer afford the second round of consumption. If there was another war, it was likely to become a desolate planet, and everyone would die. The Star Emperor of Milan Star simply could not bear the burden of so many stellar-level experts. Now, the appearance of this group of people, these uninvited guests, had caused Jiang Chen to change his mind. However, their purpose was still debatable. At least, as a bystander, although he had an army of demonic beasts, the army of demonic beasts would definitely not participate in the battle unless it was absolutely necessary. Tens of Star Level 6 experts, Jiang Chen didn't dare to be enemies with them at all. Although he was strong, he wasn't strong to the point of being condescending. Yan Fei kept a close eye on the excavation. Any secret treasure found in the Origin historic site would definitely be an earth-shattering existence. It looks like a weapon. Lu Junfei said in surprise. What weapon? So big. Yan Fei was a little surprised. However, looking at the outline, it did look like a weapon, and it was very big. It was more than 6 feet long, very wide, very thick, and black. It was sealed in the source stone mine, appearing very mysterious. What are you waiting for? Continue digging. Yan Fei was a little excited. This thing would be a real treasure. If it was a divine weapon, then it would be a huge profit. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes and watched quietly from the side. This was indeed a divine weapon. He had a feeling that this divine weapon was probably not inferior to his heavenly dragon sword, and might even be better. It was too big, and this aura did not leak out, but just looking at the outline was enough to predict what it would be. It was very likely to be a great killing weapon. Lu Junfei didn't dare to be negligent. Yan Fei's eyes were already burning with passion. At this time, Lu Junfei could only quickly dig with his men. If he wanted to show off in front of others, then he had to suffer a little. Lu Junfei had always wanted to suppress Gasolier and show off in front of Yan Fei. Hence, he could only bury his head and work hard. Once they dug out the treasure, Commander Yen would definitely reward them handsomely. There was no doubt about this. After a while, Lu Junfei finally confirmed that this was a weapon. Although only a small part of it was revealed, it already gave people a sense of grandeur and boundless majesty. The smooth handle was as thick as a thigh. The patterns on it were also extremely simple and natural, without any carvings. The black, round handle looked like a giant axe. Good stuff. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. Although he didn't use an axe, his second brother, Pangu, did. This axe was definitely a rare and peerless divine weapon. Jiang Chen could see it, and so could Yan Fei. At this time, many people were shrouded by a huge pressure, and this pressure came from this divine weapon. What a domineering aura. Yan Fei took a deep breath, and his face was extremely gloomy. Those Milan slaves with low strength even became restless even when they breathed. This peerless godly weapon was definitely a great weapon, a great killing weapon. Continue digging. Ha ha ha, this is what I'm looking for. Yan Fei said with a big laugh. His eyes were blazing, and he rubbed his palms together. The treasure had finally appeared. He had definitely made a big profit this time. This was just the beginning. If he continued digging, if he found any treasures of heaven and earth, or ancient martial arts, it would be even more like he had the help of God. After more than 2 hours, Lu Junfei and the others finally dug out the giant axe. It was more than 2 feet long, and there was nothing fancy about it. It was just like an enlarged version of an ordinary axe. However, it was undeniable that the power of this axe was not to be underestimated. Now, the people around them had difficulty breathing. It was as if dark clouds were pressing down on the city. This great killing weapon was too domineering. How strong was the person who had it back then? Jiang Chen didn't dare to imagine, and Yan Fei didn't dare to imagine either. However, one thing was certain, and that was that he had finally obtained the treasure that he had been dreaming of. What a great sky-splitting axe. The person who held this sky-splitting axe back then must have been an awe-inspiring legendary figure. Yan Fei couldn't help but feel emotional. He gently stroked the sky-splitting axe. The people of the feather race around him were also cheering. Commander Yen had led them to win glory for the feather race. Who wouldn't be cheering for him? Be careful, there's someone behind you. At this time, Jiang Chen transmitted his voice to Luoying, who was hiding in the dark. Luoying was shocked. She didn't see Jiang Chen, nor did she notice the person hiding behind her. However, she knew that Jiang Chen should have already arrived. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. It seems that the feather race isn't alone. Someone has already beaten us to it. Should we bide our time? Luoying transmitted her voice to Jiang Chen. Yes. It's very likely that it's an opponent of the feather race. It could also be an interstellar wanderer. Let's wait and see first. I don't think this is a good place. Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. Gagaga, such a treasure is truly too tempting. Chapter 50-44. Who is it? Yan Fei roared, turning around and roaring furiously. Old ancestor Li Shan, Mu Yunhe is here. The skinny old man at the front had a strange smile on his face. What? Old monster Li Shan. It's them. Old monster Li Shan. Damn it, these guys aren't easy to deal with. We feather race are not easy to bully. Even old monster Li Shan cannot make us bow our heads. How many of them are there? What's there to be afraid of? There are no cowards in the feather race. You don't know. This old monster Li Shan is very powerful. These four are all stronger than Commander Yan Fei. Do you think old monster Li Shan is easy to deal with? Many people were shocked. Old monster Li Shan was one of the feather race's archenemies. He was famous in the Sky Tyrant starfield. He had killed countless people and was extremely cruel. Even the feather race did not want to provoke him. These fellows were like deranged mad dogs. Once they were infected, they would fight to the death with you until the end. Moreover, the strength of these four people was above his own. Yan Fei's eyes were also incomparably cold. After all his calculations, he did not expect that old monster Li Shan would actually follow him and appear on Milan's star. Old monster Li Shan was a terrifying existence in the northern region of the Sky Tyrant starfield. And there were more than four of them. This time, only the four of them had come. Even Mu Yunhe did not know what these feather race were planning. He only knew that they were here to search for treasure and had appeared here silently. They had to be so careful in order to deceive everyone. Even so, this was enough for Mu Yunhe. Such a huge treasure was just right for his family of four. Otherwise, it would attract even more people. Wouldn't that make others jealous? In the end, the situation would get even more out of control. After all, such a treasure was enough to shake the entire Sky Tyrant starfield. And this feather race was very interesting. To be able to dig up such a secret place, it really made others jealous. But to Mu Yunhe, coming here today was a great opportunity. Yan Fei's face was extremely gloomy. Of these four people, two were at the peak of the star level 6, while the other two were at the star level 7. They were definitely not easy to deal with. Their leader, Mu Yunhe, was notorious. Many people in the Sky Tyrant starfield had been tormented by him, which showed how terrifying he was. Yan Fei knew that with his strength alone, he would only be able to passively take a beating. This time, they had entered the Heaven Awakening Star Field's Milan star, which was a top secret of the feather race. Even so, it had still been leaked. It seemed like there was a spy among them. There was no such thing as an impenetrable wall in the world. Even if they were all members of the feather race, there would still be people with ulterior motives. Their whereabouts had definitely been exposed by such people. That was why the old demon of Mount Lishan could take advantage of them. Yan Fei was extremely frustrated. He had thought that this would be a flawless operation. Who would have thought that the people from the Sky Tyrant star field would catch up to them? This time, they were going to suffer. Although the other side only had 4 people, 2 star level 7 powerhouses were enough to make dozens of star level 6 powerhouses like them anxious and battered. Since Mu Yunhe had dared to come, he definitely had made some preparations. After all, he had chased them all the way from the Sky Tyrant star field. Old Demon of Mount Lishan had been waiting for this day. If there were only a few source stone mines, it would not be a loss. But this time, there were ancient era divine weapons. This was a huge gain. Bastard! Old Demon of Mount Lishan, do you really want to go against the feather race? You should know what the consequences are for offending the harpies. Yan Fei said in a low voice. The people of the feather race behind him had also started to gather. Facing a strong enemy, they had to fight head-on. There was no room for retreat. Kikik, you definitely won't be able to enjoy this treasure. Why not give it to me? Isn't that great? This old man will definitely appreciate it. Mu Yunhe said with a smile. Father, I really like that huge axe. I really like it. A rough-looking, 9-foot-tall young man said excitedly. His eyes were about to fall out of their sockets as he looked at the huge sky-splitting axe. His mouth was full of saliva. Ha ha ha, my son likes it. Father will definitely help you get it. This thing is ours to begin with, Kikik. Mu Yunhe laughed sinisterly as he stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Yan Fei didn't dare underestimate his stooped figure. Although the feather race is very powerful, I'm not afraid of you now. Do you think that I, old ancestor Lishan, am easy to bully? I've already prepared a countermeasure. Otherwise, why would I dare to come? If you know what's good for you, then scram. I will appreciate your kindness, but if you don't, then we can only meet on the battlefield. To tell the truth, I don't want to offend the feather race. After all, you are famous for being difficult to deal with. However, who asked my son to like it? Who asked this treasure to be so troublesome? Do you think you can handle this hot potato? Mu Yunhe sneered, his eyes blazing as he stared at the sky-splitting axe. Even he was deeply shaken, let alone his son. This sky-splitting axe was an incomparable existence. It was too domineering, a divine weapon from ancient times. It was a miracle from the origin ancient site. How could Mu Yunhe retreat now? You're courting death. The feather race will definitely not let you off. However, this time, you won't be able to take the treasure from my hands. Do you think the experts of the feather race are all vegetarians? Although you are very strong, you want to eat all of us with just a few people. That's just wishful thinking. Yan Fei shouted, his gaze cold. He was also full of confidence in this battle. However, even if they defeated Mu Yunhe and the others, they would definitely suffer great losses. However, for the future of the feather race, for their great cause, they had no regrets even if they died 9 times. Soldiers of the feather race, listen to my command. For the great cause of the feather race, for our future, kill without mercy. Kill without mercy. Kill without mercy. Kill without mercy. Their voices reverberated throughout the dragon-subduing mountain range. The surrounding sky became as dark as ink. Waves of echoes shook the heavens and the earth changed color. The soldiers of the feather race were fearless under Yan Fei's lead. Their mission was glorious. They would fight for the feather race until the very last moment. When the sandpiper and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. Take your time. I want to see who will have the last laugh. Chapter 50-45. At this moment, Jiang Qin was sitting on top of the mountain and reaping the spoils. He hid at the back, but the feather people were already itching to fight against old monster Li Shan. The battle was about to begin. Old monster Li Shan's strength could not be underestimated. Yan Fei was very shocked, so he had to be even more careful. If he failed this mission, then the feather race would lose too many things. Moreover, everything he had painstakingly prepared for the past tens of thousands of years would all go to someone else. What Yan Fei hated the most now was that he didn't know which bastard had betrayed the feather race. If someone hadn't leaked the secret, no one would have known that they had come to Milan Planet. However, it was too late to say anything now. They could only fight with their backs to the wall. Fortunately, old monster Li Shan had only sent 4 people. If a few more had come, he definitely wouldn't have been able to handle it. As long as there was a chance of survival, he definitely wouldn't let it go. These people had come for the treasures, and so had the feather race. This battle of life and death concerned everyone's future. Everyone's life and death was their responsibility. Kill them. For the dignity of the feather race, for our glory, we can only win this battle. We can't lose. Yan Fei roared angrily. More than 2,000 experts from the feather race were fighting the enemy at this time. Although they were all at the first, second, third, and fourth heavens of the star level, their strength varied. But even ants could bite an elephant to death. After all, there were hundreds of star-level experts. Even if it was a star-level expert, they still had to be careful, not daring to be careless. However, the most frightening thing was that Mu Yunhe and his wife had already reached the 7th stratum of the star realm. No one was a match for them. Yan Fei led more than 26 stratum star realm experts to surround Mu Yunhe. On the other side, his wife, Yang Chao, was also surrounded by more than 26 stratum star realm experts. Compared to his son and daughter, Mu Yunhe's sense of danger was stronger. After all, even if his son and daughter were to face hundreds or thousands of star states, they wouldn't have no way out. Those people were all early-stage star states. Even if they couldn't beat them, they wouldn't be trapped. They would be able to escape. However, facing Yan Fei and the other 26 firmament star realm experts, Mu Yunhe's expression turned grave. The difference of one firmament star realm didn't seem like much, but it was like the difference between heaven and earth. With so many people at the 6th firmament star realm, this battle wouldn't be easy. Old woman, kill them. To seize the divine artifact for my son. Mu Yunhe said in a deep voice. He waved the black staff in his hand and swept it across the sky, pressing towards Yan Fei and the others. All right, whatever my son wants, I'll get it even if I have to risk my life. Young Chao's expression was gloomy as she sneered. Wherever her blade went, a fierce battle ensued. After all, Yan Fei was the leader of the feather race. For this feather race expedition, he had made ample preparations. Hence, even if they were to face a strong enemy, he was still methodical. With so many star-level 6 experts, he was very confident. Only by killing Mu Yunhe would the feather race be able to rest easy. Old Monster Lishan and the others were all fugitives. If they wanted to kill these 4, they had to kill them all. Otherwise, they would become a problem in the future. Now that they knew about the feather race's treasure and had come prepared, the two sides were evenly matched. In an instant, the battle entered a stalemate. Jiang Chen watched with great interest from the side. At this time, the feather race had no advantage. Yan Fei and the others had trapped Mu Yunhe, but killing a 7th firmament star realm powerhouse wasn't that easy. The battle intensified as the feather race counterattacked. What Mu Yunhe hadn't expected was that his son and daughter would be forced into a passive position and trapped by the feather race's formation. One person could not turn the tide. They were all star realm experts. Even Mu Yunhe wasn't completely confident. His son was forced into a passive position, and the feather race was already prepared. With the formation in place, the two of them were in an even more difficult situation. Dad, I can't hold on much longer. Dad, save me. Mu Dabiao and Mu Xiaozue were advancing with caution at every step. They were in a difficult situation and were faced with difficulties and dangers. Hold on, son. I'll take care of them and come for you. Mu Yunhe stood up furiously. The walking stick in his hand stirred up endless gales that overflowed with might. Universe opening, dragon subduing staff. Mu Yunhe charged left and right, his battle prowess shocking. Even when surrounded by more than 20 people, he was still able to walk leisurely. His strength was extraordinary. But Yan Fei and the others were not to be trifled with. They had already found Mu Yunhe's weakness, and that was to fight him to the death. The feather race would deal with Mu Dabiao and Mu Xiaozue. As long as those two were killed, they could surround Mu Yunhe and kill him without a doubt. Bastard, get out of my way. Mu Yunhe was furious. His son and daughter were in an increasingly difficult situation, and he was getting more and more furious. But Yan Fei and the others were like dogskin plaster, clinging to him and refusing to let him go. He couldn't do anything else. Want to leave? Not so easy. Yan Fei sneered. More than 20 people fighting with their full strength was also very terrifying. The battle was very bitter. Mu Yunhe, Yan Fei, and the others were all injured, but they still fought to the death. Yan Fei wanted to trap Mu Yunhe, and Mu Yunhe wanted to escape to save his son and daughter. In the end, he had overestimated his son Mu Dabiao. With more than 1,000 star-level experts working together, even if Mu Dabiao had the ability to reverse the situation, he would not be able to break out. Pft. Pft, pft, pft. Saber after saber slashes landed on Mu Dabiao's body. Finally, he could not hold on any longer. Blood spurted out of his mouth, and his face was filled with despair. "Save me, father." Mu Dabiao's voice was heart-wrenching. Young Chaoer and Mu Yunhe's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. But at this time, they were both trapped by Yan Fei and the others, unable to advance or retreat. Seeing Mu Dabiao falling to the ground, the Feather Race's people swallowed him up and instantly dismembered him. Mu Yunhe did not dare to look at such a tragic scene. Blood splattered everywhere. Desperate roars shook the sky, echoing above Milan Star for a long time. Mu Yunhe's heart skipped a beat, and his face was ashen. "My son." Young Chaoer's pupils constricted. She tried her best to break through the Feather Race's defense, but her mind was in a mess. In her panic, she was hit several times and was forced to retreat. Mu Yunhe flew into a rage out of humiliation. He gripped his black staff and charged into the crowd like a mad bull, unbridled. "Do you think I'm afraid of fighting you head-on?" Yan Fei sneered. Chapter 5046. TSK TSK TSK, how tragic. Jiang Chen couldn't help but shake his head. His expression was calm as he smiled at the storm. Mu Dabiao was killed, and Mu Xiaozue was surrounded. She retreated with every blow, and it was only a matter of time before she died. As for young Chaoer, who was distracted by her worries, she was also heavily injured. Only Mu Yunhe was left, trapped by Yan Fei's Big Dipper formation. Bang! 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 Mu Yunhe charged forward again and again, slamming into the formation. Yan Fei and the others were confused, but Mu Yunhe didn't have it easy either. Yan Fei had long since prepared this formation to deal with powerful enemies, just in case he needed it. Mu Yunhe was trapped by the formation, but he was still a level 7 star-level expert. At this moment, he tore a hole in the formation and swung his staff at Yan Fei. Yan Fei acted as though he was facing a formidable enemy. His face was pale as he quickly retreated, wielding his sword to meet the incoming attack. A huge force came crashing down, and Yan Fei had no way to avoid it. He was directly sent flying. His expression was extremely ferocious as he clenched his fists tightly. The web between his thumb and forefinger was torn. Damn it! This guy is really a monster. Yan Fei's heart was in turmoil. Careful. A starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Don't underestimate the enemy. Yan Fei roared and charged forward again, heading straight for Mu Yunhe. At this time, something even crazier happened to Mu Yunhe. Mu Xiaozue was also drowned in the wave of feather experts. Billions of star-level experts completely tore Mu Xiaozue, a 6th firmament star-level expert, apart. Mu Yunhe and Yang Chaoer's faces were deathly pale. Their roars shook the sky, especially Yang Chaoer. Now that both her children had been killed, she had lost all hope. Under the siege of so many experts, she quickly fell into a situation of life and death. Pfft. With a slash of his saber, young Chaoer was ultimately outnumbered and killed. At that moment, Mu Yunhe went completely crazy. His family had all been killed. At this time, he could only fight to the death. Although the Feather Race had also lost hundreds of star-level experts, in Mu Yunhe's eyes, their deaths were nothing. The death of his family was his greatest pain. Roar! I'll kill you all! Mu Yunhe shouted himself hoarse as he stood up with his staff in hand. At this time, Yan Fei and the others had finished their preparations and were ready to attack again. Mu Yunhe fought with Yan Fei and the others for a long time, advancing step by step. His situation was becoming more and more worrying. He knew that he had fallen into a passive position and that his chances of survival were slim. If he continued to tangle with the harpies, he would probably die. The mountains will not change, and the rivers will continue to flow. Let's wait and see. Winged race, what a winged race. I, Patriarch Li Shan, will definitely find you. A debt of blood must be repaid with blood. Ah, blood-light evasion. Mu Yunhe used all his strength to break out of the encirclement. He fled far into the distance, instantly disappearing into the horizon. At this moment, even if Yan Fei and the others wanted to chase after him, they would not be able to accomplish anything. A star level 7 being injured and fleeing far away, it was impossible for them to catch up. Don't chase a cornered enemy. Forget it. Yan Fei said in a low voice. It was not that he did not want to chase, but that he could not. At this time, if Mu Yunhe wanted to fight to the death with them, more than a dozen star level 6 experts would die. They had already suffered heavy losses in this battle, so they did not dare to fight head-on. However, Mu Yunhe's departure was a bad thing for Yan Fei and the entire winged race. The winged race had schemed to come here to steal the treasure without anyone knowing, but in the end, it had still been discovered. This time, old demon Li Shan would definitely gather more people to make things difficult for the winged race. However, this place was still a long way from Sky Tyrant Starfield. This was enough time for them to steal the treasure. The most important thing for Yan Fei now was to take the treasure away as soon as possible. Mu Yunhe's appearance had seriously disrupted Yan Fei's plans. Mu Yunhe's departure would probably take at least a few years before he could return. This time, Yan Fei had learned his lesson. However, the winged race's treasure was not something that anyone could touch. No one can steal my treasure. The glory of the winged race is unstoppable. Yan Fei roared angrily. In this battle, they had lost more than 400 star-level experts, but they had finally won. At this time, the most important thing was to seize the time to dig up more treasures. The winged race had suffered heavy casualties, but they had not been seriously injured. Jiang Chen could not help but frown. He had thought that old demon Li Shan was a ruthless character, but he had not been able to stop the winged race. It seemed like it would not be easy for him to fight them. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered as an idea struck him. He swiftly fled into the distance. Let's go. Jiang Chen sent a telepathic message to Luo Ying, and the two of them quickly flew into the universe. What are you doing? Luo Ying asked in disbelief. Could it be that Jiang Chen was afraid of the winged race? After seeing old demon Li Shan and the other two die at the hands of the winged race, did Jiang Chen want to retreat? Go chase after Mu Yunhe and be a good person for once. The corners of Jiang Chen's mouth curled up into a meaningful smile. Be a good person. If we leave now, what will happen to Milan planet, Brother Jiang? Luo Ying was slightly worried. Who said we are leaving? Jiang Chen smiled. Then, where are we going? Luo Ying did not understand. Didn't I say that we are going to be a good person for once? If we can bring old demon Li Shan back to our lair as soon as possible, the winged race will not be so arrogant. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes. What? Brother Jiang, you're playing with fire. You have no idea how many people are behind that so-called old demon of Mount Li. Even the feather race is wary of him. These people are definitely not simple. What you're doing is no different from asking a tiger for its skin. Luo Ying turned pale with fright. I don't know if it is asking a tiger for its skin, but we are currently not their match. If we want to get rid of the winged race, we must borrow a knife to do so. Hence, if we can get old demon Li Shan to help us find helpers to deal with the winged race, it will be a win-win situation. Jiang Qin smiled. It's too dangerous to do this. Luoying shook her head. Then tell me, now that Milan planet has become a wasteland and countless people have died, how are you going to defeat the winged race and restore Milan planet to its former glory? Jiang Chen's words caused Luoying to fall silent. Indeed, she had no idea. Even with her stellar-level energy, she did not have the ability to turn the tide. Let's go. What are we waiting for? If we wait any longer, that old demon Li Shan will be far away. Jiang Chen laughed. Borrowing a knife to kill was the only way to put the winged race in a desperate situation. However, as Luoying had said, there was a powerful force behind old demon Li Shan. Jiang Chen was also very apprehensive. Chapter 50-47. Jiang Chen might not be able to defeat so many feather elites, but if old monster Li Shan could bring people over, then there would be a chance. He might have retreated with heavy injuries, but old monster Li Shan would definitely not let it go. Plus, the feather race was their enemy. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Hence, Jiang Chen's goal now was to cooperate with Mu Yunhe. Mu Yunhe had already left Milan long ago. However, he was heavily injured after all. Hence, his speed was not fast. It didn't take long for Jiang Chen to catch up to him. Who are you? Why are you following me? Mu Yunhe panted as he looked at Jiang Chen, his gaze soft and guarded. I'm here to help you. Jiang Chen smiled. Help me? Ha ha ha, what a joke. Even if I'm in dire straits, it's not your turn to play tricks on me. A mere star level 5, what can you do to help me? Mu Yunhe sneered in disdain. Then how did I catch up to you? Jiang Chen said calmly. Mu Yunhe was stunned. That's right. Although this fellow wasn't strong, only at the 5th heavenly layer of the star realm, he managed to catch up to him. Who are you? What do you want? Mu Yunhe's smile faded as he sized up Jiang Chen again. I told you, I want to help you. Time waits for no man. Jiang Chen said solemnly. The feather race killed your family, so I can help you get back to the Sky Tyrant starfield to get reinforcements and kill the feather race. Are you sure? Mu Yunhe's eyes narrowed. Why should I believe you? Do you have the ability to take me to the Sky Tyrant starfield? Ha ha ha, dream on. Do you know how far the Sky Tyrant starfield is from here? No matter how fast I am, I would need at least a few months. Furthermore, I would need to travel without rest or sleep. This is because the Milan star is very close to the Sky Tyrant star domain. If I were from another star domain, it would be impossible for me to reach the Sky Tyrant star domain. I would need at least a few years to return to the Sky Tyrant star domain and my star domain. By the time I return, the Feather Tribe would have fled. Mu Yunhe laughed self-deprecatingly. How could he not want revenge? His family members had all died at the hands of the Feather Tribe. This was a deep hatred that he could not live under the same sky as them. However, due to the current circumstances, it would be good enough if he could return to the Sky Tyrant star field as soon as possible. Too many things had changed in the past few years. If I can catch up to you, it means that I have the ability. Since I came to find you, I definitely won't come for nothing. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. I also have an irreconcilable hatred with the Feather Clan. My sister was humiliated by that bastard Yan Fei, and there are also many experts from the Feather Clan. I can't do anything alone, so I can only wait for an opportunity. Jiang Chen said solemnly. You are also an enemy of the Harpies. Mu Yunhe said. Yes, my hatred for the Feather Tribe is no less than yours. However, my strength is limited, and I am only one person. You are the famous old ancestor Li Shan of the Sky Tyrant star field. There are many experts among you. I admire you, but it's a pity that I can't work with you. I know that as long as I can help you return to the Sky Tyrant star field, you will definitely help me take revenge. No, you will definitely kill those sanctimonious people from the Feather Tribe. That's why I want to work with you. Jiang Chen's face was filled with anger. He was extremely angry at the mention of the Feather Tribe. You make it sound good. I know that you are not here for the treasure. Since you can find this place, it means that you are also after the treasure of the Feather Tribe. Mu Yunhe said in a low voice. Even if I wanted to, I wouldn't have the guts to do it. With my strength, I wouldn't dare to go against the Yu clan or fight with you. I just want to take revenge. I followed Yan Fatesai to this place after so many hardships. But to take revenge, it would be as difficult as ascending to heaven. When I see you, I see hope. Only by working together will we have a chance to kill Yan Fei and those bastards from the Feather Tribe. My strength cannot be compared to yours. I only hope that you can kill Yan Fei. If I can't kill those people with my own hands, I will be ashamed to face my sister's spirit in heaven. But now, this is the only way. Jiang Chen's words were sincere and well-intentioned. At this moment, Mu Yunhe finally believed Jiang Chen. After all, Mu Yunhe wasn't afraid of Jiang Chen even if Jiang Chen was at his peak. He could easily see through Jiang Chen's tricks. I have no enmity with you, and you don't have any treasures on you. I will not kill you for money. Big brother, I just want you to help me take revenge. As long as I can kill those bastards from the Feather Tribe, I will give up everything. Mu Yunhe looked at Jiang Chen and sized him up. He finally believed Jiang Chen. This guy would not dare to lie to him. Otherwise, he would kill him with one slap. Tell me, what method do you have that will allow me to quickly return to the Sky Tyrant cosmic state and gather people? I will tear those bastards from the Feather Tribe to pieces. Mu Yunhe gritted his teeth, his hatred unparalleled. My space travel secret treasure. Jiang Chen said. What? Really? At the same time, Mu Yunhe's eyes were as big as bells. Space travel secret treasures were something even cosmic cloud states might not have. Above the star state was the cosmic cloud state. However, those treasures could travel between space and time. It wasn't something ordinary people could have. If cosmic cloud states could have space travel treasures, they would hide them. Yet, this guy revealed it to the public. Mu Yunhe didn't even understand the principle of not showing off one's wealth. His eyes burned with passion. Killing and robbing was his job. Revenge was secondary. The most important thing right now was this kind of treasure. It was something that could only be found once in a million years, something that could only be chanced upon. Brother Mu, I advise you to be kind. Don't break our friendly relationship. Jiang Chen said plainly. At this moment, Luoying came out. Mu Yunhe's expression changed. No wonder this guy dared to reveal the treasure in front of him. This is my woman. Her power should be similar to Brother Mu's, but Brother Mu is injured. Don't get angry. It's better to be careful. What do you say, Brother Mu? Jiang Chen smiled elegantly. Yes, you're right. If you really have a space travel secret treasure, you can send me to the Sky Tyrant cosmic state within 7 days. By then, I will thank you heavily. Your grudge is my grudge. There's no difference between us, ha ha ha. Mu Yunhe laughed. Seeing Luo Ying's appearance, he knew that he couldn't attack Jiang Chen anymore, at least not now. Alright, I will send you back to the Sky Tyrant starfield now. Chapter 50-48. Are you sure? Mu Yunhe looked at Jiang Qin in disbelief. What? You don't believe that I have a space-time treasure? Jiang Qin said. Have you used a space-time treasure before? I heard that there are many types of space-time treasures, and they require a large amount of origin force to be used. From here, which is the heaven awakening star field to the sky tyrant star field, the amount of source energy consumed is terrifying. Can you really activate the space-time treasure? Even with her, it might not be possible. Mu Yunhe said doubtfully. You don't believe me? Jiang Qin spread his hands and said. Give me the exact location and coordinates, and I will take you back to the sky tyrant star field. Okay. Mu Yunhe didn't say much. Since Jiang Qin could take him back to the sky tyrant state, it was more important than anything else. However, if they were in tyrant sky star field, he would have the final say. At that time, he would definitely seize the treasure in Jiang Qin's hand. It was a space-time treasure, not everyone was qualified to have it. Mu Yunhe was excited just thinking about it. Time was money. If he could use a space-time treasure, he would be able to roam the world freely. Mu Yunhe told Jiang Qin the location of the sky tyrant state. Jiang Qin controlled the Zhanglan God boat and was ready to travel through space. With the Zhanglan God boat, a distance of 100,000 light-years wouldn't be a problem. What a divine boat! Mu Yunhe's eyes were full of greed. The Zhanglan God boat in Jiang Qin's hands was too beautiful. Such a space-time treasure could definitely shock cosmic cloud states. Let's begin. Sky Tyrant State, Pajuo State, depart. Jiang Qin didn't look away as he piloted the divine vessel and started to rise madly. He soared into the clouds, roaming between the heavens and the earth, above the universe. Your divine boat isn't bad, but you have to be prepared. It's a long way to go to Pajuo State in 7 days. Mu Yunhe said in a low voice. Piece of cake. Jiang Qin patted his chest and said. At this moment, Jiang Qin didn't put Mu Yunhe's words in his heart. However, on the 3rd day, Jiang Qin couldn't take it anymore. The azure billow divine boat was indeed terrifying, but it was too far away from Sky Tyrant star field. The amount of origin energy required to travel through the void was terrifying. Although Jiang Qin was very frugal, on the 4th morning, he still couldn't take it anymore. If it was someone else, they would have already collapsed. He didn't dare underestimate such a long-distance spatial leap. It seemed like he was still too young. Mu Yunhe's words weren't unreasonable. I can't take it anymore. You too, hurry up and lend me a hand. My body can't take it anymore. Jiang Qin rolled his eyes. The main reason was that the distance was too far. Even though the azure wave divine boat was useful, the amount of source energy it consumed wasn't something he could bear. This was under the condition that the source energy in his body was extremely terrifying. An ordinary 5th heavenly layer star realm expert wouldn't be able to last more than half a day. I thought you wouldn't last half a day. I didn't expect you to be so vicious. Kid, Brother Mu has high hopes for you. Mu Yunhe couldn't help giving Jiang Qin a thumbs up. Jiang Qin's face was ashen. This guy was laughing at him. He wasn't a good person either. Hurry up. If we delay any longer, those feather bastards will escape. Jiang Qin said impatiently. All right. Mu Yunhe nodded. He and Luoying did their best to help Jiang Qin. At this moment, the azure billow divine boat gradually stabilized. Jiang Qin finally understood. He had used the azure billow divine boat before, but he didn't use it for such a long distance, so he didn't feel anything. Now that he had crossed 2 starfields, he finally understood how difficult it was. Even star states like Mu Yunhe would need a few years. If he was at the primary stage of the star state, it might take decades. Indeed, the distance between the two cosmic realms was too far. This was based on the fact that the two cosmic realms were right next to each other. If it was any further, the distance would be unimaginable. It was no wonder that there were very few interactions between the star domains. There would almost never be any battles between star domains. If a battle were to break out, the other party would have already fled before they could even arrive, unless they had a peerless treasure like the azure wave divine boat. However, not everyone had one. Even cosmic cloud states with treasures that could travel through space were rare. 3 days later, the three finally arrived at the Bo Duo astral realm. It was an incomparably dark planet, surrounded by mountains, rivers, and lakes. Its appearance was very primitive, and it had not undergone too many modifications. It looked very mysterious. We're finally here. Bo Duo astral realm, I'm back. Brothers of Li Shan, I'm back. Ha ha ha. Mu Yunhe's eyes were burning with passion. They were finally back at their territory. By the way, brother, why don't you come with me and rest at the Bo Duo astral realm first? When I get back, we can go to Milan planet together. No need, you can go back yourself. Jiang Chen said. Do you think I don't know what you're planning? Didn't you just want to trap me and snatch my deep-sea divine boat? Jiang Chen already knew what this old guy was thinking. However, he had to use Mu Yunhe in order to force the feather race to retreat. Now, he had to go back and do a head count. My Porto astral boundary is very beautiful. Brother, you must go there. Otherwise, you will regret it. He he he. Mu Yunhe grabbed Jiang Chen's hand and got ready to head to the Bo Duo astral realm. Brother Mu, don't tell me that you want to force me to do something I'm not willing to do. Jiang Chen flicked his sleeves, shaking off Mu Yunhe and said with a cold smile. Ah, what are you talking about, brother? Since you don't want to go, I won't force you. Let's meet on Milan planet. Mu Yunhe said. I still have things to do. I need to go to the Tyrant Sky cosmic region, so I won't be going back. My revenge will depend on you, brother Mu. Jiang Chen smiled. You're not going back. Mu Yunhe was a little disappointed. He didn't care about Jiang Chen, but he couldn't ignore the treasures on Jiang Chen. If Jiang Chen didn't return to Milan planet, wouldn't his space-time treasure be ruined? However, Mu Yunhe couldn't be too enthusiastic now. After all, his target was the feather race. The treasures on Milan planet were the most important. The fact that Jiang Chen had sent him back had already shocked Mu Yunhe. As long as he returned to the Bo Duo astral realm, going to Milan planet wouldn't be that difficult. I'm not going back. Brother Mu, I believe that you will definitely be able to defeat the feather race. Goodbye. After saying that, Jiang Chen turned around and left. Mu Yunhe was very disappointed. The treasures had run away, but he couldn't do anything about it. But this time, feather race, you definitely didn't expect that I would return to Li Mountain in 7 days. I will bury your feather race on Milan planet. Chapter 50-49. Mu Yunhe was not stupid. He knew that his visit this time would definitely be a secret. Even though he had many brothers on Li Mountain, he would not call all of them. Although he had yet to obtain the treasure, the fewer people who knew about it, the better. Otherwise, if there were too many wolves and not enough meat, the gains would not make up for the losses. Mu Yunhe believed that as long as he could find 5-star realm experts, it would be enough to defeat the feather race. Any more would just be a burden. At that time, who wouldn't be happy if they didn't get the treasures? Thus, Mu Yunhe only found 5 people, 5 of his closest brothers. Brothers, you are all my best friends. Even on Li Mountain, we are friends who can go through life and death with each other. That is why I only came to you. This time, I discovered that the feather race has found many treasures in the heaven enlightening star system. The feather race is launching a large-scale attack and will definitely take those treasures for themselves. We must quickly attack and take their treasures. Mu Yunhe said. The heaven awakening star region. Holy crap. How did you get back from so far away? By the time we get there, the winged race will have already left. Li Penglai said solemnly. That's right, Yunhe. If we go there, we'll probably be too late. Can we really do it? The skinny Sunbin asked nervously. Yeah, can we really make it in time? What if we fail? Wouldn't that be like drawing water with a sieve? You still don't believe me. My wife and children all died there. I risked my life to escape back. Such a great hatred must be avenged. Also, I was sent back by a kind-hearted person. He had a rare treasure in his hands, but it was a pity that I didn't get it. We can use the teleportation array to go to the heaven enlightening starfield. Mu Yunhe said seriously. Teleportation formations. That'll cost a lot of origin stones. Li Penglai said. Fuck. Why are you guys so stingy? We're here for the treasure, so what's wrong with paying a few origin stones first? Do you know how valuable that treasure is? Don't you understand which side is lighter and which side is heavier? Mu Yunhe rolled his eyes. Yunhe's words make sense. If we don't sacrifice our children, we won't be able to catch the wolf. Let's each contribute an origin stone and use the teleportation formation to go to the heaven awakening starfield. Once we obtain the treasure, this bit of origin stone will be nothing. Sunbin said with a smile. That's right. Let's do it. After all, Yunhe is absolutely right. If this treasure is taken by those B***cheese from the Feather Clan, it would be a huge loss. Our brothers from Mount Lishan must not lose out. Let me tell you, when I was on Milan Star, I saw a divine weapon from the ancient world. At that time, the feather race was dumbfounded. They mobilized thousands of star-level experts, but fortunately, they were only at the early stage of the star level. They secretly infiltrated Milan Star, and even the people of the Heaven Awakened Star region didn't know about it. Otherwise, how could they have allowed them to slaughter people on Milan Star? In the end, they captured everyone on Milan Star as slaves. The treasures they dug out were terrifying. That's right, when you get the treasures, you will know whether it was worth it or not. Something from the last era, TSK tisk TSK, just thinking about it makes me excited. Mu Yunhe said solemnly. His eyes were burning with passion. He had seen treasures before, so he was also very solemn. The five brothers looked at Mu Yunhe's expression and confirmed that Mu Yunhe's vote would not disappoint them. Let's do it. Damn it, isn't it just origin stones? We'll use it for cultivation. Right, with Brother Yunhe here, what are we afraid of? Ha ha ha. Let's go, let's not waste any more time. Things might change if we delay. Everyone seemed to be on steroids. When they heard that it was another antique treasure from the previous era, their eyes widened. This time, they definitely had to investigate. The fact that the feather race was so secretive meant that they definitely knew about the existence of the treasure. Mu Yunhe being able to discover the feather race's secret was also their good fortune. Right, Brother Yunhe, are you sure that the six of us can trample the feather race? Sunbin asked. Don't worry, the strongest among them is only at the sixth heaven of the star level. It's a pity that my wife and children died in their hands. I will definitely kill all the people of the Feather Clan on Milan Star. Mu Yunhe's face was extremely gloomy. At this time, the group of people set off towards the transportation array. Only the transportation array could allow them to arrive as soon as possible. At this time, Jiang Chen and Luo Ying had already returned to Milan Planet. Looking at the blue planet from afar, Jiang Chen's expression was serious. More than half of the people on Milan planet died this time. It's already a scene of devastation. I hope that we can catch all the feather race in one fell swoop. Jiang Chen sighed. That's not something we can control. No one would have thought that the feather race would send so many experts to Milan planet to search for treasures. Now, we can only pin our hopes on Mu Yunhe. Luoying smiled bitterly. Big brother Jiang, are you sure that they will return? Don't worry, the feather race has already killed Mu Yunhe's wife and children. Even if the feather race finds a treasure, it will be enough to stop him. Mu Yunhe is a fugitive. He will not let this matter rest. You have to understand that the feather race is afraid of old Monsterly, which means that he is very strong. He will definitely make a comeback. Jiang Chen was full of confidence. If we can't kill the feather race, then let them fight each other. Ha ha ha, who knows who will be the winner? We have to do a good deed without leaving our names. You think you can do a good deed? Ha ha ha, but I hope that Mu Yunhe will not summon all the experts on the mountain. Otherwise, our plan will fail. Luoying was somewhat worried. As long as Mu Yunhe is not stupid, he will not announce the treasure to the world. When that time comes, how many treasures will they get? He. He will definitely find a few companions of similar strength. Not many, at most 5. If they can control the feather race, that will be enough. Jiang Chen swore solemnly. Are you saying that I am stupid? Luoying said angrily. I didn't say that. Jiang Chen shrugged. That's what you mean. Why are you women so unreasonable? Jiang Chen was speechless. Are you crazy? Isn't reasoning with women just asking for trouble? Luoying laughed. The two of them headed straight for the Tiger Subdue mountain range. Just as Jiang Chen reached the Tiger Subdue mountain range, the feather race was still digging. Half a month had passed, but they still had not taken all the treasures. This was enough to show that the treasures in this treasure trove would definitely shock them. At this moment, the space and the distance fluctuated continuously. The appearance of the 6 figures caused the hidden Jiang Chen's lips to curl up slightly. Chapter 50-50. This is already the 8th treasure. He, Commander Yen, we've struck it rich this time. We've really struck it rich. Lu Junfei was grinning from ear to ear. As the vanguard, he had been praised by Yen Fei many times. They had already dug up 8 treasures. The 8th was a 7-story pagoda. It looked magnificent and exquisitely carved. Genesis Chi continuously gushed out from it, causing countless feather race members to cheer even louder. Even Yen Fei could not hide the joy in his heart at this moment. Although they had lost a few hundred people this time around, the rewards they had reaped were unimaginable. With so many treasures, the strength of the Yu clan would definitely rise to another level. As the leader of this operation, the rewards he could reap were also unimaginable. His many years of hard work had not been in vain. Thousands of stellar-level experts had massacred Milan Star just for this day. Even old monster Li Shan had been driven away by them. However, if that guy wanted to take revenge, he would have to wait for 10 years. By that time, even if he appeared in front of Yi Shiwen's strength would probably be much stronger than before. Only strength could truly make people feel gratified. Yen Fei's heart was incomparably solemn. When Mu Yunhe killed many of their people and escaped, Yen Fei secretly swore that he would definitely raise his strength to a new level. This time, he would definitely be the first to pick the treasures. In the ancient world, the treasures left behind by super experts from different eras, even if the mountains and rivers were toppled and the sun and moon were replaced, were still able to survive until now. This was what shocked him the most. Commander Yen, we've dug up a human figurine. What? Is that for real? Is it a mummy? Bullsh *T mummy. It's been so many years. It's a person from the previous era. Even his bones have rotted away. That's right. If it's a moving corpse, it would be terrible. Ha ha ha. Shut up. Commander Yen is here. Everyone's expressions were solemn, not daring to say another word. When Yen Fei arrived underground, his expression also became more and more nervous. They had dug out someone. In other words, this person was definitely a big shot from billions of years ago, a legendary figure from back then, and had survived from the previous era until now. How powerful must this expert be? Time was the most merciless blade. Those who could avoid the passage of time and transcend two epochs were all unimaginably powerful experts. Every time an epoch was destroyed, the heavens would fall and the earth would crack. Many supreme experts, no matter how strong they were, would become the dust of history. Yet, the origin ancient ruins had been perfectly preserved. This was sufficient to show exactly how powerful the experts inside were back then. They really are human figurines. Lu Junfei was shocked. This human figurine was wrapped in source stones, but he could clearly see its silhouette. The golden mask completely covered its face. Because they were afraid of damaging the figurine, Lu Junfei and the others did not dare to directly break the source stones surrounding the figurine. They only dug the figurine out. Commander Yen, this guy should be worth a lot of origin stones, right? Lu Junfei chuckled. Yen Fei glanced at him coldly and disdainfully. You only care about source stones. Do you know who this person is? This is an almighty expert from the previous epoch. If you can refine him into a puppet, even if he's not invincible, he'll definitely be unimaginable. Yes, yes, yes. Commander Yen is right. Lu Junfei nodded his head continuously. Yen Fei carefully observed it, but he didn't discover anything strange about it. However, the simple and unadorned aura it exuded seemed to be from its bones. This was a crystal-like origin stone, and the human figurine was within it. However, whether or not this figurine could be made into a puppet was another matter. This was also the only thing that Yen Fei couldn't see through. Yen Fei was very clear that the other divine weapons and armors were definitely rare treasures. There was also a mysterious book. Yen Fei had not been able to open the book box, so he did not know what kind of treasure it was. However, since it could be sealed in the book box, it was enough to tell that it was extraordinary. Even a 6th-grade battle weapon could not break the book box. Now, only this human figurine and the book box could make him excited. Let's wrap this human figurine up first. Yen Fei said in a deep voice as he gently stroked the human figurine. He was very fond of it. Let's work harder. Within a month, we must open up all the tunnels here as soon as possible. I want to clear out all the source stone mines and the origin ancient ruins. Alright, just wait and see, Commander Yen. Lu Junfei nodded. Oh right, why haven't I seen Gasolier after so long? Where did he go? Yen Fei asked. I guess he's dead. He disappeared when we were fighting against the old demons of Mount Lishan. Lu Junfei frowned. He was also curious as to why Gasolier had disappeared. Let's not think too much about it. Let's clear this place first. Milan Planet is no longer safe. If that guy who escaped returns and calls for reinforcements, we'll be in a very passive position. Yen Fei's expression was solemn. He had been feeling his right eyelid twitching for the past 2 days. He was worried that something might happen. Leaving Milan Planet as soon as possible was the most important thing. Commander Yen, don't worry. We've done a good job keeping this secret. Although the old demon of Mount Lishan escaped, this place is so far away from Sky Tyrant Starfield. He definitely won't be able to return so quickly. In the entire Sky Tyrant starfield, there isn't a teleportation portal that can travel that far. You can rest assured. Lu Junfei had a solemn expression on his face. Thief! Give me your life. Today, we, the 6 patriarchs, will wipe out all of you feather tribesmen. An earth-shattering roar shook the heavens and earth. Many feather tribesmen were shocked, especially Lu Junfei, who had an ugly expression on his face. The corners of his mouth twitched. He had been solemn just now, but now he was so scared that he almost peed his pants. 6 Sky Star State experts stood in the void. Not to mention Lu Junfei, even Yan Fei's face was full of worry and disbelief. How could this be? Why is he here again? Lu Junfei stammered. His face was dark, and he was panicking inside. Lu Junfei was dumbfounded. He had just been bragging to Commander Yan, and now he had been slapped in the face. This speed was even faster than Mu Yunhe's return. 6 Sky Star State experts had made a comeback. Now, it was time for the feather tribesmen to feel fear. Moreover, they had killed Mu Yunhe's family. They would definitely fight to the death in this battle. How would I know? If we lose this battle, I'll make you my scapegoat. He had to fight to the death to salvage the situation. For the sake of these treasures and the future of the feather race, Yan Fei had gambled all his chances and even the lives of thousands of Stargrade experts. Most of these people were the cornerstones of the feather race. Stargrade experts were not easy to deal with, no matter where they were. How stubborn. Why are you still wasting time talking to them? Yunhe, let's finish this. Li Peng said with a sinister smile. He had been waiting impatiently for a long time. He rubbed his palms together, eager to get into action. Right, why are we still wasting time talking to them? They're just a bunch of trash. If we want to kill them, we can do it in a matter of minutes. Sun Bin also could not wait any longer. They wanted to see if this treasure was worth it for them to travel thousands of miles and spend a lot of source stones to activate the formation. Kill without mercy. Mu Yunhe shouted. The 2 sides were at daggers drawn. Finally, there was no need to hide anything. A great battle erupted, shaking the entire dragon-subduing mountain range. The 6 of them were all able to fight 1 against 100. It was not difficult for one of them to suppress hundreds of Stargrade experts. A battle between experts was that simple and brutal. There was nothing fancy about it. Mu Yunhe blocked dozens of Star-level 6 experts. He did not dare to take this battle lightly. Although they had more experts and were more ruthless, the feather race had an overwhelming advantage in terms of numbers. They had to be careful in this battle. Fight with me. Warriors are heroes. The feather race has never had cowards. Yan Fei shouted angrily. Fight! Fight, fight, fight! Sun Bin and Li Peng rushed to the front. Hundreds of star-level experts were fighting with all their might. For the sake of treasures, for the sake of increasing their strength, they were also very cautious. The star level hadn't changed for thousands of years. Everyone wanted to break through, so who was willing to be stuck in the same old rut? The fact that there were so many feather people here was the best proof. It was just a Milan star, but the feather race had so many experts. It seemed that Mu Yunhe's words were not false at all. For the treasure, for the sake of victory, they could not afford to be careless. A massacre of life and death had begun. Although Mu Yunhe and the others were strong, they were still surrounded by so many Stargrade experts. The clash between the 2 sides could be said to be evenly matched. If this continued, no one would be able to see through the depth of the battle. It would be very confusing. Yan Fei led the feather race experts to fight back. Even if they knew how these people had made a comeback, it would be meaningless. They had to survive and bring the treasure back to the feather race. That was what they needed to do. The battle was extremely intense. Li Peng, Sun Bin, and the others gradually found it difficult to move forward. Each of them had to face 400 star-grade experts. This was no laughing matter. The intensity of the battle was getting more and more worrying. Whether it was the feather race or Mu Yunhe, they were all extremely cautious, afraid that they would fall into a trap of death. Chapter 4696, Battle Roars of Despair. The battle between the two sides was in a stalemate. Although Mu Yunhe and the others were gradually gaining the upper hand, if they wanted to kill the feather race, they would suffer a great loss. Some of them might even die here. But the battle still continued. Whether they wanted to admit it or not, this battle would make it difficult for them to move forward. More and more star-grade experts were dying. They were all early-stage star-grade experts. They could not dodge the heavy attacks of Mu Yunhe and the others. However, Mu Yunhe, Sun Bin, and the others were also having a harder time. Their injuries were worsening. If they could last until the end, it would be hard to say who would emerge victorious. Damn it, these guys are fighting with their lives on the line. Do they not want to live anymore? Sun Bin was extremely depressed. However, these guys were already prepared to die. The feather race was advancing wave after wave, and their injuries were worsening. They might end up like his wife and son. They don't want to live, but we don't want to live either. We'll drag a few hundred down with us even if we have to. A bunch of early-stage star-grade trash wants to stop us. Impossible. Mu Yunhe had made a comeback. This time, he would not retreat even half a step. It was all for this day. Yan Fei was defending his camp to the death, and old demon Li Shan was not to be trifled with. If they slacked off, these guys might take advantage of them. Fortunately, they had enough people this time. Even if they lost a few hundred people, they still had more than 2,000 people. The defeated soldiers faced off against the heavily injured Mu Yunhe and the others. Both sides were evenly matched, and both sides were constantly whittling away at each other's strength. In the blink of an eye, the battle had lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. The sky was dark, and the feather race had suffered over 1,000 casualties. Only 1,500 remained. As for Mu Yunhe and the others, they were already panting from exhaustion. Their injuries were also increasing. When do we make our move? Luoying glanced at Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin frowned. Stop dawdling. It looks like they are both testing each other's limits. If no one makes a move in the end, then they are using the battle to fuel the battle. If this continues, it won't even count as a drawn-out battle. They are all afraid of losing because they can't afford to lose. If the feather race loses, they have been preparing for many years. If Mu Yunhe and the others lose, they will completely fall, suffering a double loss. It looks like they both want to wear down the others' patience and see what their limits are. Luoying said in deep thought. Of course. Jiang Qin knew that he had to make a move. He was not in the mood to continue wasting time with these people. He wanted to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. Their strength was almost completely exhausted. Now that he had made a move, it was time to clean up the battlefield. Isn't it still early? Luoying laughed. It's not early. They are both wearing down the others' patience. It is a good time for us to give them a head-on blow. Both their strength and spirit are almost exhausted. If we wait until both sides are heavily injured, they will not be stupid. As long as the other side does not use any killing moves, they will fight a drawn-out battle. No one is willing to make the first move. Whoever makes the first move will reveal their trump card. Jiang Qin muttered. It was time for them to make a head-on attack. Black King. Here. The Black King instantly appeared beside Jiang Qin. He could not wait any longer. He had been watching this battle in the dark. It had been 3 days and 3 nights. It was time for them to make a move. Later, you and Luoying will deal with old monster Lishan and his group. I will fight the entire feather race alone. Jiang Qin laughed. Are you sure? Luoying said with a faint smile. A starving camel is still bigger than a horse. You have to be careful. There are more than 1,500 stellar-level experts and dozens of 6th-level stellar-level experts. Even if they are all exhausted, they cannot be underestimated. You must not let your guard down. Jiang Qin naturally understood Luoying's worries. However, he also wanted to see how strong his strongest combat power was. After obtaining the inheritance of the Emperor Cosmos, today's battle would be his strongest opponent. This battle would be a good opportunity for him to test what kind of experts he could fight and how many people he could defeat. Jiang Chen's goal was to kill all the feather race members. Jiang Chen's goal was to wipe out this sinister, cunning, and vicious race from the eternal world. This was his ambition. Master will definitely not lose. The Black King said firmly. Look, even the Black King knows better than you that I will not lose. Jiang Qin patted his chest and vowed. It's just a group of defeated soldiers. Even if I win, there is nothing to brag about. Jiang Qin shook his head. At this time, he leapt down from the mountain. Ha ha ha, Brother Mu, how have you been? I didn't think we would meet again so soon. Jiang Qin laughed heartily. It's you. Little friend, hurry up and lend me a hand. After we kill these feather race members, we can catch up. Mu Yunhe laughed heartily. All right. Then I will help you. Don't be afraid, Brother Mu. Jiang Qin shouted. Who are you? Yan Fei's expression was frighteningly gloomy. There was an uninvited guest. Jiang Chen's strength might not be much, but there was a 7th-level star-level expert behind him. Furthermore, that black-armored man made them feel uneasy. Look at who I am. Ha ha ha. Jiang Qin turned into Gasolier with a shake of his body. Yan Fei, Lu Junfei, and the others' expressions changed drastically. Gasolier was killed by you. Yan Fei's heart was in turmoil. He did not expect such a great danger to be hiding around him, and he did not know about it. I didn't kill him. I just made him wish he was dead. As for you, all of you from the feather race, you deserve to die. Jiang Chen's voice was extremely gloomy. His hatred towards the feather race made Yan Fei suspicious. This guy seems to hate the feather race to the core. No wonder you disappeared without a trace. Kid, I will definitely kill you. Lu Junfei roared angrily, staring straight at Jiang Qin. Yunhe, who is this? Li Peng asked in shock. If not for you, I would not have been able to return to the Sky Tyrant Starfield so quickly. It is all thanks to you that we were able to make a comeback and come back to snatch the treasure. Mu Yunhe said in agreement. First, he would set a trap for Jiang Qin. Then, when he let his guard down, he would kill the feather race members first, and then the rest. Heroes indeed come from the young. Sun Bin nodded. Brother Mu, I am responsible for this battle. Kill all the feather race members, and then we can split the treasure. Ha ha ha. Jiang Qin laughed. Good, good, good. I like you very much. Fight, fight, fight. Kill them all and leave nothing behind. Mu Yunhe laughed. Jiang Qin and the rest also joined the battle. However, Mu Yunhe did not expect that Jiang Chen's first attack would be aimed at him. That was exactly what he wanted, piercing his chest. Mu Yunhe's expression changed, and he screamed in despair. Chapter 50-52. The battle between the two sides had reached a stalemate. Although Mu Yunhe and the others were gradually gaining the upper hand, if they wanted to kill the feather race now, they would suffer heavy losses. Perhaps some of them would die here as well. But the battle was still going on. Whether they wanted to admit it or not, this battle was going to be difficult for them. More and more Star Realm experts were dying. They were all at the initial Star Realm. They couldn't dodge Mu Yunhe's group's attacks, but Mu Yunhe, Sun Bin, and the others were having a harder time. Their injuries were getting worse. The feather people were using numbers to overwhelm them. If they could hold on until the end, it was hard to say who would emerge victorious. Damn, these guys are fighting with their lives on the line. Do they not want to live anymore? Sun Bin was extremely depressed, but these guys were already prepared to die. The feather people were advancing wave after wave, and their injuries were getting worse. They might end up like his wife and son. They don't want to live, but we don't want to live either. Even if we die, we'll drag a few hundred down with us. A bunch of trash at the initial Star Realm wants to stop us. Impossible. Mu Yunhe had made a comeback. This time, he wouldn't retreat even half a step. It was all for this day. Yan Fei was defending his camp to the death, and old demon Li Shan wasn't someone to be trifled with. If they slacked off, these guys could take advantage of them. Fortunately, they had enough people this time. Even if they lost a few hundred people, they still had more than 2,000 people. The defeated soldiers faced off against the heavily injured Mu Yunhe and the others. Both sides were evenly matched, and both sides continued to whittle away at each other's strength. In the blink of an eye, the battle had gone on for 3 days and 3 nights. The sky was dark, and the feather people had lost more than 1,000. Only 1,500 remained. Mu Yunhe and the others were panting from exhaustion. Their injuries were also increasing. When do we attack? Luoying glanced at Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin frowned. Stop dawdling. It looks like they're both testing each other's bottom line. If no one attacks in the end, then they're using the battle to fuel the battle. If this went on, it wouldn't even be considered a tug-of-war. They were all afraid of losing, because they couldn't afford to lose. If the Harpies lose, they will have been preparing to hand it over to someone else for many years. If Mu Yunhe and the others lose, they will completely fall, suffering a double loss. From the looks of it, they both want to wear down each other's patience and see the other's bottom line. Luoying said in agreement. Of course. Jiang Qin knew that he had to take action. He was not in the mood to continue wasting time with this group of people. He wanted to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. Their strength was almost exhausted. Now that he had taken action, it was time to clean up the battlefield. Isn't it early? Luoying laughed. It's getting late. They're all wearing each other down. It's a good time for us to give them a head-on blow. That's because both their strength and spirit are about to be exhausted. If we really wait until both sides are injured, they aren't stupid. As long as the other side doesn't make a killing move, they'll just fight a tug-of-war. No one is willing to make the first move. Whoever makes the first move will reveal their trump card. Jiang Qin pondered and said. Hence, it was time for them to attack head-on. Black King. Here. Black King appeared beside Jiang Qin in an instant. He couldn't wait any longer. He had been watching this battle in the dark. The battle had been going on for 3 days and 3 nights. Now, it was time for them to take action. Later, you and Luoying will face old monster Li Shan's group. I will fight the entire Harpies alone. Jiang Qin laughed. Are you sure? Luoying said with a faint smile. A starving camel is still bigger than a horse. You have to be careful. There are more than 1,500 star-level experts and dozens of 6th-level star-level experts. Even if they are all exhausted, they can't be underestimated. You mustn't let your guard down. Jiang Qin naturally understood Luo Ying's worries. However, he also wanted to see how strong his strongest combat power was. After obtaining the inheritance of the Emperor Cosmos, today's battle would be his strongest opponent. This battle would also be a good opportunity for him to test what kind of experts he could go against and how many people he could defeat in this battle. Jiang Chen's goal was naturally to kill all the harpies. Jiang Chen's goal was to make this sinister, cunning, and vicious race disappear from the entire eternal world. This was his ambition. Master definitely won't lose. The Black King said unwaveringly. Look, even the Black King knows better than you that I won't lose. Jiang Chen patted his chest and said confidently. It's just a bunch of defeated soldiers. Even if I win, there's probably nothing to brag about. Jiang Chen shook his head. At this time, he leapt down from the mountain. Ha ha ha, Brother Mu, how have you been? I didn't expect to meet you again so soon. Jiang Chen laughed heartily. It's you. Little friend, hurry up and lend me a hand. After we kill these harpies, we can catch up. Mu Yunhe laughed heartily. All right. Then I'll help you. Don't be afraid, Brother Mu. Jiang Qin shouted. Who are you? Yan Fei's expression was frighteningly gloomy. There was an uninvited guest. While Jiang Chen's strength wasn't much, there was still a 7th-level star-level expert behind him. Furthermore, that black-armored man made them feel uneasy. Look at who I am. Ha ha ha. Jiang Chen turned into Gasolier with a shake of his body. Yan Fei, Lu Junfei, and the others' expressions changed drastically. Gasolier was killed by you. Yan Fei was shocked. He didn't expect such a great danger to be hiding around him, and he didn't even know about it. I didn't kill him. I just made him wish he was dead. As for you, all the harpies, you deserve to die. Jiang Chen's voice was extremely gloomy. His hatred towards the harpies made Yan Fei suspicious. This guy seems to hate the harpies to the core. No wonder you disappeared without a trace. Kid, I will definitely kill you. Lu Junfei roared angrily, staring straight at Jiang Qin. Yunhe, who is this? Li Peng asked in shock. If not for you, I wouldn't have been able to return to Sky Tyrant Starfield so quickly. It's all thanks to you that we were able to make a comeback and come back to snatch the treasure. Mu Yunhe said in agreement. First, he would set a trap for Jiang Qin. Then, when he let his guard down, he would kill the harpies first, and then the rest. Heroes indeed come from the young. Sun Bin nodded. Brother Mu, I am responsible for this battle. Kill all the harpies, and then we can split the treasure. Ha ha ha. Jiang Chen laughed. Good, good, good. I like you. Fight, fight, fight. Kill them all and leave nothing behind. Mu Yunhe laughed. Jiang Chen and the others also joined the battle. However, Mu Yunhe had never expected that Jiang Chen's first attack would be aimed at him. It was exactly what he wanted, piercing his chest. Mu Yunhe's expression changed, and he screamed in despair. Chapter 50-53. Mu Yunhe was dumbfounded. Even Sun Bin, Li Peng, and the others did not expect that Jiang Qin, who had been calling Mu Yunhe brother just a moment ago, would change sides at the last moment. Jiang Chen's unexpected attack directly pierced through his chest. Luckily, Mu Yunhe was already on guard and was extremely cautious. Otherwise, this attack might have taken his life. Bastard! Sun Bin roared. He did not expect Jiang Qin to have schemed against Mu Yunhe. This seemingly honest fifth-level star warrior was actually so fierce and ruthless, heavily injuring Mu Yunhe at the crucial moment. This, Yan Fei, Lu Junfei, and the others were also stunned. Wasn't this guy too terrifying? Whose side was he on? He sent Mu Yunhe's group away, and now he was at odds with Mu Yunhe. This guy was stirring up trouble everywhere. I didn't expect you to be from the feather race. Mu Yunhe gritted his teeth and staggered backward, his eyes filled with anger and unwillingness. You're wrong. I'm not from the feather race. I also hate the feather race. Now, I'm going to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. I won't let the feather race off, but you guys, ha ha ha, I won't let you off either. Old Monster Li Shan isn't a good person either. You guys have killed countless people, and I've asked around. You deserve to die. Jiang Chen stood with his arms crossed, speaking frankly with assurance. Arrogant and conceited guy, with just you. You want to destroy the feather race. You're dreaming. Those who offend the feather race will be killed no matter how far they are. Yan Fei said in a deep voice. Jiang Chen's strength was only at the fifth heavenly layer of the star realm, so he did not put him in his eyes. Is that so? Today, I, Jiang Chen, will see who can stop me. Jiang Chen smiled and pulled out his sword. It had been a long time since he had fought. This time, he would not retreat. He would use the blood of the feather people to fuel his passion. At this time, Mu Yunhe and the others were already defeated. Luo Ying and the Black King were more than enough to deal with them. Jiang Chen would face the feather race alone and decide victory or defeat in one battle. You're overestimating yourself. Ha ha ha, you still want to deal with us together. Don't forget the saying that a skinny camel is still bigger than a horse. Who do you think you are? Yan Fei sneered. From his point of view, Jiang Chen was simply spouting nonsense. Wanting to exterminate the Yu race with just 3 people? Wasn't this a joke? Words are useless. Let's see who's more powerful. For Milan Star, for justice, I will destroy you on behalf of the Heaven Awakened Starfield. Jiang Chen said. Courting death. Yan Fei snorted coldly. Mu Yunhe and the others were strong. Although they were heavily injured, they were still star level 7 experts. But what was a star level 5 guy doing here? Attack! Kill him! Yan Fei roared. Kill Jiang Chen to establish their prestige. For the feather race, the situation was not clear. There were pursuers in front and fierce tigers behind. Jiang Chen's appearance had clearly been planned for a long time. Gasolier had already died at his hands. Moreover, this guy seemed to want to kill old Monster Li Shan and the feather race. Wasn't his appetite a bit too big? Kill this group of bastards for me. I must kill him. Mu Yunhe roared. Now, he finally knew why Jiang Chen was being so kind. It was because he wanted him to fight against the Yu family. When the sandpiper and the clam fight, the fisherman would benefit from it. This bastard had finally decided to act against them. Before Mu Yunhe could make a move, Jiang Chen was one step ahead. The first to strike gained the upper hand, and the last to strike suffered a calamity. But as long as Mu Yunhe had a sliver of hope, he would not give up. His vengeance had not been avenged, and the treasures were still in the hands of the harpies. In this 3-way battle, only the courageous would emerge victorious. Whoever retreated first would suffer the most. On the other side, Jiang Chen's eyes flashed like lightning as he charged into the enemy's ranks. The feather race army had thousands of star-level experts. At this time, it was as if they were on steroids. Even if they could not defeat these star level 7 experts, could they not defeat a piece of trash like him? In the eyes of the feather race, Jiang Chen was not worth mentioning. Now, he had become an existence for them to vent their anger. "Come at me!" Jiang Chen shouted. He held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and pierced through the sky. His battle-intent sword, sweeping away everything in his path. Luo Ying and the Black King glanced at each other before charging towards Mu Yunhe, Sun Bin, and the others. In an instant, the battle began again. At this time, the happiest person was none other than Yan Fei. Mu Yunhe and the others would definitely not let this matter rest. The two people beside Jiang Chen were not easy to deal with either. Jiang Chen dared to charge into the enemy ranks of thousands of star-level experts. He really did not care about his life. Only the Black King and Luo Ying were clear about Jiang Chen's strength. These people definitely could not kill him. Even if he retreated in defeat, he would be able to protect himself. No one could kill him. Jiang Chen was almost undefeatable. That was why Luo Ying and the Black King could fight so fearlessly. Jiang Chen used the limitless sword, weaving through the feather race experts like the autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. With one slash, at least 10 to 20 people fell into a pool of blood. With one slash, the terrifying sword intent swallowed the heavens and earth. It was like a goddess scattering flowers. 10,000 swords slashed out at the same time, a whirlwind slash, a proud sword that soared through the clouds. No one could stop it. The sword slashed through the sky and descended. The limitless sword had no limits. Hundreds of star-level experts were annihilated within 10 moves. They died without a grave. Jiang Chen's silhouette was too powerful, too fast, no one could stop him. Not even a 5th heavenly layer star realm expert could last one round against him. Jiang Chen was like a mad bull as he charged into the enemy ranks. His barbaric charge destroyed millions of people. He was unstoppable. "Those who block me shall die." Jiang Chen's aura was shocking. Thousands of star-level experts could not stop Jiang Chen at all. 1/4 of the star-level experts had already fallen. Jiang Chen was like a beast that did not know fatigue. This kind of battle was completely exchanging blows. Even Yan Fei could not say that he could completely ignore anyone's attack. Even he could not stop Jiang Chen's footsteps. The feather race surrounded Jiang Chen. The battle became more and more intense. Both sides were evenly matched. However, Jiang Chen knew that there were so many feather race people. It was impossible for him to kill them all in a short period of time. The first wave of attacks killed more than 400 people. Now, the feather race was trembling in fear. However, they had the advantage in numbers. With one spurt of energy, they would be exhausted. Jiang Chen could no longer be as successful as he was at the beginning. Chapter 50-54. Jiang Chen was not a fighting machine. After killing hundreds of stellar-level experts, he would also be tired. Moreover, Yan Fei and the rest were not sitting ducks. They could not allow him to slaughter the feather race clansmen and remain indifferent. Damn it! I must kill him. Definitely. Yan Fei roared in anger. His heart was filled with anger. More than 3,000 stellar-level experts had entered Milan Star. Now, after this battle, their numbers had been reduced to just over 1,000. To the feather race, this was a huge blow. The cultivation of any stellar-level expert was not achieved overnight. Without absolute talent and perseverance, it was impossible to become a stellar-level expert. However, these stellar-level experts of the feather race had been slaughtered like vegetables in front of Jiang Chen. It pained Yan Fei to see this. These were the elites of the feather race. They were the true reason for their survival. They were the foundation of the Sky Tyrant star field. Thousands of stellar-level experts had died here. Even if Yan Fei returned to the Sky Tyrant star field in the future, he would definitely be held accountable. The current Jiang Qin was like a butcher. It was too scary. However, Yan Fei had to face it head-on. No matter how many casualties there were, he had to kill Jiang Qin here. Now that he was surrounded by enemies, he could only sit back and relax after finishing them off. Yan Fei had never expected that this treasure-hunting trip, which he thought was flawless, would end up causing him to suffer heavy losses. So many of his brothers had died. The core strength of the feather race had been greatly weakened. It was a pity that there were no stellar level 7 or 8 experts on his side. Yan Fei was clear that he was the highest leader of this treasure-hunting trip. He had the right to make all the decisions. However, if more powerful experts of the feather race came, he would have to stand aside. When that happened, the credit would not be his anymore. However, it was all because he thought too highly of himself. It was not just old monster Li Shan. Even Jiang Qin, who had appeared out of nowhere, had come to compete with him. At this time, the only thing Yan Fei could do was to fight with his life on the line. Only the final victor could become the true owner of these treasures. Jiang Chen had always been waiting for an opportunity. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. He even made use of the east wind to make old demon of Mount Li his enemy, causing both sides to suffer. Yan Fei hated Jiang Qin to the core. And now, as if he had the help of God, he charged into the winged race's camp. No one could stop him. Is this guy a lunatic? Holy shit. Isn't this a little too strong? That's right. I didn't expect this bastard to be so terrifying. Even with so many of us, we can't stop him. It's hard to say. Right now, we might not even be able to figure out his background. Bullshit. There are so many of us. Do you think we're afraid of him alone? Fuck, look at Commander Yan's few star state level 6 warriors. Even they can't do anything to him. The people of the Feather Clan were all panicking. Yan Fei and the others took the lead and finally began a new round of attacks. This time, I'm going to tear you apart with my own hands. Yan Fei roared and charged at the very front. With a long halberd in hand, he swept through the crowd. Roar, roar, roar. Following Yan Fei's charge, the people of the winged race behind him also became spirited. Even their boss was charging without a care for his life, let alone them. This was their chance to show off. They must give this kid a fatal blow and show him who the true overlord was. Dragon soaring technique. Jiang Chen's eyes were like a knife. With his sword in hand, he continuously activated the Genesis Qi in his body. Raging flames rose and rose, and his strength directly rose to the star state level 6. With the support of Dragon Transformation, Jiang Chen did not fall into a disadvantageous position even after fighting over 20 star state level 6 warriors. Sword 28. Sword 29. Sword 30. The exquisite limitless sword moved wildly. Under the crowd's attacks, he charged left and right without the slightest pause. Jiang Chen's battle power was shocking. Although there were millions of people, he still charged forward. However, Jiang Chen was ultimately fighting alone. The source qi in his body was constantly being compressed and eventually suppressed by the combined forces of the winged race experts. The initial sharpness gradually faded, and many injuries appeared on Jiang Chen's body. After all, there were too many people, and they were all star state experts. In a desperate fight, Jiang Chen could only face them head-on. Blades and swords intertwined, blood and fire collided. Jiang Chen fought with all his might, constantly breaking through his limits in battle. In the face of so many powerful enemies, he was still the fearless Jiang Chen. This was Jiang Chen's imposing manner. He was never afraid of anyone. The Tao in his heart was his own unique Tao. Millions and millions of people were nothing in front of him, he felt no pressure at all. Jiang Chen was not afraid of anyone. The Tao in his heart was a unique Tao. Millions and millions of people were nothing but chickens and dogs in front of him. Even if his body was torn to shreds, he must defeat them. The trash of the winged race, he wanted to crush them with his own hands. He wanted the winged race to remember that he was their nightmare forever. Jiang Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Facing the surrounding winged race experts, Yan Fei, Lu Junfei, and the others were in hot pursuit. This made Jiang Chen more and more passive. However, with his unyielding battle power, Jiang Chen's heart was emotionless. The real battle had just begun. Today, he would kill all the thousands of winged race experts and complete the real thousand slaughter. Jiang Chen advanced with each step, retreating as he fought. However, his power did not diminish at all. Facing the encirclement from all directions, his battle power became more and more astonishing. The stronger the opponent. Jiang Chen's strength continued to rise, and the limitless sword also became more powerful. Countless sword shadows descended from the sky, and the sky was filled with sword rain. It was unstoppable. 31 Sword. Jiang Chen's eyes were as red as blood, and a cold light flashed. His sword swept across the tens of millions of people. Yan Fei and the others' expressions changed drastically. They had to use all their strength to block the sword. But even so, they were still badly injured. Looking at the people around Jiang Chen, those who were not strong enough were instantly killed. There were more than 200 of them. What a terrifying sword! Lu Junfei's face was ashen. They were both star level 5, but he was like a speck of dust, while Jiang Chen was like the bright moon. Compared to him, he was like a fighter jet among trash. Many of the Yu clansmen were trembling in fear. Jiang Chen had once again become a demon in their eyes after killing more than 200 people with a single stroke of his sword. Yan Fei gritted his teeth. He must not let Jiang Chen make a comeback. As long as they worked together, they would definitely be able to suppress Jiang Chen with their numbers. All of you, charge. Kill this bastard, and I will be seriously injured. Today, my brothers, you are all heroes of the rise of the winged race. With a great reward, there would definitely be brave men. Moreover, the current Jiang Chen might not be invincible under the heavens. His face was pale and he was gasping for breath. He was also a human being. Chapter 50-55. In the face of these countless feather race experts, Jiang Chen's aura was getting weaker and weaker. Even if his body was full of Genesis Qi, the battle power consumption was still unimaginable. If it was someone else, they would have died in a single wave of attacks. Not even their bones would be left. Single sun finger. Double dragon finger. Triple finger. 9 tribulations imprisoning heavenly finger. Terrifying finger techniques pierced through heaven and earth. Countless people were pierced and died on the spot. But there were too many feather race experts. Jiang Chen retreated as he fought. He was still ambushed from all sides. It was too difficult to break through this iron bucket of feather race experts. Of course, if Jiang Chen wanted to leave, no one could stop him. But he did not want to leave. Only by killing these hateful feather race experts could he get his hands on the treasures. Only then could he return Milan Star a piece of pure land. 9 tribulations imprisoning heavenly finger, 4 directional finger. Jiang Chen's 4 fingers struck out simultaneously. Hundreds of feather race experts were crushed by Jiang Chen's finger seals. The power of the 4 directional finger was monstrous and unstoppable. Yan Fei's expression suddenly changed and he quickly retreated. But those who faced Jiang Chen head-on could not escape their fate. The four-directional finger was earth-shattering in all directions. The power of wind, fire, thunder and lightning gathered in all directions. Even Yan Fei and a group of 6th Heaven Star level experts had to avoid it. They did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of winged race experts had fallen into a trap. The feather race experts were terrified. But they had no room to retreat. The only choice they had now was to fight to the death. If they won, they would have a chance to live. If they lost, they would have no chance at all. All the treasures would be taken away by them. Jiang Chen became braver as he fought. Although his injuries were getting more and more serious, he was still able to move in and out of thousands of feather race experts with ease. His heavenly dragon sword was stained with blood. Jiang Chen was fighting to his heart's content in this battle. No one knew how terrifying this battle was, and no one knew how much Jiang Chen had sacrificed. The Black King and Luoying glanced in Jiang Chen's direction from time to time, afraid that Jiang Chen would not be able to hold on. After all, there were thousands of star-level experts. Even a 7th Heaven Star-level expert would not be able to hold on. Luoying was ashamed of her inferiority. If it had been her in this battle, she would have long been exhausted. With so many stellar-level experts, even if she were to slaughter chickens and cows, she did not know how long it would take. At this moment, there were only 800 Yu family experts left. Jiang Chen's body was stained with blood, but his sword qi was still sweeping across the void. The surrounding void was dyed red with blood mist. The eyes of the Yu family experts were red with killing, so was Jiang Chen. Jiang Wood of the Jiang of Jiang Wood race. Jiang Chen's. Jiang. Jiang Chen qi was. Chen's. Jiang. No one can stop me, not even the heavens. Jiang Chen's roar was like thunder. He clashed with the Yu experts again. Blood mixed with the cold, frost-like sword shadows. Jiang Chen could no longer tell if it was his blood or the blood of his enemies. This battle filled him with fighting spirit, filled him with a domineering aura. He disregarded everything and feared nothing. The 9 tribulations imprisoning Heavenly Finger combined with the 31st sword was invincible. Jiang Chen had exhausted most of his Genesis qi. His essence, qi, and spirit had reached the peak. This battle was as domineering as one could imagine. Yan Fei and the others were deathly pale. Jiang Chen was like a bloodthirsty dragon. With the battle weapon in his hand, no one could match him. Even if they used numbers to exhaust Jiang Chen, the outcome would be the same. He was too strong. They could not stop him. 10 5th Heaven Star level experts could not even last one round against him. Although both sides were seriously injured, it was hard to imagine how terrifying Jiang Chen's battle would be. There were as many experts as the clouds. The Yu experts felt fear and even despair towards Jiang Chen from the bottom of their hearts. 800 people continued to decrease. 700. 600. 500. 400. The experts of the Yu family were dying more and more. The battle lasted for a day and a night. Jiang Chen held the heavenly dragon sword tightly and remained unmoved. He wanted to kill all of them to avenge those who died in Milan Star. Millions of people were killed on Milan Star. Every one of these Yu experts deserved to die. We can't beat them. What should we do, Commander Yin? Yes, if this goes on, we will all be wiped out. Commander Yen, let's run. I don't want to die, I don't want to die. The fear the Yu experts felt towards Jiang Chen was indescribable. This person was a world-shocking devil, an out-and-out homicidal maniac. The feather race had never been afraid of anyone. Plus, they had never lost a battle of killing and robbing. Plus, most of the places in Eternal World were filled with experts of the feather race. They were arrogant and didn't put anyone in their eyes. But this time, they had lost to Jiang Qin. They didn't even dare to look at Jiang Qin. They were completely terrified of Jiang Qin, the great devil who wasn't afraid of death. How could they not be afraid as they watched their old friends fall one after another? Everyone would die one day, but some people could live for thousands of years. Some people could live for tens of thousands of years, and some people could live even longer in the long river of history. Strength was the absolute truth. In this world where strength was respected, unless you kept hiding, even if you didn't provoke anyone, you could still be killed. If you wanted to live longer, you had to become stronger. Constantly become stronger. The Yu clan thought that they were strong, and with so many stellar-level experts working together, they still could not defeat Jiang Chen's sword. Damn it, Yan Fei gritted his teeth, but his hands were also trembling. Was the plan he had plotted for so many years going to fail? And he was going to die here. He could not accept it, could not accept it. This Jiang Qin was also scheming and scheming. He used old demon Lishan to destroy their strength. Otherwise, how could he fight so many experts of the Yu clan alone? A group of defeated soldiers, countless dead and injured. In the end, he single-handedly defeated everyone. The Yu clan could not withstand him. But in Yan Fei's heart, a raging fire burned. Jiang Chen's strength was already at its limit. As long as they could hold on, it was hard to say who would emerge victorious. Kill. Protect the Yu clan with your life. Yan Fei gripped his halberd and made his final charge. There were less than 300 people left. They had to use their last breath to defeat Jiang Qin. Only then would they have a chance of survival. Chapter 50-56. Facing the feather race's final charge, Jiang Qin kept increasing his power. Under the dragon transformation, his body was like a giant demon. Jiang Qin ignored everyone and swung the heavenly dragon sword like the autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. The heavenly dragon sword in one hand and the divine judgment brush in the other. Jiang Qin gripped the divine judgment brush tightly as he drew out more and more cages. The Yu experts had nowhere to hide as he swung his sword. Jiang Qin laughed wildly to his heart's content. The feather race had long since been scared out of their wits. He was also full of confidence. Whether it was the limitless sword or the 9 tribulations imprisoning heavenly finger, they both made them feel suffocating despair. Jiang Chen's battle prowess was like a pillar supporting the heavens, constantly rising. On the other side, the Black King and Luoying had teamed up against Mu Yunhe and the others. They had also reaped great rewards. The Black King and Luoying were fighting 1 against 3. However, the 2 of them were much stronger than the 6 of them. The 6 of them were already struggling at death's door. They were defeated soldiers, so the Black King and Luoying didn't hold anything back against them. Only by going all out could they defeat them. Otherwise, these 7th-level star-level experts would not give them a chance to catch their breath. You bastards, Jiang Qin, I won't let you off even if I die. Damn it, brothers, let's go all out and kill them. Mu Yunhe shouted himself hoarse as he glared at Jiang Qin and the others. His heart was filled with anger. However, the other party's strength wasn't something they could handle. The 3 stinky-nosed cobblers were completely suppressed by Luoying and the Black King. Every step they took, they staggered, and their lives could be in danger at any time. Their injuries were also getting worse. However, under the all-out attack of old monster Li Shan and the others, the Black King and Luoying did not dare to go easy on them. If they fought with all their might, they could fight back with all their might. If that happened, it would not be worth it. As long as they gradually crushed them to death, they would have nowhere to run. Just as the 5 of them were going all out, Mu Yunhe turned tail and ran, once again using the blood shield technique. Fuck. Mu Yunhe, you bastard. Why did you run away? This bastard. Damn it, he actually ran away when he saw that the situation wasn't good. Bastard. Without Mu Yunhe, we have one less pillar of support. Our hopes have dwindled again. Screw your ancestors, Mu Yunhe. If I can survive, I'll definitely kill all 18 generations of your ancestors. No matter how much they cursed, it was too late. Mu Yunhe could no longer hear them. Because Mu Yunhe had long since fled far away. Even the Black King and Luoying were stunned. Just a second ago, they had agreed to fight with all their strength. In the next second, he was the first to run away. This caused Sun Bin and the others to grit their teeth and tremble in anger. But now, even if they wanted to run, they could not. The Black King and Luoying had their eyes on them. Plus, they were in a state of panic. These 5 already had thoughts of running, but they were already defeated. Even if they wanted to run, it was impossible. Kill. The Black King shouted in a low voice and took the lead to attack. This time, he did not hold back. Luoying was very clear that now that they were in chaos and had lost their backbone, it was the best time to kill them. Sun Bin and the others were forced to retreat. However, once they thought of retreating, their combat power was much weaker than before. At this time, the Black King could kill them without any hesitation. The 5-star level 7 firmament experts had been sent flying by the Black King one by one. Coupled with Luoying's encirclement, these people were completely finished. Pft. 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 The Black King used his spear to send everyone flying. While fighting, he sweated and bled. He completely defeated Old Faye of Mount Lishan. Each of them was on their last breaths and did not have the strength to fight anymore. At this time, Jiang Qin was like a wolf in a flock of sheep. He made a final charge. Although the feather people were full of fighting spirit, unfortunately, their opponent was Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin gritted his teeth and fought to the end. He wanted to send these feather people to hell. The final struggle of Yan Fei and the others also became extremely miserable. The number of Yu Clan's people continued to decrease. From 3,000, there were only 30 or so 6th heavenly layer star realm experts left. They were still struggling to hold on. Jiang Qin stood with his sword, panting heavily. However, there was only fear and despair in the eyes of Yan Fei and the others. They could not run, and they could not beat him. Why were they so unlucky to meet such a jinx? Now, all that's left is trash. I'll get rid of you too. Jiang Qin smiled coldly. He walked forward step by step. Every step he took was like stepping on the chests of Yan Fei and the others, making their hearts tremble. Sun Bin and the others had already been killed by Luoying and the Black King. At this time, they looked at Jiang Qin. No one made a move, because they knew that if Jiang Qin said he wanted to fight the feather people alone, he would definitely not allow them to interfere. Die. This is the fate of the feather people. In your next life, don't be a member of the feather people. Jiang Qin raised his sword. 10,000 swords flew into the sky and slashed down violently. Yan Fei and the others had already closed their eyes because they did not have the strength to escape. This time, they could only choose to accept their fate. Yan Fei's heart was filled with bitterness. The treasure that he had schemed so hard to obtain was actually going to be a gift to someone else. Bang! With a loud sound, Jiang Qin flew backward. His face was extremely gloomy. Above Yan Fei and the others, a grayish-brown light appeared and completely enveloped them. This is, Yan Fei's pupils constricted and his eyes widened. It's Mount Shan. someone exclaimed. They saw a thin figure in a yellow robe appear in front of them. Yan Fei and the others instantly became excited. Mount Shan. One of the 8 great mountain men of the Feather People, and also Yan Fei's master. Master! Yan Fei could not contain his excitement. At this time, the appearance of Mount Shan was their last hope. As long as Mount Shan was here, they would be fine. Mount Shan is here to save us. We're saved, we're saved. Mount Shan is mighty and domineering. He's invincible. Many of the Feather People cheered at this time. Mount Shan had brought them hope and the joy of victory. They had gone through a series of battles and their strength was completely insufficient to hold on. However, Mount Shan was different. He was the mainstay of the Feather People, one of the pillars of their planet. Mount Shan was a powerhouse of the 8th heaven of the star level. To them, he was an existence that they could only look up to. The cultivation of the star level was more difficult with each level, especially when one reached a higher level. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. A powerhouse of the 8th heaven of the star level was a top powerhouse. Although there was only a difference of 2 levels to Yan Fei and the others, it was like heaven and earth. Jiang Chen's expression also turned ugly at this time. Chapter 50-57. A bunch of trash. You can't even understand such a simple thing. You've really disappointed me. Qiu Yuji said in a deep voice. As one of the 8 great hermit, he was the mainstay of the perpetual winged star boundary. This time, it could be said that they had worked hard for many years before they finally cracked the hidden treasure on the Miran star. However, someone had still leaked the information, leading to a battle of life and death. This should not have happened. On a small planet like the Milan star, no one would find out even if they massacred everyone. However, at this time, so many people had appeared. The feather race had to be more careful. Qiu Yuji had specially escorted his disciple for the sake of the feather race. He had not expected that this trip would not be in vain. Yan Fei had been ambushed in the end. At the crucial moment, he had no choice but to act. As an 8th firmament stargrade elite, he could sweep through a low-grade astral domain like the Heaven Awakened Star domain. There might not even be an 8th firmament stargrade elite in the entire Heaven Awakened Star domain. Of course, he could not rule out the possibility of a big shot hiding in the depths of some astral domain. However, this possibility was very low. Everyone wanted to climb higher. As long as one had the heart of an elite, no one would want to stay in a corner. Many stargrade elites had left the Heaven Awakened Star domain in search of a wider sky. Needless to say, an 8th firmament stargrade elite would definitely stand at the pinnacle of the Heaven Awakened Star domain. Qiu Yuji's appearance made Jiang Chen's facial expression darken. The feather race was truly powerful. More and more experts were emerging. It wouldn't be easy to kill them all and make them disappear from the eternal world. Edited by Lifer, Fingerfox. The feather race's elite suppressed the world. Qiu Yuji had shrouded the entire Tiger Subdue Mountain in a layer of black fog. The Black King and Luo Ying were on high alert. They were no match for such an elite. However, at this crucial moment, neither of them would back down. Master, your disciple is useless. Please act and kill this bastard. Yan Fei said excitedly. As long as he didn't die, there was still hope. No one could succeed forever. This time, they were about to give up hope. However, the appearance of their master gave them great confidence. Qiu Shanren was one of the 8 great mountain men of the Yongyi star boundary. He was one of the top figures in the entire Sky Tyrant star field. The strength of the feather race in the Sky Tyrant star domain was not bad. There were many experts of the feather race stationed in the star domain. However, this time, they were very ambitious. If they succeeded, they would be able to obtain all the treasures on the Milan star domain. Then, they would spread the news to the entire Sky Tyrant star domain and even expand their territory. They might not even put the Ether star domain in their eyes. For the sake of the Harpies and for the sake of his disciple, Qiu Shan would not let his guard down. His trip to the Milan star this time had played a decisive role in this matter. Otherwise, they would really be taken advantage of. Looks like we are in trouble this time, Luoying said with a bitter smile. She thought that they were the Oriole, but they were still intercepted by the experts of the feather race. These people were really scheming. There were so many experts of the feather race, but they were still worried. They even had people secretly watching them. The strength of the experts of the feather race was suffocating. At least, the Black King and Luoying did not dare to fight against them. Bastard, why aren't you kneeling down and accepting your death? Otherwise, when my master takes action, your soul will scatter and you will die without a burial place. Yan Fei shouted at Jiang Qin. Is that so? I would like to see how strong the experts of the feather race are. I don't want to be a dog of the feather race. This time, I will definitely get the treasures. Even if the Heavenly Emperor comes, he won't be able to stop me, let alone you bastards of the feather race. Old man, if you know what's good for you, I will also advise you to take your people and get lost. Otherwise, don't blame me for fighting you to the death. Jiang Chen said with a cold smile. Bastard, don't be so arrogant. Yan Fei did not expect Jiang Chen to be so stubborn. He thought that Jiang Chen would be scared when an 8th firmament star expert appeared. But now, it seemed that this bastard still wanted to fight with his master. Alright, then I will give you a good fortune. I will send your soul to the Western Heaven, never to be reincarnated. Qiu Yuji's face was gloomy. So many of the feather race had died, and all of them were done by Jiang Qin. His strength was indeed terrifying, but it was only limited to Yan Fei and the others. Facing Qiu Yuji, who was 3 heavenly layers apart, there was no chance for him to turn the situation around. The ones that Qiu Yuji should be concerned about were Luoying and the Black King. These two were quite strong. Could it be that they were the main force? No need to look, we have no helpers, only me. Old man, do you dare to fight with me? Jiang Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said with a deafening voice. He was not afraid of Qiu Yuji at all. He wanted to see if he could keep Qiu Yuji here. Even if he could not win, if Jiang Chen wanted to run, he would not be able to stop him. Little brat, do you really think that you are the devil incarnate? You killed so many experts of my feather race. Today, you won't be able to escape. Qiu Yuji walked forward step by step. Each of his steps seemed to be able to move the myriad of things in the world. His aura was majestic. Blazing flames blazed behind him. Such a tyrannical aura truly caused people to feel an immense sense of pressure. After all, he was too strong. The difference between a 7th firmament star expert and an 8th firmament star expert was like the difference between heaven and earth. An expert of this level should not appear here. But for the sake of the feather race, Qiu Yuji had to take action. Then I will fight with you, 8th firmament star expert. I, Jiang Qin, do not believe that you can turn the tide. Jiang Qin raised his sword and walked toward Qiu Yuji step by step. The two of them stared at each other. Jiang Qin was showing off his ability, and Qiu Yuji was as steady as Mount Tai. When the two of them clashed, it would definitely be like a planet exploding. Jiang Qin dragged his heavy body, gritted his teeth, and ate a bunch of medicinal pills. He wanted to fight to the death with Qiu Yuji. For the sake of treasures, for the sake of the woman behind him, and for the sake of the peace of the Heaven Awakened Star region, Jiang Qin could not avoid. He could only charge forward. How could he not know how terrifying an 8th firmament star expert was? However, Jiang Qin still did not turn around. If he did, he would have already lost, and he would never have the chance to stand up again. Experts were always fearless. They could only advance, not retreat. At this moment, the clouds were surging, and lightning was flashing in the sky. It was like the prelude to a storm. Qiu Yuji did not put a weakling like Jiang Qin in his eyes. Chapter 50-58. Isn't going against Mount Shan seeking his own death. This guy is definitely going to die. That's right. We can't compete with Qiu Shanren. This brat is arrogant, but he's just an ant in Qiu Shanren's hands. It'll be a piece of cake for them to kill him. Commander Yen, this is a great opportunity for us. It's all because of you. Otherwise, Mount Shan would not have followed us. Mount Shan really has deep feelings for Commander Yen. It's hard to repay his master's kindness. Commander Yen, we congratulate you in advance. You found a rare treasure from the ancient world. The revival of the feather race is all in your hands. Yen Fei enjoyed the flattery of the people behind him. Although the feather race had lost so many experts and it would take a lot of manpower and resources to nurture these people, it was nothing compared to this treasure. Regardless of the dawn stones, the treasures in the origin ancient site were all priceless. Most importantly, he wanted to strengthen the feather race's hegemony. The deaths of a few people were merely building a foundation for their hegemony. The death of the weak was not to be regretted. Only the strong could survive. This was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. Even among the Yu race, there was no hesitation. It was survival of the fittest. Those who died would be buried with them. The treasures in the origin ancient ruins were the most tempting. Brother Jiang, be careful. Luo Ying's expression was solemn. Even if Jiang Qin was at his peak, he would most likely die if he went up against Mount Shan. The difference between the three heavens was huge. Only Jiang Qin would dare to fight such a battle. In the eyes of the feather race, Jiang Qin was already trapped. No one could save him. At that moment, Luo Ying and the Black King stood on either side of Jiang Qin, ready to fight at any time. The Black King's heart was also filled with worry. Now, there was no way out for them. Kill! Jiang Qin shouted in a low voice, and the three of them turned into 3 meteors, rushing to the peak of the sky. 4 silhouettes intersected with one another, dispersing the dark clouds in the sky. The sky changed color, and the earth-shattering power caused the entire tiger-subdue mountain range to be frightened. All the birds and beasts within 1,000 miles fled in all directions. In the blink of an eye, Qiu Yuji had gained the upper hand. He did not feel any pressure at all. With a wave of his hand, the world changed color. The Black King and Luo Ying were both forced back several hundred steps, blood spurting from their mouths. Bang! Bang! The Black King's face was deathly pale. His entire body was trembling uncontrollably. The webbing between his thumb and forefinger was torn, and he could no longer hold on to the Black Demon spear. Qiu Yuji's strength was too terrifying, and the Black King didn't have the strength to contend against him. Luo Ying also spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. The bones in her body felt like they were about to shatter. Only Jiang Qin was forced back a few hundred steps, but he still stood proudly. His body had long been tempered by the astral pole, so he was completely fearless. However, Jiang Qin was intimidated by the latter's powerful aura, and he could not remain as stable as Mount Tai. That palm just now had forced the 3 of them back. Other than Jiang Qin, Luo Ying and the Black King had all lost the ability to fight. The 2 of you, step back. Leave the rest to me. Jiang Qin said. But, Luo Ying's heart was filled with worry. The difference between a star level 7 and star level 8 was like the difference between clouds and mud. Only after exchanging blows did Luoying realize how great the difference was. Although Jiang Chen was strong, he was also severely injured. If he continued to fight with this Qiu Shan person, the result might be very ugly. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. When I really can't beat him, I'll naturally withdraw. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. The moment he turned around, his expression became solemn again. 9 deaths and 1 life, the warrior was the hero. You've surprised me a little. After taking my palm, you can actually walk so leisurely and didn't die. The 2 of them are already crippled. Now that you're the last one, I'm really seeing you in a different light. Qiu Yuji said with a smile. However, he was only a little surprised. According to his thoughts, he was a little surprised. According to his thinking, Jiang Chen would be directly shocked to death. Even if he didn't die, he would at least lose a layer of skin. However, it seemed that he was actually calmer than the 2 stronger experts. Don't worry, I won't let you down. Again. Jiang Chen held his sword and stood up. With a cold smile, he once again charged at Qiu Yuji. You're overestimating yourself. Die! Qiu Yuji shouted coldly. His palm descended and smashed fiercely at Jiang Chen. All-seeing palm. A huge palm descended from the sky, pressing directly at Jiang Chen. It blotted out the sun and the sky. It was extremely terrifying. 31 Sword. Jiang Chen's long sword slashed horizontally and vertically towards the palm. Jiang Chen was once again shaken back. Blood gushed out. The enormous power made him feel even more strained, but he still managed to take it. Still not dead. Qiu Yuji's expression changed. Even if this kid was made of steel or stone, he couldn't be this terrifying. He could still stand up after taking 2 of his palms. Even an ordinary star level 7 expert couldn't take 2 of his palms. This guy was struggling at death's door. Instead, he was getting more and more confident. You want to kill me? You're not qualified. Jiang Chen's smile became colder. 4-directional finger. Jiang Chen flew up and the 9 tribulations imprisoning heavenly finger appeared again. 4-directional finger shot into the sky and headed straight for Qiu Yuji. Suppress him. Qiu Yuji slapped out with his palm. 4-directional finger actually pierced through Qiu Yuji's palm. At that moment, it suddenly dissipated. This guy is too terrifying. He can actually fight Qiu Shanren back and forth. Yeah, I thought he wouldn't even be able to take 1 move from Qiu Shanren. Don't worry, Qiu Shanren hasn't used his full strength. He's just playing with this guy. If Qiu Shanren wants to kill him, it'll be a piece of cake. Just wait and see. The feather people nodded. Even though Jiang Chen could take a dozen moves from Qiu Shanren, it was impossible for him to escape. Qiu Shanren hadn't even made a move yet. You've already made me a little angry. Kid, I won't go easy on you this time. Die. Qiu Yuji was a little irritated. This bastard actually took a dozen moves from him. Wouldn't his reputation be weakened in the eyes of the feather people? He had to kill him as soon as possible to establish his reputation. A mere star state level 5 guy wanted to defy the heavens. Dream on. Heavenly hand. Qiu Yuji pressed down again. Jiang Chen was fearless. The power of the stars in his body kept surging. He swung his fist, shattering the heavens and earth. Exploding stars. Get lost. Jiang Chen's punch collided with Qiu Yuji's heavenly palm once more. Jiang Chen was forced to take 3 steps back while Qiu Yuji's face was filled with a solemn expression. Chapter 50-59. At this moment, Qiu Yuji's expression was extremely ugly. He and Jiang Qin had fought so many times, and there was no clear winner. Although he had the upper hand, Jiang Qin was not in any danger at all. The strength that this guy displayed was getting stronger and stronger. Could it be that he had been holding back all this time? A star level 5 guy, even if he had been holding back, how much of a storm could he cause? But today, Qiu Yuji no longer had the patience to tangle with him. He had to kill him as soon as possible to maintain the dignity of the feather race. Not only Qiu Yuji, but even the feather race were feeling a little nervous. Why had Qiu Shan not been able to defeat Jiang Qin after so long? Could it be that Qiu Shan could not hold on any longer? No wonder. The strength that Jiang Qin displayed made them feel suffocated. How could a star level 5 guy be so terrifying? They could not figure it out no matter how hard they tried. Good. You've really opened my eyes today. Jiang Qin, if I don't kill you, how will the feather race keep its face? Qiu Yuji had already made up his mind to kill Jiang Qin. He did not have a good fight with him in the past few times. This time, he was going to use his trump card. As one of the 8 mountain men of the Eternal Wing Astral, he was badly beaten by an unknown kid. No matter what, he could not justify himself. He had to kill Jiang Qin as soon as possible so that the feather race could take away the treasure as soon as possible. He already felt that Milan Star was no longer safe. If he delayed any longer, there might be more changes. Although Qiu Yuji had a card up his sleeve, Yan Fei and the rest were already feeling a little scared. Commander Yan, has Qiu Shan been hiding his strength all this time? Yeah, why would he hide his strength against a star level 5 trash? Don't be fooled by his star level 5. Didn't we all lose? Are you saying that you're trash? Everyone spoke one after another, feeling uneasy in their hearts. All of you, shut up. How could my master lose? You jinx, be careful that I don't cut off your tongues when I get back. Yan Fei frowned. His master's strength was undeniable, but he did not know why he could not take down Jiang Qin. It seems like the experts of the feather race are all good at bragging. You want to kill me? I don't think so. Ha, don't hurt yourself. Jiang Qin sneered. If they couldn't win after a protracted battle, then attacking the opponent's mind was the best option. At this time, Qiu Yuji's heart was already a little flustered. If this continued, he was afraid that he would really lose. It was impossible to lose, but how could Qiu Yuji be willing to be teased by Jiang Qin like this? Little brat, how dare you speak of bravery? Your time of death has come. Qiu Yuji gripped his saber with both hands, and a terrifyingly huge saber descended from the sky. Saber light flashed, and it was a dark gold color. It was extremely domineering, and there were even faint sounds of tigers and dragons roaring. To be able to die under my big blunt saber, you will die a worthy death. Qiu Yuji held the big blunt saber in his hand, raised it, and descended from the sky. Endless power broke through the shackles of heaven and earth, bringing with it an aura that could destroy heaven and earth. All right, then I will play with you. Jiang Qin's eyes were piercingly cold. He rose with his sword and met the attack with his sword. The world was spinning. The entire mountain seemed to be sinking. Jiang Qin held the heavenly dragon sword tightly and roared. The power of the heavenly dragon sword was not inferior to Qiu Yuji's big blunt saber. Moreover, the power of the heavenly dragon sword was unparalleled. Once the sword spirit appeared, who could compete with it? The sword spirit of the heavenly dragon sword had always been a very terrifying existence. Jiang Qin almost never let the sword spirit out of its sheath. This time, the heavenly dragon sword seemed to have encountered a great crisis, and began to erupt crazily. Jiang Qin's sword repelled Qiu Yuji's big blunt blade. Qiu Yuji's eyes shone with a cold light. Jiang Chen's heavenly dragon sword was roaring like a dragon. The sword spirit's mightiness had completely suppressed his big blunt blade. Otherwise, Qiu Yuji's blade would have cut Jiang Chen in half. Jiang Chen used the sky ascending stairway and began to circle around Qiu Yuji. He dashed left and right, and his eyes were very calm. Jiang Chen's speed had always been Qiu Yuji's sore point. After fighting with this guy for a long time, he was able to remain undefeated. The main reason was that Jiang Chen's speed was too fast, and this time, Jiang Chen had played him in circles. Qiu Yuji's heart was incomparably angry. The speed of the four sky ascending stairway far exceeded Qiu Yuji's speed. Jiang Chen began to frantically arrange the formation. If he wanted to fight against Qiu Yuji, he had to activate the Azura sword formation. Otherwise, he would not be able to withstand the opponent's continuous attacks. One slash after another, Jiang Chen could not keep running, so he might as well just run away. He was not seeking to live, but to win. Jiang Chen's steps were steady, and he retreated in order to advance. Facing Qiu Yuji's slash after slash, Jiang Chen could only avoid the sharp edge, and began to slowly look for an opportunity. Finally, Jiang Chen's Azura sword formation was completed. However, he was suppressed by Qiu Yuji to the point where he couldn't even budge. Now that the sword formation was completed, Jiang Chen had to give it his all. This was his only chance. Jiang Chen was incomparably depressed. He didn't know when he would be able to cast the magical beans for soldiers. If that happened, he would be able to complete the Azura sword formation with a wave of his hand. The most important thing was that the 36 divine weapons were too powerful, and Jiang Chen had to use his heart to control them. Also, the positions of the formation were different. Ordinary formations might be able to cast the magical beans for soldiers, but for such a complicated Azura sword formation, Jiang Chen didn't dare to try it. Because he knew that even if he tried, it would be useless. Only when his innate astral emperor was strong to a certain extent would Jiang Chen be able to give it a try. At that time, he would be able to split his attention and do all 36 tasks at the same time. Only then would he be able to complete the Azura sword formation. However, that was only an idea. Right now, the most important thing was to kill this old man. Only by killing Qiu Yuji could he obtain the treasures. The people of the Feather Clan should all die. Jiang Chen wouldn't show any mercy. Azura sword formation, activate. Jiang Chen held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and controlled the formation I. At this moment, all 36 7th-grade battle weapons were in position. Together with the heavenly dragon sword, they stirred up the wind and clouds. As the sword formation was activated, the sky turned dark. The surrounding mountains and rivers seemed to have become stagnant. Within the sword formation, Jiang Chen was like a god. His might dominated the world as he pointed at Qiu Yuji from afar. Insignificant skill. You want to trap me with a mere formation? In your dreams. Qiu Yuji sneered. However, he didn't expect that terrifying sword chi would descend from the sky one after another. Even he was a bit overwhelmed. This Jiang Chen is really too hateful. So many divine weapons, all of them are like my blunt knife. How can he control them? Chapter 50-60. Qiu Yuji originally thought that no matter how powerful Jiang Chen was, he would not be able to defeat Qiu Yuji. However, Qiu Yuji knew that he was wrong. Jiang Chen's formation was too ruthless. Moreover, it was filled with terrifying sword chi. Streaks of sword shadows pierced through the sky as if they would never change. Jiang Chen gave it his all. The terror of the Ashura sword formation was fully displayed at this moment. Qiu Yuji wasn't the only one who was shocked. Everyone's face was filled with shock. Jiang Chen's terrifying formation had struck fear into the hearts of the Yu clan. How could this be? How could this guy have such a move? Impossible. He can't possibly be a match for Qiu Shanren. It's too early to say that. This guy has exceeded all of our expectations. If he can hold on, it won't be easy for Qiu Shanren to defeat him. I believe in Qiu Shanren. This guy must be struggling on his deathbed. Don't underestimate anyone. Otherwise, we'll lose terribly. The Feather Clan fell silent. Yan Fei was no exception. He naturally believed in his master's strength, but the power that Jiang Chen displayed was not to be underestimated. If they were in his shoes, none of them would be able to survive such a powerful formation. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes. His gaze was like a sword. He waved the heavenly dragon sword and countless sword shadows pressed towards Qiu Yuji. The formation was completed. Million swords returned to origin. Qiu Yuji roared as if he was facing a formidable enemy. He held the blunt saber in his hand and attacked crazily. He continuously cut down the countless sword shadows that came from the Ashura sword formation. If this sword formation was controlled by someone who was as powerful as him, Qiu Yuji knew that he would not be able to survive. Even so, Jiang Chen's strength was still unbelievable to him. Jiang Chen was clearly on the brink of death, an arrow at the end of its flight, but he was still able to teach him a lesson. This was the most terrifying thing about Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen felt neither joy nor sorrow in his heart. His goal was clear: to kill Qiu Yuji and obtain the Yu race's treasure. That was his ultimate goal. The Ashura sword formation's pressure on Qiu Yuji was endless. Qiu Yuji took each step carefully, but the injuries on his body only increased. It was difficult for him to continue. If this continued, he would die in less than 15 minutes. Qiu Yuji took a deep breath. If he really died here, it would be too humiliating. Moreover, he was killed by an unknown star level 5. Even if he died, he wouldn't accept it. You want to kill me? Dream on. I will definitely make you pay the price. Qiu Yuji's roar shook the heavens. His saber swept across the sky, but in the Ashura sword formation, Qiu Yuji found it hard to defend against the endless sword shadows. However, Jiang Chen knew better than anyone else that although the Ashura sword formation was ferocious, it was impossible for him to hold on for too long. He had to end the battle quickly. Seems like the master is really angry this time. This Qiu Yuji, I think he will lose for sure. The Black King was very confident in Jiang Chen. At this time, the Ashura sword formation's power was on full display. Even a star level 8 expert would not be able to withstand its sharpness. This was Jiang Chen's dominance: 29 swords. 30 swords, 31 swords. Endless sword intents flew in the sky. Qiu Yuji's heart trembled. He kept retreating, but the rain of swords would not give him any chance. Those who block me shall die. Jiang Chen unsheathed his sword and looked around, his aura soaring to the heavens. Even though he was only a star level 5, Jiang Chen's potential made him fearless. He wanted to compete with the heavens. Now, it's time to kill you. Jiang Chen's heart was not distracted. He controlled the formation, but he was very clear that he had to kill Qiu Yuji as soon as possible. After all, the opponent was too strong. He had to use all his means to have a chance of killing him. Star-picking palm. Jiang Chen moved his palm. The power of the stars changed unpredictably. A huge palm pierced through the clouds, shrouding Qiu Yuji's head with a destructive starry aura. No, this is impossible. Qiu Yuji's face was filled with panic. Although he was in a passive state, it was not easy for Jiang Chen to kill him. However, when the destructive palm came crashing down from the clouds, Chiyo Yuji knew that his time of death had come. Star-picking palm. Grasping the sun and moon and plucking the stars. Jiang Chen finally felt the terror of the star-picking palm. However, the person who felt it the most was Chiyo Yuji, because he had nowhere to hide. Don't kill me, don't. Chiyo Yuji's face was filled with terror. Even Yan Fei and the others were stunned on the spot. Chiyo Yuji slowly knelt down. The terrifying palm penetrated his body. Immediately after, tens of thousands of sword shadows pierced through his body. Chiyo Yuji's eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Even at the moment of his death, he did not believe that Jiang Chen had such a powerful move. He actually surpassed the third celestial layer and killed him. It was like a fantasy story. However, Jiang Chen did it. All the Yu clan members were stunned on the spot. At this time, their only hope was wiped out by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen let out a long sigh of relief. He staggered a step and almost fell to the ground. He leaned on his sword with one hand and panted heavily. The sword shadows in the void gradually dissipated. Chiyo Yuji's body was thrown down from the sky and finally landed on the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Chiyo Yuji was dead. An eighth celestial layer of the star level had actually fallen. Yan Fei couldn't believe it at all. At this moment, he kept shaking his head. Chiyo Yuji was dead, and they had lost their last pillar of support. After so many years, after going through so many hardships and obstacles, Yan Fei had finally reached Milan Star. However, in the end, his hard work had gone to someone else. Thousands of his brothers from the Feather Clan had fallen. This was unacceptable to him. However, the facts spoke louder than words. Now, Yan Fei could only wait for death. If Jiang Chen wanted to kill them, it would be as simple as crushing an ant. Black King, kill them all. Don't leave a single one alive. Jiang Chen said in a low voice. Bastard! The Yu clan will not let you go. Jiang Chen, you are a devil. Yan Fei bellowed and roared. His entire person seemed to have gone mad. After all, this was the result of his many years of hard work. Now, it was all gone in an instant. No one would be able to control it. In his eyes, death was no longer that scary. What was scary was that his own hard work was not even worth mentioning. In the end, the treasure was still taken by his enemy. Jiang Chen's eyes were calm. Yan Fei and the others' deaths were not to be regretted. When they first came to Milan Star, they had slaughtered more than 10 million people. This was the best punishment for them. When Jiang Chen looked at the origin ruins, he could not help but feel a little excited. The treasures in the origin ruins should now have a new owner. Chapter 50-61. What are these things? Luoying looked at the things on the ground. They were all treasures dug out from the origin ancient site. They were starting to crack. Could it be that the things in the origin ancient site are ominous? The Black King also looked at Jiang Chen with a solemn expression. Release all the slaves immediately. Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. The three of them quickly moved and rescued the hundreds of thousands of Milan natives, removing the shackles on their bodies. Thank you, deity, for saving us. Thank you, deity. We will never forget the immortal's kindness. Thank you, deity. Countless people knelt on the ground, kowtowing to Jiang Chen. However, at this time, he couldn't care less. There seemed to be some changes in the origin ancient site. You don't have to thank me. You guys leave first. I'm afraid there might be some changes in the origin ancient site. For safety's sake, leave this place as soon as possible," Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. At this moment, everyone started to flee in all directions. Jiang Chen's words were like an imperial edict to them. This young and promising hero had saved their lives and restored the vitality of Milan's star. Fortunately, the Yu race didn't occupy their homeland, otherwise, Milan's star would have turned into a purgatory. Those slaves were all riddled with scars. Luo Ying's heart was filled with fear, hatred and pity. Fortunately, Jiang Chen was there to turn the tide. Only then did Milan's star regain its freedom. The people here also regained their freedom. However, at this time, the treasures dug out from the origin ancient site were all cracking. Jiang Chen also had a bad feeling. Could it be that these things were alive? "Master, this is not good. I think we should hide further away and observe the situation," the Black King said in a low voice. "Then wouldn't we have wasted our lives?" Jiang Chen sighed, his face was filled with reluctance. It was better to be safe than sorry. However, he couldn't just return empty-handed, right? He had spent so much effort to kill these people, and now he was told to run. This was not Jiang Chen's style. "We didn't play for nothing. We saved millions of people. Our merits are immeasurable." Luo Ying smiled. "Bullshit. Can it be eaten? Although I am charitable, if I don't get anything this time, I won't be able to sleep even in my dreams." Jiang Chen rolled his eyes. "Anyway, I still feel that something is wrong." Luo Ying also stopped smiling. "This war hammer looks pretty good. I'll take it first." Jiang Chen grabbed the black warhammer with a look of joy on his face. The warhammer was as big as a person's head and had a short handle. It was engraved with patterns similar to orchids, and it was completely black and extremely heavy. Jiang Chen could tell that this black warhammer wasn't ordinary at first glance. It was unknown how many years had passed, but the surface of this black warhammer was already covered in honeycomb-like corrosion. Time had left its mark on its body. But it couldn't be denied that this was definitely a divine or weapon. It was even better than his heavenly dragon sword. Unfortunately, it was now a broken weapon, but its power was most likely not inferior to the heavenly dragon sword. Jiang Chen didn't say much and put away the warhammer first. But at this moment, what Jiang Chen had been worried about finally happened. The largest origin ancient site was torn to pieces, and the withered figure gradually shrugged his shoulders and slowly lifted up. Motherf asterisk cur. Damn it, he's really going to play me to death. This thing is alive. Jiang Chen sucked in a breath of cold air. The shriveled figure was becoming more and more corporeal under the nourishment of Genesis Qi. Who would have thought that after so many years, the top expert who once stood at the peak of the eternal world would come back to life? This, Luo Ying was also stunned. She was so shocked that she couldn't speak. How many years had it been? They had no way to verify it. Perhaps only the person in the origin ancient ruins knew exactly how long she had been asleep and how terrifying she was. Not good. That guy is looking at us. Master, run. The Black King said in a low voice and subconsciously retreated. Sure enough, the figure slowly stood up. Although his body was still a little rusty and not very agile, the armor and divine weapon next to him once again appeared on his body. He was clad in armor, holding a sword in his left hand, a blade in his right, and 3 axes on his back. He looked mighty and domineering. His body had already recovered to more than 10 feet, and he was twice as tall as an ordinary person. His body was majestic and imposing, like a war giant waving a divine weapon. The mighty and domineering face looked at Jiang Chen and the others with endless vicissitudes and confusion. It was you who woke me up. The hoarse voice was full of majesty and murderous intent. I could have slept for thousands of years, and by then, my strength would have recovered to more than 50%. Unfortunately, I only have 30% now. Damn it. The war giant frowned as he roared. His roar caused the sky to change color and the clouds to gather. At that moment, Jiang Chen finally understood what it meant to be a powerhouse. There was no need to say anything unnecessary in front of him. This guy's strength was actually so strong that his roar could cause the sky to change color and all living things to tremble in fear. The oppressive aura that he gave off seemed to be innate. The aura of a superior existence was above the heavens. The Black King and Luo Ying could no longer hold on. They were even forced to kneel on one knee by this aura. Jiang Chen stood tall between the sky and the earth. The pressure on his body also made him feel a little pain. However, his Tao was also above the heavens. The Tao of Heaven Ascension did not fear the heavens. The oppression that the war giant gave him was only in terms of strength. This person was even stronger than Qiu Shanren. Jiang Chen was incomparably shocked. It was very likely that this person had already surpassed the star grade. A few ants, how dare you covet my divine weapon? Die! The war giant shouted coldly. His eyes were cold and emotionless. He slashed down with his blade. Jiang Chen stood with his sword and faced the sky. However, this slash directly cut a hole in Jiang Chen's heavenly dragon sword. Jiang Chen's figure flew backward, his face full of shock. Looking at the hole in the heavenly dragon sword, Jiang Chen's eyes were even more blazing. He knew that he had really met a powerful person today. This was only 30% of his strength. Jiang Chen could not even withstand one move. Even the heavenly dragon sword was almost cut in half. Now, there was only one thought in Jiang Chen's mind, and that was to escape. You're tuning into the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.